All right, what is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. We are here for another day of playoff action as things are getting spicy. We got some more teams looking to lock their spot up in the semifinals, and we'll be starting things off in the Titan League with Inferno versus Krakens. But before we get to that action, I got to introduce the one and only Magic Pepperoni. Magic, how are you doing on this fine Wednesday evening?
I'm doing pretty good. I am excited for probably a much better game lineup than Wednesday or than Monday. These games are insane. A bunch of matchups that me personally, I think these are a lot of long game series. So I'm looking forward to it. And we get to start it off in the Titan League. So I mean, it can't get much better.
Yeah, the Titan League. We start out with the big boys, the best of the best that Nemesis has to offer, and these guys. It'll be a fun night, and yeah, there are a lot of great lineups out here. We got back to back matches with the Firestorm org, get Inferno, Flame, Ember. You got some good old Sub Zero org, Frost, Whiteout, Godfathers, the number one seed to round out the night. So yeah, it is really a stacked night. So I'm excited to kick things off with you. And before we get into this first matchup, we have Inferno versus Krakens. Let's take a little look at the playoff bracket in the Titan League. We can see how things have shaken up so far with Monday's matches being complete. And you guys can see Phoenix and Pinnacle both moving on with their wins on Monday. And then we got the other two Titan matches up tonight. Magic. What are you liking about this Titan playoff bracket?
Ooh, Venganza had to work for their spot, and they don't exactly get rewarded going up against the Godfathers, who've been dominant all season. And the winner of our Inferno Krakens matchup is going to be, I wouldn't say lucky enough to take on the winner of that one, because if Godfathers win, you're like, oh yeah, we get to play the one seed. But if Venganza wins, you're like, well, damn, what are they cooking over there that's getting them past the number one team? So I'm excited for how this is going to play out. And I think Kraken's Inferno is a very underrated matchup in terms of, you see Godfathers on the side of the bracket and you assume, one seed's going to run it. But these two teams, there's something about them. And I think, honestly, the other side of the bracket's even scarier. So it's just really good what we got going on in the Titan League.
Yeah, honestly, it is. And this Titan League bracket is definitely spicy. You got Pinnacle Phoenix in the semis, and you mentioned it might be an underrated matchup. And when you talk about Godfather and Venganza, you never know who can make it when you got the play-in tournament coming out. And sometimes those play-in tournament teams, Magic, they just make a run. So we will have to see with that matchup. That is the last matchup of the night. So stick around for that if you're a Titan League fan. But first up, we got Inferno Krakens. And well, I guess before that, we got some subs to thank. Shout out to Gallium first from AGM for the 2 month resub. Also, there's some people that subscribed last stream. I'm going to quickly shout them out just because. Shout out to Jarhead for 6 months. Mallow gifted out 20 subs. Absolute legend. We love Mallow. Also, Rilo with 10 months, and Chunklate with 7, and Shuckastud gifting 1. So shout out to all those people. But Magic, let's talk about this matchup. Let's dig into it a little bit here. What can you tell us about these two teams, Inferno 4, Krakens 5?
These two teams had to work for it, and they both finished at 11-7. So that tells you they're kind of on the same spot in terms of where they had success during the season. You got number four Inferno, you got Aura, Yerks, Dessa, and Nuggy, a bunch of six-man's monsters. So if you're in the six-man scene, you probably run into them a lot and gotten clipped on a good bit. And then you got number five Krakens with Ladog. We all know him. He's cracked out of his mind. When he is on point, he's somebody to be feared on the ball. You got Larry, probably one of the best first mans in the league. Their success, it depends on him just creating pressure, and it works out well with Fishy rounding out the roster. That's a three-man team with guys, everybody knows their names, and they've made it work this season, and I think they're peaking at the right time for what I've heard. Their formula to success, it's been looking good recently, so Inferno's going to have their hands full, and I am looking forward to a very close series on our hands here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because you mentioned it. You mentioned the Krakens team. Those are names, if you're from Nemesis, if you've been in Nemesis for a little bit, you recognize all those names. Ladog, Fishy, Larry, you recognize those names, but you look at Inferno and, some people, they may not recognize them. I know you talk about as six man's monsters, but if you're more of like a casual Nemesis fan, you only tune in for the streams or whatever. Inferno hasn't been on stream. They've been bothering me. They said, when are you going to get on stream? I'm like, just make the playoffs. And, they did that, locked up that fourth seed. And I believe did they win their division as well? They're 11-7. I had to check that out. They did win the division against this Kraken squad. So yeah, divisional rivals out there. So they proved it, and they've got some stuff to prove here, Magic. But we got them in the lobby here. Channel point predictions are up, so you guys can get your last minute predictions in. Discord is going with Inferno, 23-14 at the moment. Magic, who do you got in this one? Who is moving on to face either Godfathers or Venganza in the semifinals?
This is so difficult, but I would not be a real friend if I didn't ride with my boy Larry when it matters most. So, from what I've heard, Ladog is peaking at the right time. Fishy is always him. I'm going with the Krakens in a full 7-game series.
All right, well, we are going to have to find out if those Krakens can move on to the next round. A lot like last season, they were the team to beat in the Titan League, going undefeated in the regular season, only to drop down at the very end to the eventual champions in Blizzard. But this season, a completely different ball game as they try to make it to the second round here. And looking at the lineups, we talked a little bit about them, but you can see them Inferno out here in the orange with Nuggy, Yerks, and Aura, and then the Krakens with Ladog, Fishy, and Larry. And Magic, who are you looking for on both these teams to have a standout performance tonight?
Well, as I already said, it's going to be Larry, probably just going for demos, creating pressure. Ladog's going to have a lot of saves, a lot of points coming through, and Fishy kind of just fills in the gaps. And on the other side, I mean, Nuggy is cracked out of his mind. I've played enough matches with him to know that if he's on the ball, you have to challenge early, or it will be disaster for your defense. And this 3-man roster for Inferno, they kind of complement each other just as well as the Krakens. So I don't know if it's a one-man show for either team, more so just everybody helping out each other. As Ladog is going to capitalize off a demo, but a good save.
Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to be the start to the game that the Krakens were looking for, but Inferno, great on defense to lock that one down as Nug tried to get that touch there. This ball can be popped up high off the backboard. Still floating there, Nug looking for another touch, but not quite going to find it as Larry. He's going to get a pinch out. Inferno, another demo coming through from Ladog, another shot. Aura is going to make that save, and man, these demos, that is two pretty early and both led to shot opportunities as a bird comes through.
Another one coming through, and it's Larry doing what he does best, and he's just gonna be annoying. And you gotta hope that Ladog and Fishy come through. You can see Larry diving for another demo. They know very clearly how they want to play this series. It's gonna be on Inferno to handle the pressure and understand what the attack is being thrown at them. As Ladog looking for the double off the backboard, and it's saved away. Kind of an overcommit to see if they get punished for it.
Yeah, the Krakens have had the pressure here to start, as here comes Nug trying to get it down the field. But Larry up early. This one high off the backboard. Ladog gonna find a touch. Aura, last man back, gotta make a touch. Is that one gonna be off to the side? Ladog, another dribble, gonna flick it towards the net. A huge save comes through from Nug. And these two teams, they are throwing some opportunities, just not quite able to find the back of the net yet. This one, a flick, it's gonna work out. It was not really a flick, but Aura is gonna strike with the first goal for Inferno.
Fishy somehow doesn't get the pinch, and Ladog backflips. There's not much more you can say. I mean, Aura with a interesting recovery from being backwards, and he kind of just gets gifted the open net from the backflip. So Inferno, they've been on defense most of this first game, but a couple of mistakes have put Krakens on the back foot here in game one.
Oh my goodness, another one is going to pinch all the way down. Yerks and Aura, the combination pinch.
That's a bit of a tilter right there. Fishy, another missed touch, doesn't get what he wants, and nobody home. 2-0 Inferno, and they haven't had to really get the engines going either for their first two goals.
Yeah, they really just kind of gifted two goals. I mean, one of them was an attempted solo play where it didn't quite work out, and that one a pinch across the map. And you might be right, that can be a little bit tilted if you are the Krakens who have been put on the majority of the shots. And here comes another one, but it's saved away. And oh my goodness, that is the 7th shot for Krakens, and Inferno with 7 saves. So Inferno has shut them down on the defensive end, but they keep going, and they're going to score this time around. Fishy puts it home.
I mean, no boost for the defenders. So Fishy, the bounce shot, whether it was intentional or not, it looks kind of intentional.
Yeah.
It's some height on it, and no boost in the net, as we said. So Krakens finally getting gifted for all the pressure they've put on this defense, and they cut the lead in half.
Yeah, that definitely looked intentional by Fishy. He is one of those players that's been around for a long time, and he just knows, he just always seems to make the right decision and the right play. And that time he did there with the bounce shot as he brings this game number 1, then 1. 2-1 ball game here. Kraken's back in the Inferno zone. Yerks can't quite find that touch. Aura on the sidewall. Fishy diving in. This ball's popping up. Here comes an opportunity for Ladog. He throws it towards the net. It's going, but Aura with a huge save just at the last minute. As another one going to be pinched down, but sent back up. Here comes Larry. What has he got for it? A flip reset, looking for the shot, trying to get another, but Nug on the denial. And this Inferno defense, besides that one goal, they have held strong against this Kraken's attack.
I mean, the amount of mechanics coming through from this team, and you can see Larry trying to get crazy there for a second. He has been hooked on these double resets recently, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to bring it out again. It's Fishy looking for a redirect. He kind of dunks out the goalie, but Aura is too strong. Let that one go through, and Ladog will be home. But right now, a minute left to go. Kraken's out. It's going to be 2 goals as another shot well placed by Yerks, and it's a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and this counter-attack play style seems to be working to perfection here as Yerks. Just an absolute banger, and Fishy, he's not able to rotate back in time and get a good angle on that ball. And Inferno, I mean, Magic, this looks like this is their play style. I mean, a lot of teams haven't seen him besides, I mean, obviously the Krakens have seen him twice in the regular season, but a lot of teams haven't seen this style of play that Inferno has, and it seems so far, with 45 seconds remaining, that it's working in perfection.
Yeah, they're giving them a false sense of security, giving them all this pressure, and then out of nowhere, they just counterattack with boosts that the Krakens didn't think they had in the tank, as Aura doesn't have the boost to work with here, but the time is ticking away so quickly that you have to think it's now or never for the Krakens. Larry kind of throws it to the side, but Aura with a good cut, and the pressure keeps going. 20 seconds left to go, and they need 2.
Yeah, Inferno is turning it on. They know they've got the 2-goal lead. They just need to keep the time ticking, and they're doing that by suffocating the Krakens here in the last little bit. Nug, take this one up to the sidewall. He is just stalling out the time. He's not messing around here, especially trying to get a touch back, but that is going to do it here for this game number 1 Inferno, as they're looking for one more, but not going to find it this time. Inferno comes out strong here on the counterattacks, and they take this victory 3-1 here, Magic. A great performance to see from them to start things off.
Yeah, that's honestly how I saw game 1 opening up. A lot of Kraken's pressure, but Inferno doing what they do best, and that's just good rotations, and kind of playing their play style the entire way through, and letting the Krakens have a lot of slip-ups. The 2 goals that decided the game came from backflips and really an unfortunate pinch cross field. So not too worried if you're a Krakens fan here, because they looked fine. You like to see Larry get some more points on the board. I know he's a demo player, but he is very much capable on the ball. So if they can figure out what they did wrong in game 1, which I think was pretty obvious for us, they'll be fine in game 2.
Yeah, and I think the craziest stat here when we look at that scoreboard is Kraken's 12 shots, Inferno 5 shots, and then Inferno 11 saves, Kraken's only with 2. So I mean, Inferno 3 for 5 shooting. I mean, that's gonna win you. That could win you quite a few games if you can knock 3 goals and 5 shots. But man, I mean, we're gonna have to see what happens here in this game number 2, as we're gonna be heading to Urban Central for this next one. And this is one of those ones, Magic. Obviously, we got a longer series, so a lot of time to regain here. We got best of 7s in the playoffs. But what do you want to see? I know you kind of mentioned a little bit from the Krakens. What do you got to see to start off this game number 2 strong?
I mean, last time we saw this Krakens team on stream, it was a lot of mistakes self-inflicted, and game 1 was the same story. So you got to cut out the self-harm that we saw in the opening game of the series, because it is a game 7 or best of 7 series, but you never want to fall down 2 games or things get scary. And hopefully they can start out with an opening goal.
Yeah, they're trying to do here as they're back to their pressure here, trying to send it in to the Inferno zone. This one got to be blocked out by Fishy in the midfield. Fishy up again and going to find the dunk through, looking for another touch. He finds it. Larry, opportunity with the shot. It's off the backboard.
Ooh.
Not quite able to get the follow, though, and Aura is going to clear that one away. It's the Krakens are trying to get one there. Now by 1 here. Here comes Ladog. No boost to work with. Good control here from Yerks. But right out to Fishy, who's looking for the shot. And oh my goodness, Larry almost hits it. But again, so close yet so far for this Kraken squad.
You had to think that was the one. You'd see it all coming together with the pressure. Fishy, not the best placed shot. Larry tried his best to interrupt. Put it on target, as that is just the story of the day so far in the first couple games, as an own goal pretty much, with this interesting pass by Fishy. And Larry, there's no hope for him there.
Yeah, good play shot there to finish it off from Yerks to avoid the in and out save. But yeah, Fishy trying to get that touch, just couldn't quite find it. And Now Krakens, they got to try to rebound, and you got to be careful here, Magic. Obviously, these guys, division rivals, they played twice in the regular season. Both of them were sweeps for Inferno. So Krakens, I feel like it's really crucial that they do not go down 2-0, and especially not 3-0. Not only because of how things have been going, but because of the past history, as Ladog is going to tie it up and try to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, you fall down 2 games and you really start to have flashbacks to the 2 times that these 2 teams played during the regular season. And that goal right there, that helps a lot for the mental of the Krakens because it was kind of falling apart. 3 goals given up where they just made laughable mistakes that you never see happen in the Titan League. So hopefully that goal reboots the systems and we get back to the Krakens we come to expect.
Yeah, and a lot of time left here in this game number 2. As the Krakens finally tie it up if their shot comes through, but going to be blocked away. Nug on the carry here, looking to stay with it. This ball send into the corner. Larry going to pop it up high, going to find a bump off the backboard. This ball in the midfield, off the backboard. Great opportunity, but Ladog, he's not ready to go for that one. Maybe a lack of boost there. And, we've seen so much aggression, Magic, from the Krakens early. I'm surprised the Ladog was not right on that ball to shoot that one at the net.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to overcommit too much, knowing his teammates were kind of aggressive rotations, playing corner boosts, looking for demos. So he's going to play it the safe route. He is more of a defensive player recently, and I think that's the correct decision in a tie game. You like to see them keep the pressure on, but I don't mind them just playing it safe, falling back and buying time for his team. I don't think it'll bite him too much. As Inferno, they're not known for their offensive pressure so far in the series, but they're showing they can hang with the best and put some pressure on with a good clear.
Yeah, and I think going back to that point is the dog. Maybe that's some in-game adjustments already here, mid-series adjustments, as the counterattacks have been coming out from Inferno all game one long, and maybe Ladog there trying to cut down on those counterattacks. There's a shot opportunity off the backboard. Another opportunity comes through, but Aura is there on the goal line to make that save. So here comes Larry trying to find a read. Well, that one going to be cleared away as we've got 2 minutes left. This game number 2. Inferno on the pressure here. Zora in the corner, going to pop this one up high. An opportunity. Here comes a shot. No, with a beautifully placed shot. Upper 90 and Inferno back in front.
I mean, the shooting accuracy has been so nice to see for a stream match. For the nerves, usually play the biggest factor of anything, more so than just raw skill. And right now, the shooting is on point. A bunch of top left shots finding their spot. And 3-1, or 2-1, excuse me, is the lead now. Kraken's yet to have any really control in these first couple 2 games. And at what point do you press the panic button and feel like you can't crack the code after 2 games or 2 series against this team, and you're yet to find a lead here in the series?
They have not won a game against this Inferno squad all season. The divisional rivals both ended up at 11-7, but Inferno, based on that head-to-head record, they take the division. And yeah, the panic button may be coming out, but this ball is on net. Ladog, he lofts it in the net. Inferno now, they're the ones caught out on defense.
I think we were all ready for some stupid touch to come through and them save the ball from going into the net. You had to hope they just go for the bump, but Aura had no chance to save that no boost. And if he went any higher, he was getting cleared to the side. So tie game. Krakens, they can't get a lead, but they don't want to fall behind for too long, as Nug looking for the air dribble bump, but a good save by Larry. The good read comes through, and with a minute left to go, can the Krakens finally take a game off this team?
Krakens, they're put on the pressure here as it's in the Inferno zone, but Aura sends it down, looking for another dunk, but this one just sent right back in the zone. It's going to be blocked across. Fishy on the touch there. Yerkes going to find one, popping up to Nug, tries to send it down, but Ladog, he's able to cut it off. Got one man to beat here. Looking for the demo. Trying to bump him off the backboard. It's there, but it's going to be denied again. Aura, this defense, my goodness. They are unstoppable, it seems, at times, Magic. I mean, this is some of the best defense I've seen in a long time. As, wait a minute, here's an opportunity, but it's going to be denied on the other end.
The defense is keeping them going. It's crazy. Aura with the savior medal, and he dunks out Ladog, who had another follow-up immediately after. He is reading like a book as a missed touch comes through by Aura, but Yerkes is there to make the save. Nug will follow it up. And the defense is the story of the series so far in the first couple games. 15 seconds left to go, Rockerman. And the Krakens, they can't crack through.
Oh, and Inferno, they are trying to crack through, but this one can be sent down. Opportunity for a redirect, but Yerkes is back. Again, the defense, and Inferno on the counter. The ball is up. No way. Oh, they can't find it through, though. And we are headed to overtime in game 2.
Oh man, this is the game that you expected to see after a really heartbreaking start for the Krakens. They find themselves in overtime. They've picked up their mistakes, but Aura, he wants to do it himself. He already has the savior medal. Why not throw a goal on the stat sheet? As right now, Ladog trying to do something. There's so much pressure, but yet no leads coming through. And Fishy, his cutoff game in the midfield has kept them in this game, and the dunks are huge. But can they finally find a game victory over Inferno?
They're trying as Krakens again leading that shot department right now. They have 11 shots on target, matching their matching the or actually almost matching the shot total from last game where they had 12. As this ball is up, an opportunity. Here comes Fishy shooting on net. He finds the angle, and Inferno caught out, and Krakens are going to get their first win against this Inferno team this season.
Oh, that one has to feel good for these guys. Fishy, he had the whole net to shoot at. He took his sweet time with it, but he did put it away. And Nuggy couldn't do anything about it but watch. So Krakens, they do what they have not been able to do all season long. They were 0-6 in this matchup so far this season. And that kind of turns a new leaf. You have to think they find that win, they believe, hey, we can actually beat these guys. And if it wasn't for another self-inflicted wound by Fishy, kind of an awkward pass to the other team, that game doesn't go to OT, and the Krakens look a lot better in a regulation win. But nonetheless, we got a series on our hands here, Rockerman.
Yeah, we really do have a series on our hands, and Krakens match the shot output from last game, 12 shots there, and Inferno, they couldn't save them all this time. So Kraken's going to take that game two victory, and yeah, we've got ourselves a series tied at 1-1. And I mean, Magic, that was a much more entertaining game. It seemed both these teams had their opportunities, and it seemed like both of them, were playing solid, and it's gonna be interesting to see how Game Three turns out here, as it's a crucial lead here, 2-1.
Yeah, I like the playstyle change they had. Game one, you could see there was a ton of demos coming through. I mean, they were just running through the net every single time they rotated, and they kept getting punished for it with quick counterattack goals. So even in that game, when they seemed to make very aggressive rotations, steal a corner boost, whatnot, you saw Ladog. He is not letting it happen again. They understand what they did wrong in game one. They fixed it in game two. Can they keep it going in game three?
And we're gonna have to see here, can the Krakens keep that momentum up, or is Inferno's defense gonna come back and get that counterattack? But they're running into each other right now. Is this one an opportunity? A little bit of miscommunication though, as that one could have been the one for the Krakens to start things off, but Fishy moving a fake, doesn't have any boost, still trying to keep it there. And Larry comes through with a goal at the demo. Inferno caught out, and Kraken strike first.
Ladog and Aura kind of agree, or Fishy and Aura kind of agreed to take their sweet time. Neither one wanted to play the awkward 50 and get dunked, and Larry's having none of it. He just bullies Aura off the ball, and he puts it in the open net. I'm not sure where the defense was. Aura bought a lot of time, but yet it wasn't enough. So Krakens, their first lead of the series, and it's just gone like that. Nug puts it away. Other than their win in overtime, they had about 3 seconds where they had the lead.
Yeah, and the Krakens, they're not enjoying comfortable leads, as Inferno, yeah, right back there. And that was a quick answer, immediate answer from Inferno as they tie things up 1-1 here. And this one, this ball off the sidewall, Larry on the dribble, gonna 50 that one across here as Inferno is up, gonna pinch that one through. Clear comes out as Larry trying to find that read. Square to the side. Larry gonna get it by one. Yerk's up. Ladog looking for a pass here. Here's Fishy in the midfield, but two defenders were in net, and that shot was just a little bit wide. As Krakens are trying to find that attempt there, as they are trying to get a bump or a redirect. They're hard to tell. As it almost worked out. This ball up in the air. Aura gonna find one. Catch in the midfield. Here comes Yerk's over the top of the defender. Is it in? Fishy gonna make a save on the goal line as Nug is up looking for the touch, popping it high, but Ladog gonna clear it away. And a couple of great opportunities, some great mechanical plays from both sides here.
Yeah, they're making each other work for it. It's a well-placed shot by Fishy, and you have to shout out Larry with the pass. That was a dime. And let's see how long this one lasts, because they've had about 2 total seconds of time where they've been sitting pretty in the lead, able to shell up on defense. So we'll see if they can survive the kickoff and maybe ride this 1-goal lead out for a 2-1 lead in the series.
Yeah, we'll see. Inferno has a quick answer yet again, but Ladog trying to add to that lead there. This one off to the side. Aura on the sidewall. Gonna hit it by one. Larry, though, going to stop it in the corner, trying to stay with it. Doesn't have a lot of boost. Going to try to stay on the dribble, looking to pass it over to teammate Ladog. Going to get it up here. Can you find another off the backboard? Looking for another touch. Here comes a shot opportunity, but it's denied away as Aura has to take to the backboard with a little boost. Doug on a touch, can't find the second Ladog. Shooting it a little bit slow. He's trying to find the placement and the power, but really got neither. This one,
Oh, no.
double commit comes through, but Krakens and Fishy able to get back just in time as they're trying to put on the pressure there. Didn't quite go their way. Inferno still looking to try to tie things up as we near the halfway point.
It's the first real double commit we've seen come through, and luckily they didn't get punished for it. And I don't think Inferno was expecting it either, as that was a very bot double commit, but it will not really hurt them. As right now, it's just the shooting we need to see come through better for the Krakens. They've had a few shots where it's just very lackluster finish attempts. So the dog high off the backboard, and another whiff coming through. LaFishy gets caught out. He has no boost, and this one's just going to find its way in the net. Or another counterattack goal and a whiff coming through, and it just spells disaster for the Krakens.
Not gonna lie, Magic. I love these two teams and their play styles right now. It's the Krakens. You got all the offense, but then you got Inferno. They are the counterattack kings right here. And another counterattack. It's just the name of the game. You know what these two teams are gonna do. It's about how can you prevent it. And so far it seems like both these teams have been playing some really good offense and playing their style of game.
Yeah, the cutoffs in the midfield have been the way to go for the Krakens, but it's when they miss that cutoff in the midfield, as we saw right there, that they just get punished for it so quickly. You can tell Inferno has perfected their play style this long into the season, and they find themselves in a playoff match where it is coming in beautifully.
Yeah, it is. And here's a Cookser pinch, sending it towards the net, but Ladog is going to stop it. Nug taking it up high, looking for another one, but Larry is going to find a touch to get that one away, looking for another, but Yerkes able to cut it down in that midfield. Ladog trying to stay with it. Aura jumping off the wall. A huge miss comes through. The net is open. Can they get back to it? A demo comes through, and Yerkes puts it home. You saw someone driving past the ball there to get the demo.
What are we doing, guys? Another whiff that just results in a goal. You never expect to see that in the Titan League, but I mean, I guess the stream nerves as the series goes on, it's kind of hitting them that, now is when it matters the most. You got to prove yourself with everyone watching. And so far, I think every single Kraken player has had a crucial mistake that's resulted in a goal. That time, Fishy, unlucky whiff, and they have to fight from behind once again.
Yeah, Krakens. They've been in this position before, though. We've seen it in the first 3 games here. Wait a minute, here comes Larry.
Larry.
Look, he can't quite find it. He had the opportunity, but just a little bit wide. And Krakens, again, finding themselves down in this game, trying to recover, trying to battle back as Inferno leads. Yerkes off the sidewall. This ball popping up high. Nug gonna look for one. He's gonna find a flip. Looking for another touch. Gonna get one, but not quite. What he's looking for there is Ladog gonna send it down again. Looking for Larry. He's up. He's looking for the shot this time, but it's wide. Here comes a follow attempt, but it's denied away. Yerkes gonna block it down, and another one where he had Larry out there, but Larry just can't find the accuracy right now.
He's trying so hard on these redirects, and he's getting so close. And right there is the first time since game 1 we've seen Ladog commit his third man and barely gets a 50 out of it, or this game would be iced out. So we'll see what they can do with 30 seconds left to go. They got to get some urgency in their step right now. But a whiff comes through on a double commit, and Aura, he is going to save the day for now. We'll see what the Krakens can do.
Krakens got to take it the length of the pitch here. They're down to the final seconds here. 10 seconds remaining in this game. They need to find a goal. This one dunked back, trying to keep possession. Here comes Larry. He's up the sideball. What does he have in the tank? He's passing it. Fishy is down there, but it's denied away. Ladog trying to keep it up, but he can't get it to the wall in time. And Inferno comes through and takes game number 3.
I don't get it right now, dude. This series, it feels like the Krakens are playing exactly how they want to, doing everything right, and then they just whiff a random ball and it's in their net within 3 seconds every single time. And it's got to be tilting at this point. You win game 2 thinking, oh, we fixed what we did wrong in game 1. And then game 3, you lose because of the exact same reason as game 1. So game 4 is going to be crucial. If you fall down 3-1, you can say goodnight. There's no way you come back against a team you've beaten once the entire season over a course of 8 or 9 games. So we'll see what they can do. But that one got to hurt.
Yeah, it definitely does have to hurt a little bit. And this one, I mean, that game, Magic, was almost dead even. 8 shots for each team, 5 saves and for each team. So, I mean, both of them were giving it their all. And Now as we head into this next game, this game number 4, it is so crucial here for the Krakens. You do not want to go down 3-1. You can tie this series up, this best of 7 at 2 apiece. But, you got to have a big performance here. And, Magic, to be honest with you, I don't expect these teams to make many changes. It just seems like it's a couple mistakes.
I think the Krakens need to make one change, and call me crazy, but I think it's not whiffing on the easiest aerials for Titan players. This is
Yeah.
routine stuff, and it's the reason they're going to fall out of the playoffs if they're not careful here. This is a very good spot in the series to be at, where they're still plenty of room to wiggle. They win this game, we're back to even, but if they drop this one, and it's because of the same reason, there's no way they win 3 games in a row without molding out.
Yeah, it's tough, especially when some of the wounds have been self-inflicted, and every game matters here. It's a best of 7. You have time to recover, but every game, every mistake matters. And Nug, the counterattack yet again. Inferno on their play style. What else would you expect?
Anybody want to guess how the Krakens got scored on there? Oh, a whiff comes through, and it's in their net within 2 seconds. That's crazy. And that's got to be a tilting one. You start off game 4, and then you're back to the drawing board again. He tried to pre-jump it, get up there really early, but it was just scorching by him. And Inferno, they look so comfortable right now, just letting the Krakens beat themselves.
Yeah, they really do here, and maybe that's been their play style the entire season. The same comes through, but here comes Larry right back at it, and they still got their life out here within this first goal of this game number 4.
Larry throws it up, and Nug, for a second there, he was going to go for it. He probably got called off by Aura. And Aura, all you can do is kind of keep it out of the net, but not out of the box. So Larry will finish the play off. Tied back 1-1. Can the Krakens finally have a clean finish to the game?
And they're looking for it as a demo comes through. Aura taking out Fishy. Open up some space. Here comes Yerks. He's got one-on-one on the sidewall. Fishy shadowing on the defense and going to find a huge booming clear. But Aura cuts it down to the midfield. Yerks is up but can't find the touch of the dog. On the dribble, he's got one man to beat, but Nug back just in time to get that one away as Yerks. Maybe a little bit of a back pass there, but here comes Larry off the backboard. Nug gonna find a touch. This one's still up. Double commit from Inferno. This ball's still in their zone. Kraken's trying to suffocate him. Pass comes across. Oh, and there it is, Larry. He's been waiting for one of those crossfield passes all series long and finally hits one.
The midfield lurking is so amazing, how they never give up on it, and this time it finally pays dividends as Larry, the redirect king, who has been trying all series long, he finally gets dimed up by Ladog in a 2-1 lead for the Krakens. And I'd like to say they're going to keep the lead, but I think we all know this game ends in 3-2 for one of these teams.
Yeah, it very well may do that. As this game number 4, the Krakens find themselves in this lead here as they're trying to tie this best of 7 up. Ladog on the sidewall, trying to find a touch here. 3:30 remaining. This one pinched down the midfield. Fishy going to send it down to Yerks. On the control, going to pop it up high. A demo from Fishy comes through. Ladog dropping it down, but it's going to be blocked out by Aura. This one back in the Kraken zone. Nug on one touch here, looking to find a pass out. Going to leave it for a teammate. Double commit on net, but that one saved away by Fishy just in time. It's the Krakens going to try to transition here. Pop comes from Fishy. Nug, the great touch, and looking to follow it as well. And Aura, he's going to keep it up. Larry looking for that shot. It's not going to go. This one sent down. Here comes Nug off the backboard. No. Does he hit this? No, he can't hit that. That would have been insane. But not this time, as here comes Yerks with the shot. He places it perfectly past the defenders to tie us up at 2.
That is almost peak by Nug, and it kind of throws the entire defense into chaos. Larry's just sitting there, no boost. Ladog's backboard, no boost. And he just takes his sweet time, and he puts it to the far right post, and it is safely secured to tie this game up. Inferno, not a counterattack goal for once. They just do it themselves with some hard-earned offense, and we find ourselves tied up here in game number 4.
Oh, as Nug is trying to find that read, but can't do it. As Inferno, they are back in the Kraken zone. It's awkward. Yerks off the backboard. Might have had a flip there, but instead, this one can be cleared out by the Krakens as we're approaching 2 minutes remaining in this game number 4. One of these games that it seems like you must win for the Krakens. But demo comes through. So they're back in their zone on the control. Fishy. This one blocked up the midfield opportunity for Inferno. Aura off the ceiling. This one, oh my goodness, Aura off the backboard with the angle. He takes the lead.
The dog had so long to think about it, but Aura, he is given
Oh,
this the ability to hit it, and he's gonna hit it. The reader or the reset off the backboard, and he gets back to the ball. When it matters most, Aura has been that guy on defense, but when he needs to, he is cracked out of his mind shooting the ball.
my goodness, that is absolutely disgusting right there from Aura. What a shot to give Inferno the lead. You can tell that these guys are on one here. They're looking for
Oh my
another. Here
god.
comes Yerks for the fourth. Inferno starting to feel it.
Finally, not a 3-2 game lead or game score as the offense has been cranked up and the shooting accuracy has been the difference maker. As right now they are putting away every opportunity that they have. You can see 6 shots on target, 4 goals. That is disgusting right now. As the Krakens, they have to do something with 2 minutes left to go before they find themselves down 3-1.
Yeah, there's still some time though for the Krakens, and they have been able to score. They've been able to hit some
Larry!
passes, and there
Oh!
is Larry again, a hat trick. The passing play comes through yet again, and if they're starting to find these magic, they can get right back into this one.
Larry with the hat trick. He wants it so bad. He is not nervous at all with everything coming down to really right now. You cannot afford to fall down in this game and drop it. So Larry, he's trying his best. Hopefully the dog and Fishy can round it out. For the dog, he has a chance looking for a pass setup, but a good stop by Yerks and a good, even better clear over the top of Larry. And some offense maybe sustained here for the Krakens.
A minute 20 remaining here. Krakens find themselves down by one. They need to battle back in this game, trying to tie this series up at 2, best of 7. The winner's moving on to the semifinals. Face the winner of our 11 o'clock matchup. Nug with a touch. Fishy off the sidewall, going to find another. Trying to keep the pressure going. Here comes Larry. Fishy's on some bumps. Larry trying to get in the midfield. The dog, patient, doesn't want to get counterattacked on, but that one's still an awkward ball. Yerks out of the midfield. That one cleared away, and with 50 seconds magic, Kraken's starting to get to that do or die time.
Yeah, you have to wonder at what point does that pass come through from the dog diving up Larry and we find ourselves in OT. You have to hope it does, as these two teams are just too close to have this big of a serious gap right now. As a huge dunk by Nug hits it off the backboard. It's just the good night shot. It is our a 2-goal lead, and that one it has to sting. As you have to wonder what they can do now.
Yeah, the dog trying to read it, but it looks like he's just side flips out of the way, and Aura gonna put it on net. And yeah, with 30 seconds remaining, this one may go Inferno's away. But the Krakens, can they find something quickly here? This ball out of the midfield, Inferno diving in, 2 of them gonna get into the Kraken zone. The dog off the sidewall, not a lot of boost to work with. This one popped up. Just got to score with time on the clock here to give themselves a chance. This one in the midfield. Shot opportunity on the counter again. Inferno 6-3. Yerks with the Hattie, and that is the dagger for this game.
You can't really blame the dog for kind of lurking upfield, hoping that Fishy just gets the beat. Because at that point, you have to go all out. And he was not getting the beat. Fishy unable to get it past. And another goal coming through, the hat trick for Yerks. Aura with 2 goals, Nug with 1, why not? And it's a team effort, and they're doing it in style right now, putting up 6 goals after several games where they just won by 1 goal apiece. This one has to feel good, and a huge boost of momentum. And they have 3 chances, 3 match points to have a date with whoever wins from the Godfathers in Venganza.
Yeah, they do, and it's gonna be a tough road for Krakens, and this is the time magic we haven't seen in the Titan League. The Titans seem to be allergic to it, but this would be the time for the tactical timeout. If I was in that team, you're down 3-1. You had an opportunity to win this game, couldn't quite do it. But I don't know. This seems like the one where you call the tactical timeout. If I were them, Magic, but it doesn't look like they're thinking about it too hard.
You have to wonder at what point do they start to get upset with each other because it's a lot of
Hmm.
they finally get things to slow down and then one person makes a mistake and they all get to suffer for it. So if they can all clean up their individual problems, they're doing fine. But it's the random whiffs when it matters most, the random slow challenges because
Oh,
they don't feel like they have to hurry as a timeout comes through. The dog, he calls for it, and I like to see it coming from the dog because I thought he did not play his best game. Knowing him, he is plenty capable of carrying this team across the finish line with their backs against the wall. So we'll see if that mental reboot can come through.
all right. Well, there you have it, folks. The timeout is underway. Let's get a timer going here. So they got a minute here to think things over. and try to battle back. Timeout. I'm glad to see it, Magic. You love to see the timeout get into use. It is a playoff only perk here in Nemesis, where teams can try to cut down the momentum, and the Krakens, they kind of need to slow the roll of this Inferno squad.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of playing too fast for their own good right now. As the pre-jumps trying to just read a ball before it's there, and then the ball's over their head and it's in their net instantly. You give up 6 goals, you have to fix the defense. You cannot worry about offense. You put up 3 goals, you did fine. You gotta not have 6 shots end up in the back of your net because to be honest with you, Inferno barely put any shots on target. They had like an 80% shooting accuracy. Yeah. So that was disgusting. That cannot be the reason you lose because every shot that comes your way is in your net. So we'll see what they can do as their timeout starts to drain away. It's becoming a reality here for Inferno that they could have a spot in the semifinals, and they are so close. 3 chances to get it done.
Well, they do have 3 chances to get it done. The timeout is over, but looks like Nug may have left the match. All right, there we go. They're back in here. I had to get them back in the lobby. So timeout is over, and it's time to see, is the timeout buff going to help out the Krakens here? Have they been able to reset their mental? Have they talked over any strategy? And, what can they change here as we head into this one, into this next game? Larry going to find a touch, trying to clear that one away. And the Krakens, Magic, I feel like they got to start out here with the first goal. Got to get some pressure on this Inferno squad, who seems like they just haven't felt pressure all series long.
Yeah, I mean, you can point out mistakes that each player from Krakens has made. You think of Inferno, none of these guys are doing anything wrong individually. It's kind of just team mistakes that come through, and it's not many of them. So you have to figure out, can the Krakens find a way to crack the code, because they've had a hard time of doing it all series long, and all season long too. I mean, why not keep that in there? Because right now, it is 9-1 series score between these two teams. How are they going to win 3 in a row?
Yeah, they've only won one all season long here, and it was in this matchup though, so they can prove that they can do it at this time. And they're trying to prove it here as Ladog. Okay. He's gonna get it dug with an insane save, but Ladog finishes it off, and an earned goal here for the Krakens.
That's how you want to see this game start. A well-played shot by Ladog, forcing a save, but it is not cleared out of the box. So an easy cleanup. We saw one like that in the last game by Larry. Just clean it up, hang around, and a threatening shot. It gives them a goal and a huge start, a huge boost of momentum to open with the goal if they can clamp up on defense here.
Yeah, they need to clamp it up here and maybe even try to add one to it. Give themselves some breathing room against this potent Inferno offense who, like you mentioned, they had 6 goals last game on 8 shots, so 75% shooting accuracy. And when you got someone shooting 75% on you, you either get some goals or, shut down that defense there. And Kraken's got to do one of those two here in this do or die game. If they lose this game, they are done for the season. They are going home. But Inferno, they're going to try to make sure they do just that as we approach 3 minutes in this game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to stop a team from, shooting 75% is don't let them shoot. Because if they're shooting, it's probably going in. So you have to be in front of these shots before it happens, as Yerk with a huge cut gets it past multiple people, or he can't get it past the zero boost Ladog, but with a good read. And this is getting scary here, as Inferno, they're no stranger of needing to put on the gas when they're trailing, and we'll see if they can get it into the net right now, halfway through this game.
Oh, and this one a little bit awkward, but it's going to be blocked away. As Inferno's still looking for it. Oh my goodness, Nug with the shot, the Ladog with an even better save. That one could have been an absolute heartbreaker. But Inferno, they're back at it. Some bumps are coming through, forcing a triple commit, and the net is open. Oh, the bump pushes all the defenders at that ball.
That one is a tilter. All 3 people pretty much willingly went for that ball. Yeah, they got bumped, but they all made the attempt to play the shot, or to play the 50, and it just ends up right back mid in front of their net. So another self-inflicted wound, but this one is not too fatal as they are still tied. Plenty of time to get back into the lead. Fishy, a good save. Fishy has played great defense this series, and when it matters most, they need their offense to get cooking.
Yeah, they do. Larry trying to go underneath here as they find themselves 1-1 here in this game number 5. Is this ball out in the midfield? It's dangerous. Or is lurking back there. Larry going to find a bump. Yerkes trying to take it across as Fishy. He's hunting this one down, looking for the pinch, but not quite what he's looking for. This Kraken's getting a little bit stuck there. The boost is stolen. Kraken's not a lot of boost. Nug looking for the shot. It's off. Fishy trying to stay in front of it. The shot
Oh my
gonna go
god.
wide. Aura puts it in, and Inferno retakes the lead here, 2-1.
Oh, Fishy did not expect the dog not to make contact, so he had to react so last second to try to get a touch on that. And he's no boost, so you can't really blame him. You have to make contact and not leave these third man stranded on an island with no boost against the incredible shooting accuracy of Inferno as our bar down ski and a 2-1 lead for Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno, they put shots on and they put them on target here as Krakens. They have to go here. This is their season here with a minute 30 remaining. They have to find at least one goal here to force OT. At least two to win. This one's sent back in their zone. The dog gonna clear it out. Back in the Inferno end, but Nug, he's just waiting, trying to find an accurate clear. Yerk's gonna beat one, looking for another here, trying to set it up. It's dropping out. Larry has to find that read, and he does. But Inferno trying to keep it in. Aura saucing it up to Nug, but it's denied away. A huge demo. The net is open. Larry, can he find the redirect? Yes, he can. He puts it in. What a read from Larry to tie things up in Game 5.
There we go. Larry, he's been scoring every single goal. He had all three in the last game, and he actually had to have a decently powerful shot there as the respawn came through in time. And Larry, he had it in him to put it away and tie the game up with a minute left to go. The Kraken season is almost over, but yet they will not give up as Nug. One-on-one, the dog, he is up to the challenge.
Yeah, that was huge heads up from Larry there to find the demo, find the redirect, and here comes another opportunity. It's dead in the midfield, but Fishy, he can't quite get there in time. And now the pressure, it's still on the Krakens, though. They have to find a goal to win this one. Larry, look at 50 low. This one, awkward touch from the dog. It's going to be sent back. As Fishy has to try to recover this ball. Is up Aura looking for it, but Larry, he's just going to clear that one away. As we're down to the final 30 seconds of regulation. Can the Krakens find something here to win this game and extend this series? Or will Inferno take it down? Here comes Nug off the backboard. This one, so dangerous, but it's going to be blocked away. Aura on this one. He's looking for the dagger, trying to find it, but that one 50'd away. As the seconds tick away, final 10 in regulation. This ball is up. Ladon can't get it off the backboard. No. Double tap. Yerkes may have found the dagger with 9 seconds left.
Ladon, what are we doing? He whiffed again. I hate to rat on him, but that is on him. That is a touch he never misses, and he could not make it when it mattered. And Yerkes, you have to give him credit. He had everybody watching him. Open net, and he put it away. 9 seconds left. Larry, can he do it on the kickoff? Time ticks away, and he cannot get it done. And the open net to end the season. Aura, he's going to finish it off. Inferno, they're just too good.
Oh my goodness, Inferno. They just find the dagger right there to end things off there. And heartbreak if you're the Kraken. So close on so many times, but unfortunately, it was not meant to be as Inferno. They played their counterattack play style to perfection here, and they're going to take this victory here, Magic, and move on to the semifinals.
Not exactly good vibes in the chat after that game, as they were heated rivals, and after 3 different matchups, yet again Inferno comes out on top, so you understand the frustration as the Kraken season will come to a close in rather tilting fashion. They kind of beat themselves today, but Inferno, they just wouldn't let up. They played a beautifully clean series, and whoever wins that last matchup of the night between the Godfathers and Venganza, I'm not sure you have a free ride to the final, because this team, they are cooking on all cylinders. A 3-man team that really has no weak spots.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. They played their play style to perfection, Magic, and it causes a team like that to beat themselves. When you're playing a counterattack play style, like Inferno does, the Krakens, you could see it. They were upset. They were making mistakes, and when they made those mistakes, Inferno capitalized, and that's got to be the most infuriating way, to lose a series when, you're playing a team that just capitalizes on every mistake. You make a mistake, you get scored on, and you put up a lot of shots, you don't get a score for your team. And I mean, Inferno, they are going to be looking good here. As if we could pull up the bracket one more time for the Titan League, we can kind of see what Magic was talking about for the next round, where we've already got the bottom half of the bracket set, but now that top half there, Inferno, moving on to the semifinals. They'll take on Godfathers or Venganza, the winner of that final match of the night here. And like you said, Magic, it's shaping up to be whoever makes it out of that quarterfinals, that semifinal on the top. We already know the bottom is going to be a banger, but that top matchup, it's setting up whoever comes out of there. It's going to be a good one.
I'm so interested to see if Nganza can get it done and keep the miracle run going from the play-in tournament. It's going to be good. I mean, Firestorm with three different teams on stream tonight. It shows you this whole org. They're getting it done. Inferno's starting off the night right. You have Flame and Ember coming up in the next two matchups. As me personally, I mean, me and you, we're both Chally. This game, next game coming up is going to be amazing. If you think the Titan League bracket is crazy right now, Chally, there's so many teams that are competing for this chip, and it's going to be a really good stream going forward.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to head to a short break, but like Magic said, we're going to come back with the Challenger League where, man, like you said, it seems like anyone can win at any time in the Challenger League. We have Raptors, the defending champions, going up against Flame here in a battle. The first Challenger matchup of the season. It is going to be a good one. So make sure that you guys come back for that one. One quick shout out before we do head to break, though. A shout out to Dan coming back for 12 months. Happy birthday to Dan the man on the Nemesis channel. The team lead, the legend, the GM here. He'll have two of his teams playing later. I'm sure he'll be rooting them on. So shout out to Dan for the resub. But with that being said, we're going to be heading to that break here. But when we come back, Raptors taking on a Flame, a Challenger League showdown. You guys don't want to miss it, so stick around.
feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why does it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Heaven knows. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer.
All right, what is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. I'm not Seabiscuit, but I'm here anyways. I'm Rockerman back in the booth with the one and only Jaeger's Beast here, prospect legend this season. Jaeger's, it's been a bit, but good to have you back in the booth. Good to see you, and be fun to cast in with you.
Always a pleasure, Austin, and I'm excited to get back into the throes of Challenger League. I've taken a leave of absence from it this season, but I'm ready for a good match. Flame, Raptors, both very good teams last season, both pretty good teams this season, 4th and 5th seed respectively. And I mean, this in terms of seeding, Austin, this is as close as it can get.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, 4 versus 5, and the one thing is, Jaegers. I know you mentioned you haven't been the challenger, but I have been the challenger league this season, and it has been crazy. I'll tell you right now, it has been an insane challenger league season. I mean, all these teams. There's 4 teams that are 12-6, and was that 7 teams that are 10-8 or better going into the postseason. So I mean, actually 8 teams that are 10-8 or better, and I mean it has been crazy all season long with these teams, and hopefully this match here tonight will be no different.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, it seems like Challenger's a bit top heavy. I can't remember the last time there's 5 teams over the 12-6 mark. It's kind of
Yeah.
ridiculous, honestly. But hopefully we have a good match here. Looking at the survey, Raptors and Flame are tied, so it could really go either way. Back in the regular season, I was trying to find it earlier. If I'm not mistaken, let's see. I trying to remember who won the game. It was only one game, and I know it was a sweep, but I can't find it for the life of me.
I, I believe it was the
Well,
Raptors. The Raptors 3-0'd Flame, yeah, back on November 16th. So it was a long time ago, but and different roster as well from then Jaegers too, with Raptors and Flame both having a little bit of different rosters heading into this one too.
yeah, no, and I remember I casted the first match of the season. It was Raptors versus Bishops, I believe. It was gonna be a close one, and if I'm not mistaken, the Raptors just blew the Bishops out of the water 3-0. And I was saying the Raptors could definitely be one of Challenger League's contenders and making playoffs. The number 4 seed, they've definitely made my prediction looked good. So anything could happen, and I'm really expecting a good playoff match here. It is a bit longer though, Austin, going to 7 and all, and that's where wolves are forged.
Yeah, definitely. It's a long series, a lot of time to play in this game, but looks like we got him in the lobby here, so we're gonna get him joined on up. The chat, Jaegers, the channel point predictions. There is 78,000 channel points on Flame, 6,000 on the Raptors. So chat's going with them, and the Discord. They are going. Oh, it's a dead tie, 18-18. Flame versus Raptors. Who do you got, Jaegers, as we get into this one right here?
Well, Austin, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed because I got the Raptors taking this one 4-2, and I mean it's gonna be a good one. But if you still got time, I'm not sure if the prediction's still up. Put your money on the Raptors because that is a great pick.
Yeah, it looks like the channel point prediction did close, but I agree with you. The Raptors might be a solid pick here, but honestly, Flame, this roster is very solid, and we're going to see what they have in store here. Is you get our first look at the players on the pitch here. For the Raptors, we have Jake, Simplex, and Bladat. So no Smeg in this one. He did join the lobby, but so did all of the other players from Raptors, and one of them had to leave, and it was Smeg that time. As a huge save comes through. And then on the other end, Dolphin Puck, Sodak, and Shorts on that side of the field. Both of them, or all three of them, some solid players as well, Jaegers.
Yeah, and already Raptors are pulling out the demos, messing up the rotation for Flame. And really, Austin, it's just been a back and forth series. Most teams in playoffs are a little bit more careful, a little bit more not wanting to mess up. But, I mean, both players are going straight to the walls, firing shots back and forth. And neither team has had has shown any... excuse me, Jake just got get the lead there. Blow the scoring out the water.
And there we go. Finally, the first goal comes through for the Raptors. Jake is going to put it in, and yeah, I'm curious to see how these rosters are going to work. I haven't seen Flame since the very beginning of the season with a different roster. They did have Shorts at that time, but Shorts obviously moving up there and getting onto this roster from Prospect, and he's definitely going to be someone to watch for. And I've heard some really good things about Dolphin Puck all season long. He said, you need to move me up to rival because he wanted to play on a higher competition. But we'll see how he does here tonight. I know he's a great player in the Challenger League. And, honestly, he's going to be my guy to watch for on that side. And we'll see. I'm not really sure what to think about this Raptors squad, about who to watch out for. So we'll just have to keep our eyes out for all of them here as we head into this one.
Oh,
as a booming and clear comes through, and a demo comes out as well. Shorts trying to get a 50 as this one sent off to the side. And about halfway through this game number one here, Jaegers, the Raptors still have that one goal lead, trying to find some more here.
Yeah, no, I mean, Raptors have the 1 goal lead, but it seems like Flame has had all the pressure, at least before this little exchange here. Flame currently out shooting the Raptors 4-1. Every single shot by, you guessed it, Dolphin Puck. But again, Bladat just going to catch the defense off guard. Simplex, a nice pass mid, and Bladat, the ricochet off the ceiling. Maybe Flame was expecting a second touch, one that never came, and Raptors going to go up 2-0 here.
Yeah, that shot off the ceiling, it can be so dangerous here as, maybe a little bit of fake comes out from Flame, trying to get an answer on the kickoff. But yeah, the ceiling shots and those bounce shots, those ones can be deadly sometimes, and that one is definitely deadly right there. As the Raptors find themselves up 2-0. Simplex going to send it down. Bladat off the backboard looking for one here. Simplex can't find a touch as Sodak. Going to grab that clear. This one blocked up in the midfield. Bladat over the top of one, looking to stay with it as an opportunity, but can't get out to the ball there. It's still pinched down, but Flame, they are going to clear it away for the moment. As Sodak, he can't find a touch. Dolphin Puck going to clear it off to the side. This one on the dribble. Here comes Dolphin Puck looking for another shot. He puts it towards the net, but not going to go. And yeah, Dolphin Puck, he's got 5 shots, Jaegers. And the Raptors, they've only got 2. It's Sodak versus the Raptors at the, or no, excuse me, not Sodak. Dolphin Puck versus the Raptors at the moment with his 5 shots, but they have yet to result in a goal. Is oh my goodness, this one almost gonna be own goal, and Sodak is gonna make him pay.
And just the unintentional exchange between the teammates. Simplex going to get past one. He's not going to get by Jake, however. And Jake tries to fix his mistake, but Sodak is just too quick. Going to cut the lead in half. And not a second too soon. With the minute left, this is a very pivotal game one. It's a long series, but you always want to start in the positive.
Definitely do. And yeah, it looked like Jake got bumped a little bit there, and that kind of led to that play. And Sodak was right on the ball, able to capitalize. As here he comes again for the shot, he puts it in, and Sodak, he finds his second goal to tie things up.
And I mean, Sodak's first 2 shots of the game are going to be goals. I mean, just the man decided to shoot, and I mean everything he touched turned to goal. And with a minute left, we have a tie ball game.
And it seemed like Raptors, they might have ran away with this one, but 2 quick goals from Flame and brought the series right back. This one blocked up by Sodak. Simplex on the dribble here, trying to get another ball sent down by Dolphin, but only so far as the corner. Bladat on the sidewall, looking to stay with it, going to try to catch it. Actually, just going to leave for Simplex. This one pops up. Sodak off the sidewall. Bladat send it towards net. Dolphin going to be able to find the bang here as we're down to the final 40 seconds. And Dolphin with a shot on net, but Simplex with a huge save. As the time ticking away, it looks like it might be golden goal territory, Jaegers.
Yeah, I mean, Raptors, they haven't really had much pressure. Only 3 shots to their name. But they have looked like the more calm team, at least leading up into this final 30 seconds or so. Flame has been taking a lot more shots, a lot more pressure, and Jake almost gets one by the defense there.
And 10 seconds remaining in regulation. Jake off the backboard opportunity, but it's going to be denied away. This ball floating up in the air. Jake trying to turn it around. Does it get up? It's rolled in front of the net. Dolphin has to make a huge touch. It's still up. Bladat looking for the dagger off the backboard. The finish comes through. Simplex wins game 1.
And I mean, Dolphin just put in an awkward situation. Didn't look like he had enough boost. He was half flipping. Like Sodak did his best to get back in time, but Simplex just got a 50 the ball through him for the 0-second clanger.
And that one, what a game for the Raptors. They had the early lead. They kind of gave it away a little bit there, but then they come back with a huge answer, able to end it off. And I mean, that's how you do it. That shows some good resolve there, Jaegers, from the Raptors to, not get too down, early in this series when you give up a deficit like that, and they come up with the 0-second game winner.
Absolutely. And I mean, you got to give it to Flame fighting back from 2 goals down. It shows like that they can fight back, that they can make a comeback, and it shows them that they can keep up with these guys, even though they let that last goal in the final seconds. This should be a good series. It looked at the beginning like the Raptors were just going to go ahead and run away with it, but Flame has shown they can fight back. And on the flip side, I mean, Raptors took game 1. What'd I tell you? All the channel points flipped on the wrong side. At least in my opinion.
At least for the moment here. It's a long series. It's a long series here because we don't know how it's going to shake out. But, the script does. But, we'll see. We'll see what the script has to say as the series goes on. But, Flame, they had a good battle back there. But as we head into this game number 2, we'll have to see if we can see a little bit more. Dolphin Puck had 6 shots, nothing else to his name. And Sodak, he led the way on that team with 500 points with those 2 goals. So, I don't know, Jaegers, heading this game 2, what do you want to see from Flame to make sure that they have a good battle back in this one?
Well, first off, for Flame, we need to have their third join up in the lobby. It might be a bit difficult having a match 3 against 2.
Yeah.
But I mean, Flame, they're taking shots, just not really quality shots. It kind of just seemed like they were banging the ball off the backboard. And I want to see them get some passes and utilize Schwartz a little bit more because, I mean, he's a very mechanical player. He can go – I believe he only got like 80 points. You need to give that man more touches. And I feel like if they have a better rotation, maybe a deep third man to bang the ball back whenever the Raptors get finally clear away from the Flame pressure, and I feel like Flame could take this game too.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can take this game too and see. It looks like we had a little bit of technical difficulties on the end of Flame, so we'll try to get that sorted. And it looks like Shorts may be having some controller issues, so hopefully we'll get that sorted in the next little bit here and get right back into things. But yeah, I mean, it's a crucial game too. It's a long series, but you don't want to go down early, especially I know we talked about it in the last series that I was just casting with Magic, where Inferno they beat Krakens both times in the regular season, and it's a long season, it's a different season, but when you haven't beat a team in a single game this season, the Raptors swept Flame earlier, Jaegers, you do not want to go down. You got to prove to them like, hey, we're a different team now. We can take a win off of you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, playoffs are a completely different animal, and I mean, like I said, wolves are forged in the playoffs. Any team could beat anybody. That's why they're there. And I mean, Flame just has that little extra bit of chip on their soul, shoulder, and wanting to beat the Raptors. And I mean, they're already down in this one. They're gonna want to make a comeback here, and they're gonna want to do it fast. Or else, if they go down game two, I mean, the doubt can start to creep in, and you start to wonder if you can actually beat these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see as we're still waiting on Flame to get that issue solved. But yeah, it is a lot to overcome mentally in the playoffs here, and we'll see who's gonna be able to do that. And first, obviously, Flame has to overcome their technical difficulties, so we'll hope they can do that here, and we can get right back into the action in just a little bit. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Jaeger's talking about momentum there at the end of that last game. The Raptors, they had seemingly, they had the ones at the beginning. Flame took it back, but when we were going to be heading to this game too, it seemed like Raptors were going to have all the momentum with that 0 second goal.
Oh yeah, I mean that really is deflating for Flame. You fought back from 2-0 down with a minute left. You had a few shots to put your team on top, and I mean 0 seconds in, you're looking to go into overtime against these guys, and just Dolphin Puck just unfortunate on the goal line. He tried to get a touch, wasn't able to get it clear, and I mean that's just a goal. The Raptors' pressure was just unrelenting, and Flame wasn't able to get it out of there. But I mean, granted, seeing if they will be able to play this next game, hopefully they'll be able to bounce back because that's quite a way to lose.
Yeah, it is, and maybe while we're still waiting for them to hop in here, we can take a quick look at the Challenge League playoff bracket, just so we can we didn't really get to talk about it too much. Maybe we can take a quick look before we jump into this one, and you guys kind of see what we're talking about with these teams and where they sit. So looking at that, you guys can see race motion at the very top there, 1 versus 8 motion making that run through the play-in tournament. Crazy run from them. And then Raptors Flame, that 4-5 matchup right there. Assassins is all 3-6 Hellcat Papayas. There are a lot of spicy matchups out there, Jaegers. And Raptors and Flame looking to be the first team to clinch a semifinal berth.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, Austin, I just looking at these teams, looking at these rosters, I could see anyone really taking Challenger, and that's how good of a league Challenger is. Anyone can win at any time, and I mean, just because you're the one seed, that doesn't mean anything, as we saw last season. Um, like anyone could beat anybody, and that's just why it's exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is exciting, and it looks like what else is exciting is we got players back in the lobby here, so we'll be getting things going here as we're heading into game number 2. The Raptors leading this series 1-0 here as they've got this one started, but Shorts is just sitting there. He allegedly said he was good, but he is just sitting there, possibly with a controller issue. But at the moment, I guess we're going to play on as this one out in the midfield, getting pinched away. Flame just going to try to survive it out here. I think they were trying to make sure they avoided that 7-minute timer so they wouldn't have forfeit the series. And they might get a counterattack goal here to start things off in an interesting way to kick off this game number 2 here, Yakers.
Well, Austin, the rules always is that there has to be 3 players in the lobby. It doesn't.
True.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily say anything about having to be able to play, and it looks like Shorts is getting his controller situated. Maybe if the ball starts rolling into the goal, he'll unplug his controller and take control with the keyboard. Who knows? But as of right now, I mean, the Flame isn't doing too bad in the 2v3. They are reeling a little bit. Bladat's gonna put one on target, but Dolphin Puck does well to save it away.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been almost a minute, and you have to think if he was actually AFK, it would have kicked him by this point, and they could have requested a restart, but he must be trying to work some magic here, and, I don't want to harp on Shorts too much, but he only had 60 points in the last game, and Flame ended up with those 2 goals, so, it seems like Flame has been able to survive, that last game at least decently well, and a minute 30 in, the Raptors have yet to score on this 2v3, and Sodak, he's looking for one here, trying to find it out, and, sometimes, Jaegers, those 2v3s can be a trap.
It really can, because it makes you kind of relax a little bit, whereas the other team's going all out trying to win this 2v3. And I don't know if you noticed, Austin, Sodak had a bit of a move it like Bernie response, answering for Shorts. So, a bit of an outdated reference. But the idea is the same. And, I mean, Flames, so far so good, doing well, keeping the ball outside of the net, and putting a few shots on target of their own.
And I'll be honest, it seems like Flame has had most of the pressure in this one. Raptors had a couple opportunities. I guess they have more shots, but Flame seem to be living in this Raptors zone. And the 2v3, so far, they have been 2.5 minutes here. An open net, though. The Shorts. Oh, no! It almost hit his car. I thought that was going to be a save there. That would have been an all-time Nemesis moment. But Bladat, he just squeaks it around him. Look at how close this ball is. It's just by him. But Raptors get the goal there. And they take the 1-0 lead here as we're playing on in Game 2.
That would have been hilarious, Austin. Oh my goodness. I thought for sure Shorts was going to be able to save that. And if you're Flame, you're going to want to bump Shorts into position in front of the goal just in case anything like that happens again. But with all said and done, I mean, being down 1-0 in a 2v3 is not bad at all. And correct me if I'm wrong, Austin. Has there been anyone in a Nemesis match with 0 points throughout the whole 5 minutes?
Probably. There probably has been. There's probably been someone who's joined and then disconnected and then never came back, I'm sure. But, here comes Jake. Gonna put in a second one. And it's 2-0 in favor of the Raptors. And, for me, Jaegers, I have to wonder, where is Shorts? How did he join the game, first off? And where is his keyboard? Because if your controller's not working, at least get the keyboard out. At least do something here,
Absolutely. I mean, just start driving back and forth in front of the net, because anything's better than nothing. Is Bladat just going to be able to just walk it into the back of the net? Shorts, nobody there on defense in order to stop it. And I mean, just the water gates are open and Raptors are just scoring at will.
Yeah, they really are. And yeah, again, I am just very confused as to what happened to Shorts here, and how he's been able to stay in this lobby. But they play on here. Another shot comes through. Sodak gonna take it off to the side. Dolphin Puck trying to stay with it here. But a minute 28 in the 2v3, and Jaegers, if you're in a 2v3 and you can't score first, you're probably not going to win that 2v3. I mean, 2v3s are nearly impossible as it is, but you can't be 3 goals down in a 2v3 and expect to come back and win that game.
You really can't. I mean, in a 2v3, you want to have momentum, and it's just the flip side. I mean, Raptors are just able to do whatever they want. They can almost freestyle here. Nice pass from Simplex to Bladat, but an even better save by Dolphin Puck to keep it out. And maybe if Flame gets a lucky shot here or there, they might be able to come back, but I mean, it doesn't look like it. And I mean, Raptors are just running away with them with this one. Hopefully, Shorts is able to get his controller back and working at least by game 3.
Yeah, for their sake, you hope so here, as we have 30 seconds remaining in this game too. The Raptors Gonna take a 2-0 series lead. Unless Flame pulls out the miracle of all miracles here, but it's not gonna happen here. As another demo comes through. Raptors gonna hold this one down, and it's almost impossible to even offer some analysis for this game, considering it was a 2v3. But how do you mentally regain from this after you basically have to give up a game to a player you thought was there but is not there, and how do you even mentally recover from this?
Denial. It's not your fault.
Uh,
I mean, if it, look, they held out for like the first minute and a half. It's not like Flame were playing bad. It's just after that first goal win, I kind of feel like they kind of deflated and their mind automatically went next. I mean, I saw they were still fighting, but that's just impossible odds. Like in order to come back, and yeah, no, he's here, Austin. His controller's just dead, and like it just seems like I don't know. Like at this point, I will have just picked up, grabbed the controller, not the controller, excuse me, the keyboard. Uh, at least to save that first shot. I'm not sure. Like if the ball starts rolling towards you, I feel like he should have at least picked up the keyboard and tried to do something.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but well, we're gonna have to wait because we need this guy in the game. Otherwise, they're not able to play. If he's not moving, he's not actually here. Um, so we'll see if he can fix it out. If he can figure it out here. They've got a couple minutes. They've already used a little bit of their time here to try to sort it out, but I don't know, Jaegers. We'll have to see if they can get their fourth player maybe, or
Oh,
oh they may have their Freezy isn't home
oh,
until 9 EST.
cringe.
I was asking if they could pull up their fourth, but it doesn't seem like he's available there. So
No,
um,
whenever you said that, I thought maybe his controller now works. Someone who lives close to shorts just run him a new controller or something. I'm not sure. That's just really unfortunate timing, and that's never a way how you want your season to end.
hmm.
I feel like.
Yeah, there's something with Flame in the playoffs. I think it was last season, Jaegers, if I remember correctly. Was that last season where they had the same issue, except it was a disconnect, I believe, for Flame? That's with Isaac on the team, I remember. I
Yeah,
believe they had this. I believe they had the same issue last season as the 2 seed, if my memory serves. And I don't know what it is, what's in the flame, what's in the flame blood out there, but um, man, that this would be a tough way to end it if they can't finish it off.
yeah, that's really unfortunate. It sucks. Kind of looks like Flames throwing in the towel. I'm not sure if we want to give them a few more minutes, like because like it hurts because I feel like Shorts could just pull out the keyboard, and at least try to do something. You don't want your season to just end like that, or like find an old PlayStation 4 controller or something because I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like Sodek is asking to buy 5 minutes. I'll give him four. As apparently their sub will be on. So we'll give them a little bit. If their sub is actually able to get on, then we may have a series on our hand. Flame may be saved from the pit of despair here, and we may actually get to finish this series off here. As
I hope so.
Freezy RKO out of nowhere. I said in the chat he'll be here in 3 minutes if he needs. So we'll give him a little bit to get on here.
He
So
just quit
well,
his job.
he quit his job, came home. He said, "My team needs me. I'll be on in 3. Don't
Yeah,
worry,
no,
guys."
I mean that. Look, clutch player of the year right there. Especially if Flame like manages to come back, give us a series. Like, I mean, he's Batman. Like you don't he doesn't be there, but he shows up when you need him. And I mean, like, fingers crossed. I hope it makes in time because that'll be a very unfortunate end to the series. And I mean, I feel like Flame has had too good of a season in order for it to end like that.
Yeah, well, hopefully he can get in time. We gave him a couple more minutes. They already used their part of their 7 minutes for a disconnect earlier. So hopefully he can get on here. We can get some content. He has a couple minutes. Game until 31 here, so he's got about 2 more minutes to get on, hopefully, and get in the game. The Raptors could extend it if they wanted just a little bit longer, but hopefully hops in. Hopefully gives us some content here, and hopefully Raptors will let him play on. But and by this point, they've spent all this time. Jaegers, you spent a couple minutes trying to get him in there. You spent the entire game, without without him in the lobby, without Shorts in the lobby. So, well, it all comes down to this man racing on his PC to try to get in. So,
And I saw merely say employee of the month. That is the exact opposite of employee of the month. But I mean, most clutch player on the team, and it looks like Sodak says he won't be here on time. That's unfortunate. Like if that's the case, I'd just drive around with the keyboard and mouse, Austin. Like you do anything. You don't want to have your season end in a forfeit. They're calling it now. I just feel like they could have done a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate if they're gonna actually call a forfeit. It's within their right here. It's been, they've passed the 7 minute timer to try to get someone in the lobby here. So looks like Flight may have just thrown in the towel here as they have dipped from the VC. So, well, that's unfortunate. It's very sad for Flame, but you know it happens sometimes. Schwartz was able to leave the match, so there's that at least. But well, Jaegers, I mean, well, it was a series. It was a series of all time, I guess.
It was something,
It
you
was.
know.
It was something. It was definitely something there. Well, I guess the Raptors are moving on here. The defending champs, by technicality it may be, but they're moving on here, Jaegers. They were playing decent, at least in the one actual game we got to see. So if there's anything, there is that. So
Yeah, no, I mean it's just like I don't know. Game one went really well. The second game it was rough, Austin. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like Megalodon has joined the match, but I mean he's on the Raptors, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah, unfortunately, and yeah, I mean Flame has already departed, so even if the Raptors wanted to give a little bit more time, then so be it. But well, there you have it, I guess, Jaegers. We'll have to think what we can do for 30 minutes here. But yeah, why don't we take one more look at the Challenger League bracket? We can talk about it just a little bit more here. Um, and we'll see what we can do here with that. So let's pull the bracket up. Let's get one more look at it. And you guys we can give it a little rundown. So let me pull that up here. So you guys can see on the screen there, Raptors are going to move on to the semifinals. They'll be taking on the winner of Race versus Motion, and then some other great matchups. As we look at this bracket, Jaegers, with the Raptors moving on, what are you looking forward to? I know you might not be the all knowing Challenger expert like last season, but what are you looking forward to in the rest of this Challenger League bracket? Any matches in particular?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to Papaya's Hellcats. I mean, Papayas have done well all season. Uh, I've heard Jeffrey's an insane Challenger League player, and I just feel like the Papayas could give them a run for their money. I just feel like that's going to be a very good match, at least for the quarterfinals. Um, Also, Wraith's Motion. I mean, Motion surprised a lot of teams with the way they played in the the play-ins match. I do know they did very well, especially with the pickup of LK, Finals MVP last season, and I mean that's just a recipe for success.
Yeah, it really could be motion. That team could be a little bit scary. Coming out of that play-in tournament, taking 2 wins in a row with LK there on the roster. So definitely a team to watch out for there heading on. And yeah, you mentioned I'm watching the Papayas to see what they can do on their run. The Hellcats matchup, like you said, I think that's gonna be one to watch out for too. But we'll have to see. But I mean, Jaegers, I feel like we've talked long enough about tried to stall long enough, tried to talk long enough. So what I think we're gonna do, everyone, is we are gonna go to a break here. We may be to bring something back for a couple minutes. Otherwise, we'll be back again at what is that, 8 p.m. Eastern? Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern for our third match of the night, which hopefully we'll have a little more content for everyone. I know everyone loves the content. We'll be back with some more Firestorm action as we have Faded taking on Ember. Both these two teams looking interesting. I mean, maybe Jaegers, you are in prospects, so maybe before we head over to that one, head to break, you can tell us a little about those two teams. Kind of do a quick little preview.
Wait, which teams is it? It's
Faded and Ember.
Yeah, no, I mean Faded lost AAA, and you know, this is gonna sound toxic. I feel like they just got a little bit better after that. I mean, AAA was just one of those players. He didn't really rotate. Very good player. Didn't really rotate super well with his team. And on the flip side, I mean, Ember, like that, they didn't play too well when they did beat us first game of the season. Granted, this is a completely different season. I have heard different team at the end not having shorts anymore, and if I'm not mistaken, Cade is also going to be out. So it looks like Gallium, the novice league champ from last season, is going to have to step it up. And I've been hearing a lot of good things about Ember, so I'm really looking forward to that match. And I mean, Austin, we do have 25 minutes left. We could do a little impromptu marbles. I don't know. It's your channel, it's your league, but I feel like that's just something people would want to see.
If I was streaming, we may have the capabilities, but unfortunately, I'm not streaming tonight, so I don't think we have the capabilities. Although that is a good point. I know people love the marbles. If we had a little more time, maybe we could try to set something up, but we don't have the capabilities. But I like the idea. I like the idea at least. But yeah, we will head to a break. We'll see if we bring something back for you guys to kind of pass the time. Otherwise, like I said, we'll be back with that matchup, Faded versus Ember. And like you said, Gallium's going to have to step up there. It's going to be Gallium, Mealy, and Louis Saka. I think Cade is out for the rest of the season on the Ember squad. So it's up to those three to make some noise for the Firestorm org there. So we'll have to see what they can do. But that being said, if you guys haven't already, go check out our social medias. We got a lot of cool stuff going on in the socials. Our socials team has been working hard on that one. I know TikTok's been going crazy against the post on Instagram. I've been making some Twitter posts, so go run them up. Go run up those Twitter posts, and we have our YouTube as well. So go check out the YouTube channel. There's been a couple of videos going up there as well. Also, if you guys haven't already, go check out the Nemesis merch store. You guys can use code playoffs for 10% off some Nemesis merch. Go check it out. Go support Nemesis. And yeah, you can get a sexy bucket hat like Jaegers has somewhere around there. But he doesn't know where it is. It's somewhere there on the floor under the pile of clothes.
Yeah, it's
the bucket hat.
Go cop yours.
There you go, folks. But yeah, with that being said, we're gonna head to a short break. Well, maybe not a short break, but an extended break. But when we come back, Faded versus Ember, or maybe something in between. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for following. Thank you guys for supporting. And we'll be back in a bit.
See ya.
I'm so sorry for the signs that I ignored. I'm so sorry for the signs that I ignored. I'm so sorry I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Now live happy ever after. Happy never after. Echoes not an answer. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. Had it with the things you do. I think I've had enough of you. Thumbs through bell loops, I hardly felt you. We were kissing, something was missing. No room for tears shed inside our twin bed. Darling, you're a mess, goes good with your dress. Vision in my hurricane after her, but a dance in the rain's what I prefer. Caught in the eye of her eyes. Vision in my hurricane after her, but a dance in the rain's what I prefer. Caught in the eye. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. Had it with the things you do. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. But maybe, just maybe, one more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. One more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. Had it with the things you do. I think I've had enough of you. Broken in places, one for the ages. Taken hotel room, vacant without you. And sleep in the basement, none of this makes sense. All things considered, I couldn't quit her. Vision in my hurricane after her, but a dance in the rain's what I prefer. Caught in the eye of her eyes. Vision in my hurricane after her, but a dance in the rain's what I prefer. Caught in the eye. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. Had it with the things you do. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. But maybe, just maybe, one more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. One more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. But maybe, just maybe, one more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. One more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. Had it with the things you do. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. Had it with the things you do. I think I've had enough of you. I don't have time for you. I don't wanna see this through. But maybe, just maybe, one more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. One more dance, little bit of romance. Go ahead and take my hand. 100-second chance. Since you left, I give my breath to cigarettes. Since you left, I try my best to forget. I can't escape the love we made. It follows me. I can't escape from your love. And I've been rolling the dice with Aphrodite, spending my nights without you beside me, throwing some darts in bars with the queen of hearts, queen of hearts. And I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. Oh, how can I be so stupid, fighting and losing, fighting and losing. Oh, I've been spinning the bottle, fighting the bottle, fighting the bottle. Oh, I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. And since he left, I tried my best to turn the page. Since he left, I roll my joints with Hemingway. I can't erase the way your face lit up this place. I can't escape from your face. And I've been rolling the dice hearts in bars with the queen of hearts, queen of hearts. And I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. Oh, how can I be so stupid, fighting and losing, fighting and losing. Oh, I've been spinning the bottle, fighting the bottle, fighting the bottle. Oh, I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. Oh, how can I be so stupid, fighting and losing, fighting and losing. Oh, I've been spinning the bottle, fighting the bottle, fighting the bottle. Oh, I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. best, but the worst one for me. I'm depressed, but it's working for me. And I'm drowning in the jealousy. Never rains, you and me, only pour. Till we're wasted asleep on the floor. Come and waste all my time even more. Maybe we just take to being stoned instead of always throwing sticks and stones. Cause I'm higher when we're going up in smoke. Cause baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. Cause I'm in love with the way that it hurts me to stay. Baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. It's a shame, it's a pain, so let's pop the champagne. I was broken and torn at the seams. Now it feels good that you're using me. You're the fever in all of my dreams. Seeing red when you're making me blue. And I hate that I think that it's cute when you blush cause you're hiding the truth. Maybe we just take to being stoned instead of always throwing sticks and stones. Cause I'm higher when we're going up in smoke. You're so bad. Cause baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. Cause I'm in love with the way that it hurts me to stay. Baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. It's a shame, it's a pain, so let's pop the champagne. She's not crazy about me, she's just crazy. They call her bad for me, I call her baby. She's not crazy about me, she's just crazy. They call her bad for me, I call her baby. Baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. Cause I'm in love with the way that it hurts me to stay. Baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. It's a shame, it's a pain, so let's pop the champagne.
to another flow. What you want? Tell me where to go, what to do. To another flow. What you want? Show me the sign. Show me the sign. Get it poppin', put it.
Ring once, ring twice. Guess you're not picking up your phone. Hung out to dry. Ring three, ring four. Arguing with your dial tone. Call back once more, yeah. We went from everything to nothing tonight, and I never saw it coming. Tell me why you couldn't leave me something to hold at night. Yeah, you messed me
Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues, and it continues in the Prospect League here as we have the 4th seed Faded going against the number 4 seed or 5 seed Ember. I'm Fly Penguin here with Irosa. How are you today, Iro?
I am good, just like Monday. I am excited to be casting with you again. I am excited to watch both of these teams play because both of these teams, I'm going to say it, they are close. They are close. This game could go back and forth. I am excited to see what happens.
Absolutely. Both teams finishing 12-6 on the season, and it looks like they fell off towards the end as Faded finished 9th in power rankings, probably due to the fact of arguably their best player, AAA, or the biggest bird, as you may have seen him, leaving their team in the middle of the season. So that could have caused their drop, and Ember themselves 7th in the power rankings. But as I said, both 12-6, 4th seed, 5th seed. It couldn't get any more even than this, but I'm excited to see how this matchup plays out.
I couldn't agree more. So, looking at these rosters, starting out, we have Seiko, Qual, and please forgive me.
Angel.
Yes, Angel against, it should be Mealy, Gallium, and one more player.
Louis Saka.
Yes, that guy. No offense, Louis. But
yeah, top player on Ember is Cade. Unfortunately, he has some IRL issues, so he will not be here in the near future, possibly the rest of the season. But best of wishes to Cade, and hopefully he figures out whatever he's got going on. We're all rooting for you, and we hope everything gets sorted out for you, buddy.
Mm-hmm. I know. IRL stuff sucks. Everybody wants to, get on the game, clear their heads of the IRL stuff, but whenever it starts taking over, nothing else you can do about it. You kind of have to focus on it.
Absolutely. It is just a game after all. Even though we get heated in the moment, we got to focus on what matters most, and that's you're number one. You got yourself and you got your life, so you got to figure stuff out before you get in the game and try to dominate. But anyway, we move on to this match. We got all players in the lobby as we get ready to start up. The winner of this match goes on to play the winner of Warhawks and Wyverns, who play Friday at 11. That'll be a good match to tune into. But as players start to join up, we got this match here, Faded versus Ember. Who you got, Iro?
I'm gonna have to say Faded on this one. Ember's missing their star player, and I know Faded also lost their star player in the middle of the season, but Qual has honestly stepped up huge for them. He's been making all of the right plays at the right time whenever accidental bump there, whenever he's needed, and every time that he's on the ball, it almost results in a positive for Faded.
As we get into this action, we are 30 seconds in. 0 score so far. If I had a quick prediction myself, I'm going to go Ember in 5. As a shot just whiffs, Gallium puts it on. Angel with the save into his own corner. Seiko is on. Louis Saka with a big dunk to keep it in. Mealy banks it off the corner to no one. Louis Saka's backwards, and Angel gets the play. What can he do with it? Nothing, as Gallium just sends it right back into the Faded end. This pressure is mounting early for Faded. Can they get out of their defensive end? And they do for now. Angel looking to follow up on that big clear. He goes on the net looking for a double, and he gets it. Angel opens up the scoring. What a shot to give Faded the 1-0 lead just a minute in.
All it took was a nice little clear. Hit it towards absolutely nobody from the Ember side. And Angel just took control of that ball, saw that he had the double, wanted to show the mechs, and he did.
Not the cleanest of doubles, but it works indeed. But it is still pretty, and you will take it. As especially in the playoffs, you'll take any lead you can get. As Seiko with the shot on, but saved by Louis Saka. It's going to get thrown down into that Faded end once more. It seemed like it's made home in that corner as Angel makes an epic save on Louis Saka. Ember having nice pressure, but Faded the team up after a nice double from Angel. As the ball is on his car, but Louis Saka plays it around him to Mealy. Mealy low boost trying to make a play out of this. He's in the corner. He's just jumping around and he cannot make a play. Louis Saka there to bail him out. Ember with this pressure early, but nothing to show for it so far here, Iro. The shots are even, but what does Ember have to do to make a difference?
You know, they just need to clean it up a little bit. They had that nice goal, but Angel denied it with a hair left to spare. And Qual might have a double right here, but he somehow manages to hit it out, but Angel's right there for the recovery. What a nice little team play there.
What a play by Qual, as he almost had that double. It would have been beautiful, but Angel cleaning up the trash in front of the net as he gets his second goal of the game. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Ember's got to do something. They seem to have been playing as the better team, but faded with their counterattacks, just seeming to be taking advantage. We saw earlier with Kraken and Inferno, that Inferno just coming back off of the Kraken's pressure, and they're just a great counterattack team against the great Kraken's offense. And we're seeing it here with Faded, who are proving that their counterattacks can be deadly, as Qual had that air dribble into the almost double, and almost proving to be the factor there. As the ball floats in front of the Ember net, no one there to clean it up from Faded, and Louis Saki even had a whiff. You hate to see that there, but proving to be not so dangerous as it gets pinched into Ember's corner. Angel looking to put a shot on, but it goes to Seiko instead. Seiko with a soft shot on, easy save for Gallium. As Ember looks to counter themselves, Angel with another save. Angel already with 4 saves this game and 2 goals. He's really stepping up for his Faded squad as Gallium looks to step up, but saved by Faded as Qual sends it into the opposing net. Faded definitely picking it up here as they are playing well defensively here, Iro.
Yes, big time. Faded are taking control of this game. About 90% of it. Most of it has been their possession besides the beginning. But if you want to talk about pressure, Gallium, this player right here, he's going to have a lot of mental pressure on him because last season he won in Novice alongside Rooney and Vita, but that was the Novice League. Can he take it that extra step to get the extra win to go back to back?
Absolutely. You'd love to see it here for the returning Firestorm org member in Gallium, looking to repeat for his org in a different league. But he's facing a 2-0 deficit here with 1 minute remaining in this game. Angel bangs it up to Qual, looking to kill more time and maybe get another insurance marker. As Angel fakes out Mealy, it seems, but Mealy looking to counter. He's on the ball, plays it over one. Gallium's there to make a shot. He misses, but it's open for Mealy, who just puts it wide. You hate to see that from Mealy, down 2 with 40 seconds left to play. Wide open net, and he just missed it there, Iro.
He shouldn't have even tried to go for the pass. That's probably what killed him. I didn't see anybody saving his shot. If he would have had his shot on target, Gallium's just going to get another shot on target. They may still be in game 1. It was a nice little pickup from Angel's pass to him, and he just bangs it right to the other side of the field.
Cuts the lead in half with time left to play. We got 23 seconds as Gallium scores for his team the opening goal for Ember this game, as Mealy looking to counter, but he gets dunked out by Seiko. Angel's up, can he make a play? It's wide off the backboard, and Gallium gets the clear. Can they counterattack here to tie it up late in this game? Less than 10 seconds left. Louis Saka has a shot, just wide. Pops awkward. Gallium there with the finish, and Mealy just scores to tie it up. 2 seconds remaining. What a play from Ember there, Iro.
Oh, that accidental touch from Seiko. That it would have been out of play if Seiko wouldn't have accidentally touched it there. That is so unfortunate. There's nothing else you can say about that.
It is killed, but we are in overtime there. Mealy and Seiko on the kickoff. Gallium there to answer, but he whiffs. Makes 2 people miss, one from his own team. But Gallium there with a shot. He misses, but it goes off the backboard right to his teammate. They get great pressure as they had early in this game. Early in this overtime, you need to take this series advantage.
You know, first team that starts to get pressure in this overtime, the first team that's able to take control of the game will probably be the ones who end up victorious in game 1.
Absolutely. You need to take any any opportunity to take advantage, put your team on the opposing team on their back foot, and hope the pressure mounts up here in the playoffs. Any mistake can rattle your mental and then chalk the series up there. But it's in Faded's corner, Faded's corner defensively. As Qual with a missed touch, but it goes right to his teammate Angel. Angel, the hero this game so far. He has 6 saves and 2 goals, but not enough to keep Ember away out of this game. 10 saves in total for Faded. Their defensive efforts this game have been immaculate as they put a shot on, but Gallium's up there to make the save. Mealy with the challenge, but he's beaten by Qual. Qual looking to challenge. Get a play around the corner. Ira, what do you think about Faded's defensive efforts this game?
They've been, besides that accidental touch from Seiko, they've been just dominating their net. Like, they are not letting anything go through. Of course, besides the 2 little mishaps, their defensive end has been so strong most of the time. It's going to be hard to break it if you're Ember, especially if Faded are in a good position, they know where each other are at. It's going to be hard to get it past them.
Absolutely, as we are 2 minutes deep in this overtime. Shot on net, cleared by Qual. Can he counterattack here, as they have proven the beginning of this game to counterattack and score to hopefully get that 1-0 series lead. Seiko with a miss, taken by Mealy. He's rushing into his offensive zone, but he pays the price as getting killed by Angel. Louis Saka plays it down. Angel takes over the ball. Seiko has a play, but he backs off to play defensively, seemingly to be the smart play as he's there to make the clear. But he goes right to Louis Saka, who puts it on the net. But a big clear from the Faded side. It's going back and forth here, Iro, in this overtime. What has someone got to do to step it up and make this difference?
I've seen both teams look for that team play. I've seen them both look for each other on the field, just like right here as Qual tries to get that to Angel, but quickly denied by Gallium. And, they're trying to get each other. It's just not working out. They can't capitalize on these passes. They need to start cleaning up those little misses.
Shot on is to score here and end, and hopefully no one there to make the save as Qual does exactly that. As I say, he puts it perfectly in the top corner around the Ember defender as Faded takes game 1.
All of Ember caught lacking. Pants down in their own net, and they just weren't expecting the power shot right. He put it right at all of them. Like, he wasn't scared of that shot. He looked at all of them, stared them straight in the eyes, and said, "Try it." They couldn't do anything.
Qual called game there as he had 1 goal, 1 assist, 1 save there on 3 shots. As he called game there for his team, gives them the early lead in this series. Luckily for them, because it seemed like Ember was picking it up there at the end. They absolutely obliterated their net with 19 shots. Incredible from Ember there with that pressure, Iro.
Pressure's insane. But if you know how to counter it, that's even better. Like, I'm honestly at a loss of words, because in the Prospect League to have that many shots along with that many saves, it's kind of hard to say if the shots were bad or the saves were good. It was a lot of back and forth, but whenever the shots started getting pressured in, they didn't care. They just hit it away and kept playing their game.
Absolutely. You'll love to see it here. As Faded looks to extend their lead in this game as we get into game 2. Right off the kickoff, it's staying in the midfield. Mealy takes advantage. He puts it on net. Seiko there with the save. Luckily there, Seiko seeming to be the 3rd man of this Faded squad, even though Angel had so many incredible saves in game 1 with all those shots that Ember put towards the net. Hopefully for Ember, you can get it around these defenders as Mealy's going up with an air dribble. Louis Saka tried to make a play, but he's stuffed out by Qual. Qual looking to counterattack. He puts it above the net. Gallium there to make a play get it out of their zone and out in front of their net. Seiko with a big dunk sends it into the Ember corner as he gets bumped off there from an Ember defender. Ball looking to keep it in. The pressure mounting as Angel came off the backboard looking for a shot there, just a bit off. But you'd love to see something for Angel as he was the 2-goal scorer for Ember in their 3-2 win. As Angel goes up top, he's flying high, he goes down low and he scores it. No defender able to make a save from Ember. What a play by Angel going coast to coast there.
Angel just takes the ball all the way down the field. Gallium was almost there, but he kept flipping forward. He wasn't able to stop his momentum. He was stuck.
Absolutely. As that what it takes for them to get the advantage. What a great play by Angel as they look to quickly get a 2-goal lead here, seemingly killing the momentum of Ember. All that they got from that overtime in game 1 when they were down 2 goals. So they are not afraid to face a deficit, but you don't want to see yourself down in back-to-back games, especially in the playoffs when everyone's nervous. Nerves are high. It's do or die here as Mealy looking to get some momentum, but a save by Seiko. Still awkward in front of their net, but Gallium there carrying it into his own end, hopefully keeping possession for his team. It gets 50'd out to the midfield where Angel is waiting for boost that he gets, but he gets dunked out by Gallium. It's floating in front of the faded net. No one there for Ember to make the play there, Iro.
Man, there's a lot of just banging the ball back and forth here. Some of it's taking possession, which is what you want to do. But half the time, oh my goodness, what a save from Mealy off the crossbar. But half the time, every time one team tries to take possession, you have 2 opposing players just flying at you. There's almost nothing you can do. You have to get rid of the ball. You just have to pray that you throw the ball in your teammate's direction as we get in a Rule 1 here, leaving us in a 2v2.
2v2 here for Louis Saka and Mealy for Ember. Hopefully against Qual and Angel, the 2 stars for Faded, so they'll take that. But the 2 higher players from Ember as well going against each other. Let's see who the 2v2 players are in this lobby, as we got that Rule 1 in the corner. Much respect, especially when everything's on the line in the playoffs. You got to respect the rules of Rocket League. You'll have to see that. You've seen it at the highest level, and you see it here in Nemesis as well. As Ember and Louis Saka gets a big demo, but it's floating in front of their net. Angel's there to make a shot, but it's just wide. Mealy looking to counterattack. Seems to be low boost, but Louis Saka takes over with some in the tank. But Angel with possession, looking to be empty as well. No one keeping boost on these teams. When you got 2 players that aren't on the field, Iro, you'd think these players might be able to salvage some boost.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it's, especially in 2s, you have less room for error. Speaking of error, a nice little double commit. Qual doesn't even get a power shot off. He accidentally gets a second touch after he bounces off the ground, and it just goes right behind both of the players. Now we're back into a 3v3, but like I was saying, in that 2v2 scenario, you have less room to make errors, or else it's going to end up in a goal. As we just saw, a lot of players, they're not going to want to leave their teammate for boost, especially in these higher ranks compared to the lower ranks like Diamond and Plat. But they really want to make sure that their teammates are in check.
Absolutely, as big shots from Faded there as they look to go up 3-0. What a defensive stand from Ember as they go to quickly counter, and Mealy gets a shot on and answers. Cuts the lead in half, just under a minute to play. Ember coming back again, hopefully to complete the comeback and go into at least another overtime if they can end it earlier. Faded looking shaky here in the late stages of the game.
Faded just got a little too antsy. They had all 3 players push up. They're like, you know what? If they want to put pressure on, we'll do the same thing. They tried to put all the pressure, and it just didn't work out for them.
Absolutely. Hopefully Ember, in these late stages of the game, can soak up something that they did in Game 1 to give them that tie, as they were down 2 goals again in that game. Just 1 now, as that's progress looking forward, as Mealy was advancing forward. Mealy there to make the save. Mealy's all over the field this game, looking to keep his team alive this season. And his shots floating on, does not have enough, just over the corner with a shot by Gallium. Louis Saka to keep it in, but it goes right to Seiko. 13 seconds left in the game. Ember has to go. They have to move now just to avoid the 2-0 series lead from Faded. It's floating towards their net, but Gallium is there to make the save. Mealy floating up. Louis Saka with a shot, and it goes in. 1 second left. These late game heroics from Ember proving to keep them alive here, Iro.
Man, that Mealy, at first I didn't think that it was the right touch. I thought that he should have just left the ball or at least try to find a bump, but it worked out perfectly. He dished, it was a little 1-2, I'm not sure if it was a 1-2-1 or a 1-2-3, but the way that he was able to dish the ball out to his teammate just to get that clean finish and take them back into overtime is incredible.
Absolutely, as we get into our second straight overtime in this playoff matchup in the Prospect League, looking to be a classic as each team proving to be even, as we called earlier in the cast, that each team have the same record, similar seeding, and similar placements on the power rankings to end the regular season. Here in our second straight overtime, same score line as well as we had in game 1. Louis Saka out from his own corner, plays it around 1, but he gets his boost stolen by Seiko, the man who stole his boost, plays it into the corner looking for a double, but not quite there. Mealy taking control, and Angel with a shot on, but Gallium the saving grace for Ember to keep them alive in this overtime. Oh my goodness, Mealy with 5 saves and Gallium with 2 in this game in its entirety. But oh my goodness, these heroics from Ember to keep themselves in this game not any longer as Qual, the overtime hero in back-to-back games.
Again, I mentioned it previously, every time that Qual has the ball, it's almost going to result in a positive way for Faded. He got that ball at the end. He was able to throw in the nice little top corner, upper 90. Just barely got it over. I believe it was Mealy, but man, you can't take anything away from Mealy. Those 5 saves, the pressure got on, but he did everything that he could. Every single time the ball was towards him and he was there, it was gone. Nothing.
Mealy leading his team in every major stat category, whether a tie or just his solid lead. But the main one you look at with Mealy stats is his 5 shots and only 1 goal. So you look to see him to finish more, but this Faded defense, making 7 saves in this game. Ember with not as many shots, but Faded still there on defense. Qual there leading his team with 3, but Ember facing the 2-0 series lead or series deficit. They call a timeout here as they get 1 minute extra once we get into the next lobby. So hopefully they get that timeout buff so they can climb back into this series. You don't want to go down 3-0 in any scenario, let alone in the playoffs. And we got 60 seconds starting now. So what does Ember have to do to use this timeout? What are they saying in the huddle here, Iro?
If I were in that Ember call, I'd start it out by saying, everyone calm down. Just take a drink. Everyone's just throwing the ball away. They need to slow the game. They need to slow the game down to their pace. The second that they start letting Faded take control of the game, it almost results in a goal. Mealy has been keeping the hopes alive with the defense, but if they can't, set the game up the way that they want it, then there's almost no shot that you can get any games off of this Faded team.
Absolutely not. The team that controls the pace of the game usually ends out the winner. And Faded seemingly controlling a lot of this series, as no matter how much momentum and how much pressure Ember has, Faded is always there to answer. As the timeout is over, we will get into this game 3. Faded up 2-0 in the series and looking to come back from this timeout. Hopefully Ember change something up and they can come back here as Louis Saka gets a dunk off the kickoff. Gallium looking to follow up, but Angel's there first. It's Faded and Angel dominant in this series so far. but couldn't make a play there as it's floating back into the faded zone, and Qual makes a play around one, but right into Gallium's hands. And Gallium gets dunked and it's floating to his net. No one's back. And Angel scores once again in this series, just 23 seconds in.
You know, the bump came in huge there, but Louis Saka, he wasn't paying attention to the scenario. It's almost like my new puppy. His name's Murphy. He doesn't pay attention to anything. He just looks around, doesn't care, living his best life. But this is Rocket League. You can't have that. But Louis Saka makes up for it right here as the ball goes center from kickoff. Gallium gets a nice little pop to him, and Louis Saka is just right there to clean it up.
Great play off the kickoff from Ember to tie this game up. This is the first time in the series that Faded does not go up 2-0, so hopefully that switches the momentum for Ember as they get a quick strike to answer back from Faded's first goal. But Qual looking to make up for his team here as it goes to Seiko, who gets a bang. Mealy with a touch safely into his corner, but it goes right to Seiko, floating in front. Defensive clear from Ember to go right into their corner. It's looking to make himself home. And Ember and Faded going back and forth. It's staying at home in Ember's side. And Angel with a shot on, but saved by Gallium. Gallium, a defensive expert here, it seems, for Ember. Just so many saves all over this lobby as Mealy is 6th in prospect in saves per game. But he's the only one top 10 in that stat category. But so many people in this lobby showing prowess is just floating in front, and Seiko makes them pay for those mishaps defensively.
You know, it's the simpleton. It's the simple stuff. All you got to do is just put the ball in the hole, and that's all Seiko did. It's a simple game. I just got note that we've been saying it wrong. It's not Qual, it's Seawall. Apologies.
Yes, apologies to Seawall, who was the OT hero in both games. You hate to get on stream and the casters get your name wrong. So, Seawall, much apologies, but I'm sure it's going to be all right knowing that you've been the hero so far for your team. But Seawall going forward as Mealy makes a shot. Angel with the save. The saving grace for his team. He's an Angel in the net so far as he had so many saves in game 1. And he gets the first save for his team here. As Faded, banging it back into the Ember zone. Seiko's up. He doubles it off the corner. Sadly not on, and a big clear by Ember. No one there to follow up for Faded. A lot of pass attempts, but no one there to quite finish it off. But Gallium looking to finish, but it's saved by Seawall. He is a wall in the net, finally getting his name right, and we can make a pun out of it here, Iro.
Yeah, you know what? You want another pun? Oh my goodness. Hang on. Louis Saka's just gonna bang that ball. It looked like Mealy went to bang it down. Seawall just couldn't be a wall right there. He read Mealy's touch. It just wasn't there.
Louis Saka with an excellent shot to tie this game up once more. Mealy in the net, banging it down into the Faded zone. And Seiko with a clear. Seiko looking to step up for his team. He's the lowest MMR here, and looking to prove that his MMR does not mean much as he puts a shot on and it goes in. The man himself, as I speak it into existence, Seiko gives his team the lead.
He doesn't care about Caster's curse, it's Caster's benefits. Seiko got to that ball faster than the bathroom lines in 1960s, bro. He zoomed to that ball and just slammed it right into the back of the net. Exactly what you need to do.
I'm not sure what you meant by that one, but I'll take it for sure. And Faded will take this 3-2 game lead in game 3, looking to go up 3-0 as Seawall goes up and gives his team a 4-2 lead, a 2-goal insurance marker. I'm so happy I can get his name right because he is just showing he's a shining star in this game.
You know, it all started, Seiko banged that ball mid, but I wasn't sure which defender, but one of them just couldn't reach to that ball, and Seawall was just standing there. He was just waiting, and it just fell right on top of his car, and he took advantage of it.
as they seem to take this series advantage, looking to be 3-0 as Seawall puts a shot on, saved by Gallium with a host of defenders ready to make a save. Angel puts it in front to Mealy. Mealy taking control, and Gallium bangs it away from him. Seiko with not an optimal touch as, oh my gosh, Mealy with a shot on, saved by the Wall as Angel counterattacks, and it goes right off the corner, no one ready to make a save. And Seawall goes up and punishes them for not being able to just make those defensive touches.
That post, it's so tricky. You know, Mealy was caught, no boost. He had to throw everything that he could at that ball whenever Seawall was just flying straight into the ball. But that post, it could lead to their downfall. You know, everybody was ready for the ball to bounce perfectly. You know, a normal read right off the post. But whenever it gets that weird angle, and almost the entire lobby is bamboozled by it.
T-Wall there with a musty, looking for the double, couldn't quite get it there as he is just going insane in this game. Oh my gosh, he's just the MVP of this game here. But for as many shots as we've seen on net, you don't expect them to always hit the post as they have been. This series has just been full of shots on net and either team having to make saves. So those ones that bounce off the post, they might just get awkward enough to get taken advantage of as Louis Saka goes off the backboard and Mealy taking advantage of his pass, but Seiko gets the save off the soft touch from Mealy. Yet when a wide open opportunity there and your team's down, that might have been the game changer. We'll look to that save as we go 14 seconds left in this game. Faded looking to go up 3-0 as they're doing everything in their power to keep it 5-2. It's rolling towards their net. Mealy pre-jumps it, and it goes out in front. Okay, as it's going to die as there's no time left, and Faded goes up 3-0, 5-2 in this game 3.
Seawall completely took over. He heard that we were saying his name wrong, and he did not care. He said, "You're going to start saying it right, and I'm going to force you to." He forced us to. We have 100% respect for him, as you know, he almost doubles the amount of points as the top player on Ember. Luckily, Louis Saka was just able to barely get above that stretch by 100 points. But Seawall has just been dominant. Absolutely dominant the entire series.
But yeah,
and
Seawall had ones all across the board in game 1. Now he has twos all across the board. And as he gets the MVP in this game, as he just went off, 2 goals, 2 assists, 2 saves, and he was just everywhere, all over the pitch. He's 7th in demos per game and 8th in goals per game in Prospect League, and he's showing that he should probably be leading in more stat categories as he's just showing up here in these playoffs. As we're going to get into game 4, Ember on their back foot, no timeout buff for them, as after they call their timeout, they just get smoked, and that was the first game that did not go into overtime. So whatever they said in their huddle did not work. So they got to switch something up here if they want to even have a shot at reverse sweeping this overpowered Faded team.
You know, whenever it comes to pronouncing things wrong, at this point, Fly Penguin and I, we are the masters. It is Psycho, not Seiko, and he wanted us to know that it is pronounced Psycho by scoring this right here.
You know, we just got to start putting some respect on these people's names, as Seawall and Psycho, the 2 players that we've been mispronouncing their names, connect there to open the scoring up just 9 seconds in. This Faded team getting faster and faster at scoring these opening goals and proving to be the detriment to Faded, as earlier in this game, in this match I should say, they were comeback kings, but they didn't find it there in game 3. And now their backs are against the wall as Seawall gets a demo there, and it opens it up first. Psycho! These 2 players that we were mispronouncing their names, they love to just prove us that, hey, we need some respect. Pronounce us right.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're starting to step it up, but at the same time, Ember is just fading away. That's Faded's job. That wrong team. Ember, their double commits added everywhere. it's that demo also didn't help. It's just sloppy, which I never thought that I would say, especially in the playoffs.
Absolutely. That's when you want your teams to be performing the best, as the net is open for Angel, but Mealy there to make an epic save to get the ball away from his wide open cage. As Psycho gets that. Is that a hat trick? Oh my gosh. Not even a minute in the game, and Psycho goes Psycho and gets the hat trick.
Seawall, he got that demo to clear up the net, and Psycho, he read the demo. He said, okay, I am just going to fall into the ball. And that is exactly what happened. And he got his hat trick, again, less than a minute into the game.
He's going crazy indeed, as he's been the one faded player to not pop off so far, as a double demo in the corner. Seawall had an open look, but getting stuffed by Mealy, looking to counterattack. But Psycho goes 3 for 3 as shooting, as Louis Saka gets a shot there, but saved away by Seawall. And this faded team up 3-0 early in this game, but Gallium gets a demo, hoping to open it up, but Seiko there to answer as it's floating to their net. No one back from that demo, but luckily it was just wide. Ember needs to answer back quickly, because they seemingly have no momentum, as they got dominated there in terms of this series in Game 3, and they went down 3-0, so they need to get something here, anything. Got to get a quick goal and make this faded team doubt themselves, as they seem ever so confident.
You know, they need to get that goal. They need to come back, especially in this game, because the only way for them to win is a reverse sweep, which is so much pressure, especially in best of sevens, and whenever you're 3-0 down in Game 4. But they need to stop double committing. There have been so many times where a ball has been on top of one player's car, and they just use him as a golf tee and bang the ball away from their own teammates.
Absolutely. You got to do something here. You got to connect in many ways, as faded are with the demos that we haven't seen as much in this series. But Angel there with a big bump in the net, but no one there on his team to take the shot. Seemingly overextending there for the demo, but the physicality surely stepping up in this Game 4, as Louis Saka has no one there to be physical on him, and there was no defender even in the net, as he makes the lead cut down to 2, and Ember is down only 3-1 now.
Angel tried to smoke that Mealy loud pack, but he shouldn't have even left the net. He just left the net. He was so confident in his team, but you know, that may help for Ember. You know, there's less of a chance for you to double commit if you're not even on the field.
Absolutely.
Think about it.
If you're deleted, you cannot double commit, but you can also not be able to make a save, as we've seen earlier. These demos just proving to be just fatal to the defenders that are waiting, as a defender gets bumped out of the way. Mealy gets a shot on, and Louis Saka with the follow-up, but Psycho in the net to make the save. What a play by Ember, but unable to capitalize, as we are under 2 minutes to play. They got one. They need to get 2 more, but this faded team, ever so confident. The Seawall constantly going for flip resets. Not quite getting there, but it's just showing how confident he is in his ability and the space that Ember is giving him, that he can perform. But it's floating in front of faded net. One defender back, but it gets played around him. Gallium to Louis Saka. 1 goal down, 1.5 left in this game.
Psycho overcommit just a little too much. He didn't need to take that risk at that ball against the wall. He should have just let it be, just rotate back. You know, you'd have a better chance, especially having a better chance in a 2v2 rather than leaving your teammate in a 2v1 scenario.
Absolutely. Angel left on an island with not a prayer in the world, as faded floats it in front of the opposing net. As another double commit on the goal line, maybe a bump even, but it's 4-2 as Psycho takes advantage as the play off the wall. Oh, Gallium just bumped Mealy there.
Well, Psycho, you messed up, but you made up for it. It's all you need. That's all you ever need. If you make a mistake, all you have to do is come back from it, and that's exactly what he did. Just kept his head high, stayed strong, got the goal.
Remember, there's themselves looking to come back, but Seawall matching the score in Game 3 gives Faded the 3-goal advantage with just over a minute to play. And oh my goodness, what a play by Seawall to just give his team the lead. And it's looking to be over for Ember here.
Everyone from Ember there, they all trusted, I believe it was Mealy last back, they all 100% trust in him. They said, nah, you got it, nah, you got it, you're fine. And he wasn't fine.
He's fine now as he scores this goal. Wide open, 46 seconds left. There is hope for this Ember squad as they've been down 2-0, or 2 goals down with under a minute to play, and able to make this comeback. So this is ever so possible. That goal is huge for them, Iro.
Yeah, can that be the difference maker? Can they, keep their current momentum? It may not seem like much, but they're the last team to score. That was almost ate my words. But can they keep their scoring momentum? And they need to score fast. Again, only 30 seconds. A goal every 15 seconds would bring you into overtime, which you haven't even won in overtime yet, which is scary for you guys.
Time not on their side, but the pace of play seeming to be, as Qual gets a redirect onto the net, but Mealy making the save. Oh, it's floating in front. Can anyone from Faded make a touch? Seawall pops it up. Angel flies by as Ember looking to get a goal back, but time just not on their side. It is impossible here. You hate to see Ember go out this way, but what an effort from Faded there as they just completely destroyed this Ember squad in these last 2 games.
Game 1 and 2, they were close. They led me to believe that this was going to be a Game 7 series. But after that timeout took by Ember, Faded somehow took advantage of it and were able to score even more. Like, how do you do that? It's, in Game 4, they started picking up the demos, but it didn't even matter until, a couple of people got caught out by themselves and a couple of easy goals, but it didn't really matter because they just showed how dominant they were in Game 3. They just needed to keep up that pace.
Absolutely, as it seems seemingly as so we started pronouncing the names right, they started performing well. But this Faded squad takes this victory to go on to the next round of the playoffs. As we see the bracket, we see that they'll go on against the winner of Warhawks and Wyverns, who play Friday at 11. So that no matter who wins that matchup, they will be going against a confident and playing really well as a Faded team here.
After today, Faded, they better have high hopes. They better have high expectations for themselves because they just proved, we said that it would be even. And for the most part, for the first half, it was. But as we saw, they have the potential to go above and beyond compared to what they're considered even to. They need to keep up that pace, and they have a good shot of winning this thing.
Absolutely, as they will watch closely Warhawks and Wyverns. But all this prospect talk, we will segue into the Novice League. As we go into the next match, we'll see Frost versus Vandals. We will get Izachad versus Brindy the Blade. 2 friends going at it in this Novice matchup. As we'll get Sage and Gallium. I look forward to seeing them cast, and it was a pleasure here to cast with you, Iro.
Pleasure's all mine, man. I love casting with you. It's so fun, and we always bring the hype.
Absolutely, it was very exciting indeed. As exciting as a 4-0 sweep can be, as we saw Faded 4-0 sweep Ember, and they will move on to the next round, and we will move on ourselves as we get into the next matchup. Stay tuned here. So in 15 minutes, we will get Frost versus Vandals.
Start with all the texts I know that your friends wrote. Darling, I can't forgive you. You just gotta let me go. Stop before you fall and just leave me alone. Darling, I cried a river when I should have cried a mug. No one really likes you until you start flying in coach. No one really likes you until life's a Drake video. If I came with commas, with the drama, just go. No one really likes you until you got dollars to blow. If I could pull a Freaky Friday and live the fast life like Lindsay, tell me now, what would you say? What would you say? We're the ones with the money, laugh for the pity party. What would you think about me? Would you like me or just try to be the ones with the money? Now that everyone loves me, what would you think about me? Would you like me or just try to be the... Does anybody like you if you never been VIP? Does anybody like you if you drive a four-door on a lease? If I could make it rain, would the pain up and leave? Does anybody like you feel if you don't pull the strings? If I could pull a Freaky Friday and live the fast life like Lindsay, tell me now, what would you say? What would you say? We're the ones with the money, laugh for the pity party. What would you think about me? Would you like me or just try to be the ones with the money? Now that everyone loves me, what would you think about me? Would you like me or just try to be the... And could I even like me if I can't even be myself? Should I even like me if I can't even be myself? If I could pull a Freaky Friday and live the fast life like Lindsay, tell me now, what would you say? What would you say? We're the ones with the money, My heart was broken and bruised and starting to bleed. I want somebody like you to sew up the seam. Cause I'm over being sober. You're like smoking 40 clovers. Can someone put your perfume up in my RV? And no amount of time can take this pain of mine. But with you I feel alright. Cause girl, you make me numb. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. Side effect amnesia from your chapstick kiss on mine. You're my own sangria, you make me forget my lines. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. I had my heart burned to ashes, couldn't let it go, till I buried Cupid's hatchet, and it came up a rose. Now I'm falling in the asphalt, got drunk off of a wishing well, turn our bed into a casket, let's overdose. And no amount of time can take this pain of mine, but with you I feel alright. Cause girl, you make me numb. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. Side effect amnesia from your chapstick kiss on mine. You're my own sangria, you make me forget my lines. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. Number 5. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. Side effect amnesia from you running through my mind. And you know I need you, you're my favorite kind of high. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. Girl, you make me numb. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. Side effect amnesia from your chapstick kiss on mine. You're my own sangria, you make me forget my lines. You got anesthesia in your shirt, now number 5. Number 5. Girl, you make me numb. In your shirt, now number 5. Girl, you
Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Heaven knows. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any
Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. My name is Gallium. You just saw me on stream get swept. I am here, joined in the booth by no man other than Sage. How you doing, Sage?
I am doing okay. I'm a little bit sick, but hopefully this matchup we have on our hands makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Well, this matchup is a pretty good one in the Novice League. You have two of probably the top novice teams going head to head, in my personal opinion. You have two good friends, Is it Chad Brindy, going head to head. You have Frost going head to head with the Vandals. It is going to be one heck of a matchup. What can you tell us about these two teams, Sage?
Well, both teams amazing finishes to the season, both finishing at 12-6. The only reason why one team had the tiebreaker over the other was, I guess, head to head. Vandals previously beat this team in the regular season. But aside from that, this Frost team is all over this Nemesis stat sheet. They have 3 players in total score, assists, shot, demos, goals, all of them being top 15 or better. They are an insane roster on paper. Same with that Vandal squad. They have Brindy, Jolly, Phantom, and Jinja. I mean, they just have amazing pieces all across the board. This should be a top tier matchup.
Yeah, honestly, I think this matchup is going to be one for the ages, especially due to the fact that both these teams have those key players, and I think honestly, it's going to be about matchups that really decides who's going to take this one, and how both teams play is definitely going to affect that. So I believe we have all the players in the lobby. I'm going to ask you a little bit early here, Sage. Who do you think's taking this one?
Man, I've scrimmed both of these teams recently. Both teams look absolutely amazing, but I have to go with Frost in 7. I think this is going to be a game 7. I think this is going to be a thriller. I think this was the best novice matchup of the first round, and hopefully I am not proved wrong, Gallium.
You know, I agree. I think both these teams, I believe they met before. I can't remember which week specifically, but I think Frost kind of it took them to beat Downtown the last time they matched up. So let's see if anything changes. As we have Parallax can make an early move off the backboard. Brindy gonna send that one down. Icarus off the sidewall, gonna make a play. Over to Izza Chad. Never mind. Parallax takes the shot, tries to get a good shot. Cannot find the back of the net. Jolly Rogers sending it down. Is a Chad gonna get a good touch over to the sidewall. Hey, Freckly Grinja gonna get it over in front of the net. Can't really find a touch. Rainy the Blade gonna try to find another touch. And what can you tell us about these two teams? What you're seeing so far, Sage?
You know, I'm seeing a bit of the stream nerves come into play here. It looks like a little bit of bang ball. There hasn't been any sustained offense. There's only been one shot by Frost so far. Oh my goodness, Jolly Rogers has one playing off the crossbar there. But it's been a whole lot of boom ball. This is maybe the first stint of sustained offense that we've seen from either team here.
Honestly, I'm really liking what I'm seeing for both teams, both keeping the pressure in each other's zones. And I think a key player for this Vandals team is going to be Jolly Rogers. He didn't really show up in the last matchup against Frost, but hopefully he shows up here as fucking Grinja going to get a save, and is a Chad going to put it right in the back of the net.
Those boys are looking warm over there on the Frost team. I just got out of a scrim with them. This is exactly what they were doing. They just love the pressure in Izichat there to bury the pass from Icarus.
A beautiful shot and a beautiful pass coming up from Frost. On paper, honestly, one of the best teams in Novice, and we're seeing it right here and now. They are definitely putting in the work in Vandals early, but that's not to say that the Vandals aren't ready for this tall task, because they prepared all season for this matchup. Let's see if they can handle it. Jolly Rogers has an opportunity here. He tries to get the 50. Icarus going to beat him out for it. Icarus going to give it over to Parallax. Parallax, oh, I thought he almost had a double there. Turns out he didn't. The ball just continuing to float in the Vandal zone. Let's see if they can get it clear. Grinja tries to get it out. He does successfully, but not without a contest from Parallax. Icarus over to the sidewall. And again, out to the midfield. Isn't Chad going to take a shot? It does not go. Brindy and Parallax going to try to fight for the ball. Parallax ends up winning that one. Jolly Rogers has an opportunity. Icarus says no. Jinja is going to try, and Izzachat again with another goal.
Izzachat is absolutely taking over this game. He was an all-star this season, and he is showing why, beating his good friend Brindy there with the shot to put them up 2-0 in game 1.
An absolutely massive goal for this Frost team who, you know, honestly, I was wondering if Vandals were going to put up a bigger fight early. It seems that it's going to be the same kind of routing that they gave them in the regular season, and Icarus is proving why.
Icarus says, get in the gym, as he just forces his way past Jolly Rogers there. Just a great 50 and a great finish. They're up 3 in this rout in game 1.
Yeah, it's starting to get into uncontrollable territory for the Vandals. They need to really step it up here if they want to have a chance, and I think Brindy is the guy to bring them that opportunity. An excellent player, and the novice is a double commit going to go out. Jolly Rogers almost connects with the ball. He can't find it. Parallax and Brindy gonna collide. Brindy gets a good ball over to Jinja. Jinja gonna get it out to Parallax. The ball just continuing to float in the Frost zone. Again, off the waterfall for him. Could not get down. Jolly Rogers over to Parallax. Parallax sending it down the field once again. And as we pass this halfway point, we passed it a couple seconds ago. I have to say, this Frost team is putting on one heck of a show so far.
They just all in all look like the better team. It looks like they have better chemistry. They have had 3 assists on each of their goals So 3 for 3 on assists there, and they're meshing well. They're playing well, and it's showing right now.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Frost. Hopefully we can see Vandals at least get a little bit of a resurgence going late into this game as the ball is still floating in Frost zone. Jinjo almost with a shot, and he connects with it, and I think 2 Frost players might have missed the ball there.
2 Frost players did indeed miss the ball there. But that all starts off with the Jolly Rogers demo, a demo opening up the defense, forcing one player to, play a little bit faster than he might want to, and they try to get one back here in game 1.
And honestly, I think that goal is huge, especially from momentum-wise. I feel like they felt they were down in the dumps, but now they are less down in the dumps, and as I say that, Icarus is going to put one in the back of the net.
You know what? I didn't mean to say try to get one back, but I mean, they got one back, and then immediately Icarus buries another one to make it 4-1, a 3-goal lead here in game 1.
Massive game from Frost early. Let's see if they can continue this later down the stretch of this game. They still have a minute to work with, so Vandals are not out of the contention just yet, and the same goes for Frost, excuse me. They're not out of the woods just yet. Jinja gonna collide with Icarus. The ball just getting sent over to the Vandal zone. Brindy is gonna have an unfortunate miss, and we'll just chalk that up to a novice moment.
That is super unfortunate, an unlucky pinch to even start it off, and then Brindy maybe dealing with a bit of lag. He's not. It was just an all-out whiff. Unfortunate series of events as the bleeding does not stop.
You know, it's really unfortunate when you see these kinds of things, especially late. It's really a momentum killer for this team, and honestly, if they don't get a goal here in the last 40 seconds of this game, it's gonna look pretty dire going into the game too. I'm not saying they would be pretty keen to try a timeout here, but honestly, a timeout wouldn't be the worst move for them so far, as routing in game 1 is telling of that story. Jolly Rogers up with Parallax. Parallax gonna get a touch. Parallax still with the ball. He has an opportunity here. He gets it to the sidewall. Icarus with the shot below. Can't really do much with it. Jolly Rogers pops it up. The Merc main putting in work. Parallax over to the sidewall. Brindy has a chance. Brindy gonna try to clear it out. Oh, what a shot coming down. Unfortunately, he wasn't on the net. Izic Chad with 8 seconds. Can he put it in the back of the net? No, he can't find it. Jolly Rogers and his whole Vandal crew gonna try to score a goal late in this game. 1 second now. The ball is still up. Can Jinjo put on a good shot? He does, but unfortunately, it hits the ground before he can get there. And a 5-1 routing of Vandals gonna put Frost up 1-0 here, Sage.
A routing indeed, as Frost, the winners of that game, are asking for a server reset. But man, this Frost team, they just look warmed up. I know I'm the one who did warm them up, but they look like they are clicking right now. They're connecting on passing plays. They're playing stout defense. All in all, they look like a great team.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this, with being a great team, you have to keep on having that momentum going for you, and I feel like Frost is doing an excellent job of that. They're just keeping the pressure on, and when they release a foot off the gas, they're still just as dangerous, keeping the Vandals away from the net as much as possible, and I think that's really remarkable for this team, as I feel like we went into the wrong map here, so we're going to have to leave again. Unfortunate for both teams, but hey, they get even more of a break, and this honestly could serve as their timeout. So if this was all just a ploy to get more time, honestly, a very big brain move coming out from the Vandals.
Big brain, not so much, because it was the Frost team that asked for the server reset. The Vandals, I think they were content with the server we were in. This could be, shoot yourself in the foot moment. But I mean, that Frost team, they kind of look formidable there. They just kept on dropping in points like it was nothing. And the Vandals team, I honestly, they're doing fine. They just need to sink their shots, because they're taking shots, and unfortunately, they're just either getting blocked because they're simple shots, or they're just missing the net completely.
Yeah, the shots just coming in like pop shots, not really generating enough offense really to get something going. And very unfortunate for the Vandals, but hopefully they can rebound in game 2. I really liked what I saw in game 1 early. They really got to the Frost team. They put on that pressure. They got the ball to the back wall, and they just started to pound Frost. And I just feel like that was lost once Frost scored those 2 goals at the beginning. I feel like Vandals just needs to come out early, score a couple goals, and make something happen here, Sage.
I 100% agree with you. I think if they score that first goal, if they score the first couple goals, in fact, I think that alleviates so much pressure. You just got out of a beatdown. You got a little bit of a time. You got longer than what you would have got had you called a timeout. So I'm sure that
Did we lose Sage? We might have lost Sage. Is he here? I don't know if he's here, but
I
I'm
am
just gonna.
here.
You okay? You okay there,
I
buddy?
I am sorry. My mom bust my door down. I got a bit scared, so I just muted my mic.
That's
But
all right. Happens to the best of us, Sage.
but yes, I think that if Vandals, if they can get a fast start here, they will have a very good chance at rebounding from that game 1.
Yeah, and honestly, having a fast start can really do a lot for your nerves. I know I just played on stream, and it really is just kind of a shell shock moment where you go into stream and it's like, wow, I'm really here. You have to score that first goal to kind of relieve the pressure, kind of chill you out a little bit. And I think Vandals need to find that, but it's not looking too great for them as I see a little bit of a double commit going out, and Icarus has an opportunity here, and he's going to get it past the whole defense, and that is not the start you want if you're a Vandals fan.
That is absolutely the worst imaginable start for you. Icarus, seeing that there's one person back, he pre-jumped. Let me just hit it around you, my good sir. That's what he said. And they're up 1-0 in game 2.
I didn't know you were in their comms, Sage. That's quite interesting. That's quite interesting, But I don't doubt it for a second, as Brindy and Icarus are very good friends. So, I'm glad to see this matchup going head to head. They were both all stars, both on opposing sides, both east and west. So they like going head to head with each other. So it just honestly depends on the team around them. And I feel like so far this Frost team has just been a better team, as Vandals nowhere really to be found on this defensive side so far. Parallax going to put another pass to the midfield. Is it Chad? Can't find it. Icarus up with the ball. He can't find it. Jolly Rogers finally cleared it out. He tries to get it over to Brindy, but Parallax going to block that one away. A player that doesn't get a whole lot of recognition on this Frost team, somebody who I really like personally, is Parallax, because he is just the man of the hour. And you're seeing right here, he stays so calm and collected. He waits for the right moment. He's kind of like Batman, just on top of Gotham City, just really waiting for his prey. And then he just comes down and he snatches it. And, you're seeing right here, the patience really from Parallax is, I think, what puts Frost above some of the other teams out here, Sage.
I think Parallax, like you said, I think he's the veteran of the group. He's definitely the highest MMR player. I'm pretty sure he was a challenger player in Nemesis at one point, so he has been high up in the ranks compared to Novice, and he does a great job leading this team. Him and Icarus, very good friends, and the addition of Izachat in that mix, it builds up a beautiful team.
Yes, it does, but on the opposing side, the Vandals have a little bit of a more unprecedented team. You don't have as much of a mechanical team, but the chemistry is just off the charts with this team. And I think that is something that they are showing right here, especially getting pounded a little bit by this Frost offense. They're really staying strong, staying in the zone, and trying to really recuperate here after Frost, in that game 1, they really took it to them. But the Vandals are finding their way back, as we see Icarus going to give it over to Parallax, who's going to dribble it down into the Vandal zone. Parallax with another touch. Parallax can't find that third touch. Is Chad just going to be patient here? Wait for Jolly. Jolly hits it to the sidewall. Can Jinja get there? And wow! What a 50 coming up from Jinja.
Jinja, what a read. I mean, he just pre-jumps that completely there. He has no clue where Izachat's hitting it. What a dunk coming out from Ginja there.
A massive dunk for a massive goal for the Vandals. That is their second goal of the series, and boy, does that feel good. Tying up the game like this. Jolly Rogers almost had the shot of his life. That Merc almost put so much power down on it that he scored that. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it done. Jinja, can he pop off again? Jinja up. 2 players up for Frost, and a little bit of a miscommunication on the Vandals side of things. Kind of pulls down that threat as we have Icarus sending it to the sidewall. Jinja gonna get a touch. Parallax over to Icarus. Icarus sends it over to the sidewall. Brindy has to take his time here. He doesn't want to get too desperate. Brindy with a good first touch. Can he get a second? He does. Is that a shot? Yes, it is. And Brindy the Blade is gonna put his team ahead.
That's a great way to come back from the 1-goal deficit that they were at a couple minutes ago in this game. To take the lead in this game 2 is huge for them. They got destroyed in game 1, and they're looking to return the favor here in game 2.
Massive goal from this team, and they are finding their stride here. This is a Vandals team that I failed to see in the regular season against Frost, and I'm liking this version of them. Hopefully they can keep the goals coming because they definitely need them against this Frost team. Let's see if that happens. Parallax going to give it over to Jinja. Jinja over to the sidewall. Brindy the Blade over to Icarus. Icarus over to Parallax. Parallax going to try to find a hit over to Jolly Rogers. He can't find it. Izachat down the field over to Brindy. Brindy over to Parallax. Parallax finding a hit over to Izachat. Jinja can't find the touch. Icarus does, though. Icarus, can he get a second one? He dunks him out. The ball is just floating there. It doesn't happen, though. Jolly Rogers over to the sidewall. Over to Izachat. Izachat with the dunk. He can't find it. Parallax gonna try it again. Brindy gonna pop this one up. Icarus to the sidewall. Can't find anything. Jinja down the field. A good pop. Can he make something of it? Tries to get a demo. It fails. Brindy the Blade down the field. Can he find a touch? He gets one. He almost got past 2 defenders there. And Sage, this is a new and improved Vandals team.
This Vandals team, they're starting to click. This is the Vandals team. I know this is the Vandals team that will put you in the dust. They just needed to warm up a little bit. As I say that, Jinja gonna sink one past them to put a dagger in game 2.
Absolute missile coming out from Jinja. And this man has been popping off. 2 goals, 4 saves, 3 shots. What more can you want from a freckly Jinja? Not anymore, honestly, as he has been definitely the face of this team in this game number 2. And as the clock ticks down, we'll see if the Vandals can do anything more to try to improve the momentum they are going to have going into game 3, tying this series up. And this playoffs Vandal team is a different breed.
A different breed indeed, as Freckly Ginja came to play that game. 600 points, 4 saves, 2 goals, the backbone of the Vandals team in game 2. This Frost team, to pick it back up, they honestly just need to sink their shots. They outshot this Vandals team by 8 shots.
Yeah, that sounds
One
yeah,
player.
that's good.
I was wondering if my math was mathing there, because
No,
I don't go to college or anything, you know.
No, you're fine. I double checked for you, Sage. You're good.
But I mean, all of the Vandal shots equates to Parallax's shots in this game. It's 6-6 between 1 player and 3 players. I think Frost, they just need to sink their shots like how they were in game 1. But the Vandals playing extraordinary defense there in game 2.
Honestly, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from them. I think the aggression is really working for them. You know, I didn't think the aggression would work for them, but, you know, they're finding their stride here, Sage, and that's something you want to see from a Vandals team who kind of looked down and out of it in game 1. They climb back into this game 2, and they make something happen. What are your predictions for this game 3 here, Sage?
Man, I honestly think whoever scores first is going to be... Are we going to have a map switch here? Yes, no, maybe so.
Who knows at this point? We're just along for the ride, aren't we, Sage?
We are just along for the ride. We cannot control a single thing going on here.
Interesting.
As we are leaving to reset the map. I think we loaded into the wrong map there. But as I was saying, this Vandals team, I mean, they're starting to click. They look dangerous. They look very, very dangerous.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really just impressed with their play, and I feel like a key part of that was Jinja. I mean, he just got to the ball with such power and such passion, just putting it in the back of the net anytime he needed to. And for the Vandals, that is most of the time, because they were looking kind of down and out of it, but glad they got back. And I think that Brindy's solo play just showed the amount of mechanics that guy has. Absolute just poise, just taking it away from the defender. I believe it was Icarus. He juked out Icarus, got the ball to the sidewall, got the boost, and he just did the rest, took the shot. And honestly, Brindy, he is the star of this team, but he doesn't play like a star player. He honestly is really, really laid back, and he kind of just lets his team do whatever, and he's just on cleanup crew, but not that time. Really impressed with this Vandals play. And what do you think Frost has to do to improve in this series?
I think Frost, they need to get back to what they were doing in game one. They were keeping pressure, they were maintaining pressure. I think they held the Vandals team to 2 or 3 shots in that first game. That's what they need to do. They cannot let this Vandals team start getting demos, shots. I mean, the more the Vandals are on offense and on the Frost side of the field, the more goals they will score. And I think that showed completely in this past game.
I agree. You know, you got to keep the opponent away from your net, and hopefully we are good to go for this game 3. Game 3 coming to your television sets. That was really old school. I apologize. It's Vandals and
Television
Frost.
sets.
Television sets. You know, that's not something you hear every day. As the kickoff going to go down, and we have one heck of a series coming your way. I just know it's going to be an absolute classic between these teams. The fourth and the fifth seed going head to head in this matchup, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far. Jinja gonna put it top left, and wow, he had 2 players ready on that save. What an incredible shot coming out. Brindy gonna try to find a shot. He cannot. Ball in the Frost zone. A demo coming out. Can Jinja find a shot? No, he can't. Jinja with this renewed confidence of really just being a presence early in this game. Let's see if Jolly Rogers can do the same, kind of step up for his team, generate some opportunities. Speaking of the man, here he goes off the sidewall over to Jinja, setting the man up. Can Brindy find it? He can't before Parallax gets there. Jolly Rogers off the back wall, over, and he cannot dunk out Icarus. An unfortunate 50 coming out there. Brindy off the sidewall. Can he find the flip? No, he can't, but he dunks out Icarus. Jolly Rogers with the shot, and Izachat, what a save. This man is everywhere on defense.
Everyone on defense, indeed. You need to be everywhere on defense when you're going up against a player like Jolly. He is everywhere all the time. An annoying player to play against, but a great player. And I think that they are handling him fairly well so far in this game 3.
Yeah, as Vandals having one more shot in this game. I know it's a little early, but that one shot difference shows the amount of pressure that the Vandals are putting on to the Frost net, and that's something that you want to see from them. Brindy going to try to do a little bit of solo play. I think he ran out of boost there. The ball just taken back into Jolly Rogers' zone. Jolly Rogers has some time. He can't really get to that. Brindy is going to fake it out, give it to Jolly Rogers. Jinja off the side wall. Chad gives him a favorable touch. Jinja can't find the touch. Jolly Rogers last man back, and oh no, a mistake coming out from him. Can Icarus capitalize? No, he can't. His buddy Brindy gonna put the slap down on him on defense. Parallax up with the ball. Jolly Rogers can't find it. The ball just still in the Vandal zone. Here's where Frost capitalize most of the time. They set up in your zone. They get really dangerous. They're like a 3-headed snake, kind of like a Hydra. Shout out Hydra. Jolly Rogers going out to the sidewall, over to Parallax. Chad gonna try to find a touch? Over to Jinja. Jinja, another touch. Can Brindy find it? No, he can't, and they're just trading blows at this point, Sage.
I mean, 2 back-to-back stints of just offensive pressure here as, oh my, what a save coming out from Izachat again. Izachat is being the backbone of this Frost back line. He is absolutely dominating on the defensive side of the ball. I think that he just needs to make a couple switches in his rotations so that he can get more involved on offense, because I honestly think he also is one of the best offensive players in Novice League.
I agree. I think he has a very bright future ahead of him, especially if he does take his talents to the Prospect League. Everybody who is on a Prospect team, keep your eyes peeled for this man. Absolutely class player coming out from there. As the ball just being sent down to the Frost zone. Icarus going to get a touch, but it more favors the Vandals as Brindy has a shot. Brindy going to put it up there. Can't find it. A beautiful demo coming out. Jinja last back. Jinja putting a shot on net. Is that top right? No, it's not. He puts it top right himself, and here comes the Vandals.
Jinja there with a solo play of his own. A bit of a miscommunication on the Frost back line, but Jinja there to take advantage, gets a bit of a backboard read there to put his team up in game 3.
You know, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this Jinja fella. I didn't really see too much from him in the regular season game, and now he's just really showing up and showing out. The improvement between those two games is a little insane, and I expect more. And I feel like this Vandals team has really come up huge against this Frost team that was looking a little dangerous, and let's see if they can be the danger like Walter White against this Frost team. Izzachad gonna send it down. Izzachad fails to get a second touch. Parallax finds that touch. Brindy gonna backflip. Eventually gets the ball cleared. The ball just floating up. Parallax can't find that. Jinja has another touch, and oh my goodness, he hits it off the crossbar. Jolly Rogers can't get there. Can Brindy get there? No, he can't. Another chance squandered from the Vandals. Do you think a goal is coming?
I think a goal is coming right here as the net is wide open. Parallax gonna take a shot, too soft to get past Brindy. I do think that this Frost team is gonna be able to equalize. I think they get at the very minimum one more goal. They need to just calm down, focus on their rotations a little bit more, and I think they'll be good to get a tying score.
I think it's definitely within their reach to get a tying score here. And honestly, this Frost team has not failed to disappoint me, but they have disappointed me in one department, that is the pressure department, as Jolly Rogers gonna do it all himself.
What a team play there coming out from the Vandals. Two nice touches back to back there from Brindy. A bit of an awkward touch for Icarus to read, and there is Jolly Rogers there to put it away.
Massive, massive goal. I keep saying how massive these goals are because against a team like Frost, having the lead is incredibly important. 6 seconds left. Can Frost find a late goal? Oh, it's a dangerous chance here. Izzachad with the shot. Can't find it, and the Vandals sneak away, or steal away rather, a Game 3 victory. And honestly, I'm not surprised.
I'm actually on the other side, very surprised. I think this Frost team, I think they were playing really well in those first two games, but something happened this game. I think the Vandals just completely took over in this game 3, and I think that showed the scoreline. I don't think the scoreline does it justice how well the Vandals play in that game.
Told you guys, it's going to be an absolute classic. So make sure to stick around. And honestly, between these two teams, I think if they keep the same roster next season, we could be seeing this next season. But with MMR caps and all of that, this might not be the case, as we have everybody in the lobby. I just need that Sage prediction. Who do you think's taking this game for, Sage?
I've been wrong the last 2 times.
That's okay.
I'm going to be wrong again, maybe. Okay. I'm going to rock with Frost. I think they're going to be able to regain. They had a great first 2 games. I think last game was a bit of a wake-up call for them. They need to start playing their brand of Rocket League, and I think they're going to start doing it here.
I agree. They just need to play their game, and here comes their game. Parallax going to slot it in early.
What did I tell you guys? I think that this Frost team is going to start playing the way they did back in game 1 and 2, and that's a great play by Icarus to start it off and set up Parallax for a 1-goal lead in game 4.
Huge goal for Frost. And, a goal that I didn't think would come this early, but I'm kind of glad it did for this Frost team, who definitely needed it early. Parallax is going to give it down to Brindy. Brindy off the side wall. Going to give it to Izzachad. What a banger. Over to the back wall. And I think Jinja is just going to have a little bit of a novice moment himself.
I think Jinja's just too cracked for novice. I mean, another own goal coming out in novice. How many have there been so far in the novice league play in playoffs?
Oh my goodness. That like at least 6.
I know my team was courtesy of 4? I mean,
it was a ridiculous number.
I mean, the own goals in novice right now, they're going kind of crazy. I think these guys are forgetting what teams they play for.
And that could be a good thing for a team or a bad thing. Let's just hope you're not on the losing side of it as we continue here with not even a minute down. Frost having a 2-0 lead. Can they continue it? Let's find out. Icarus off the sidewall, beats out one. Can he beat out Brindy? No, he can't. Ball just floating in the midfield. Parallax with 1 touch. He dunks out 2. Can Parallax keep it going? No, he's going to give the roll to Izzachad. Izzachad with the pass, and that pass was too hard. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Not how that should have been handled, but you have to give credit where credit's due. Parallax with an amazing dunk over 2 players, and I'm really hoping for him to be a presence here, Sage.
I think he will be a presence. I think he's going to start picking it up here. I mean, in our scrim before this game, he was absolutely popping off. He's already popping off in this game with 146 points and a goal. I think he is going to be the key member of this Frost team if they want to make it past this Vandals barrier that they're facing right now.
Yeah, and I feel like this Vandals barrier isn't as formidable as it might seem, and I feel like Frost is exploiting that a little bit. They've gone back to their brand of Rocket League, the old tried and true, the original Coke, and they're finding good success, and that's something that you need to do against this Frost team as Icarus is going to try to take it off the sidewall. He doesn't find the touch, but Parallax does. A dangerous ball, but Izachad's going to play it patient. Brindy with a demo. Jolly Roger's going to try to dribble it. Can he get it past one? No, he can't. Freckly Jinja going to put it in the back of the net. A 1-goal difference in this game.
You know what? That all starts off with that Brindy demo, and this might be a little bit crazy to say. I don't think that was, a planned demo. I think he went for that demo strictly because it was Izachad. They are such good friends. I think that he honestly did that for the troll, and it ended up working out for his team.
Troll or not, it worked. So, you're glad to see it as Parallax going to try to do it as Brindy has been the last line of defense on multiple occasions. Shows up again here, Icarus with a failed attempt at a shot. Jinja off the sidewalk. He's finding Jolly Rogers, who instead has a little bit of a miscommunication. I think he wanted to go for a demo there. Fortunately, it didn't go. Brindy the Blade over to Jinja. Jinja to Izachad. Izachad has a little bit of a clear opportunity, but can't get it quite past Jolly Rogers. Parallax with a shot off the top of the net. Izachad taking his time here. And wow, he fakes out one, gets two, and this man can't be stopped.
He is disgusting. That is a nasty play. Fakes one and then just pinches it into his friend to give his team a 2-0 lead.
It's just one of those nasty plays.
2-0.
It's one of those plays where it's just like, why am I even watching this? I feel gross, and that's why sometimes I wish that we could take some plays off the screen because they're just that nasty. But I know Rockerman went like that for content purposes, as I believe one player of Vandals is AFK. I think Jinja might be having a little bit of issues here. Hopefully not a replica of the match we saw earlier in the Challenger League, the Flame and Raptors match, as he has lost connection here. Don't know how this is going to play out. I think they're just going to do a 3v2. I have no idea, and I wish
they cannot call a reset. No. Okay.
We just got word that they couldn't. So, unfortunate here, but the 3v2. Let's see if it works for them, as it is a 3-1 lead for Frost. As oh my goodness, Jolly Rogers putting it from downtown, make it a 1-goal game.
Chad, this is crazy. I mean, one man down, and Jolly Rogers comes out with that. That is the Merc power. He is a Merc menace in that Merc. He gets it all done, and he pulls the game within one for the Vandals.
Listen, for all you script writers out there, if you want to write a good script, here's how you do it. You have the Vandals taking this in a 3v2, but the villains of this script, Frost, gonna put one away.
The villains of the script indeed is Izachad. It's a 2v3. I mean, that's free pick'ems for Izachad right there. He's an all-star. He's a great Rocket League player. He's going to take that every single time.
He's probably one of the reasons that I watched the Novice All-Star game. Really just an entertaining player. And him and Brindy combined, really entertaining as well. Izachad going to find that touch, give it over to Jinja. Jinja over to Brindy. Can he find a shot? No, he can't. As Jinja has finally returned, ladies and gentlemen, he is come home, and not to a household that is really stable right now.
To a stable household, as Parallax able to get a nice 50, and then all he needs is one more tap to tap it past Jolly Rogers, and it is a 3-goal game in Game 4.
I'm just going to go with a tried and true Nemesis saying, unfort we regain, as Vandals just a little bit unfortunate there. I mean, you can't really ask for much more coming out from the 3v2. They did score one, but they also conceded one. So, in all, it was even. And I think regardless of the disconnect, I think the outcome would have been the same. Frost, as Parallax, going to get a dunk, and Jinja with another save. A lot of these saves that the Vandals have been having have been those goal line saves. Let's see if these continue. Jinja down the field. Jinja over to Izachad, who has a booming clear. over to Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers can't find the touch, but Chad gets behind the defense, and beautiful touch from Brindy. Jolly Rogers over to the sidewall, meets Icarus before it gets there. Jolly Rogers again trying to find that touch, and an unfortunate 50 coming out, and Icarus going to be on the other side of that.
You know what? You call it unfortunate. I call it getting into the gym. I think these Frost players have been in the gym for a couple months prior to these games because they are winning what seems like every single 50. And that might be a key because in both the matches they've played, they were winning a lot of the 50s. And, I mean, game 1 was a rout. This game is, I define it as a rout. It's a 4-goal difference. I think that might be the key for them.
Yeah, and I feel like one thing that's gone unnoticed is Vandal's demo play. We haven't really seen it that much this game. Granted, it was a 3v2 at one point. I just really didn't see enough of that demo play that they really love to do. Granted, it hasn't really worked for them all that well this game, but it is something that they're tried and true to. I really hope they return to that, really show Frost that they can't be sitting on the back line and getting these saves that they're getting. Did we lose Sage again? We might have lost Sage. Well, I'm just going to continue on with my point, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, as Sage has taken a little bit of a nap. Vandals, great team, okay? But going up against this Frost team, you can't really expect them to have the games that they had in games 3 and 4, or 2 and 3, if I can math correctly. Really consistently against this Frost team, who has been just a dominant force. Frost having 9 shots in that game to Vandal's 6 shots. It's just honestly a rout whenever Frost gets in your face and they go to the gym, like Sage says. Honestly, kind of suspicious that they might be taking steroids based on how big they are and how just crazy these 50s are from Frost. Hoping to see a little bit more play, more demo play from the Vandals. I love demos. I think demos are pretty cool. So hopefully Vandals busts out a cool little demo play for me. And I'm just going to ask... Oh, you backstage?
I'm back. I don't know what happened there. Nothing was moving on my screen for a little bit. I think my Wi-Fi.
That's okay, Sage. Well, I'm going to ask you a question since you're back from your nap. Who do you think is going to take this game 5 victory? Okay, well, that's a little bit cheap, as Icarus is just going to score before you can finish your sentence. No. Icarus with the goal, and Sage,
I got it off.
Heavy accusations.
I got it off before they scored. That's why I had to cut you off there. I'm so sorry, but I saw they're about to score. I'm going to go with the team that scores first in a lot of these matches. I think I've gone with Frost for every single one of these games. I'm not biased. I never play for Frost. Never.
He is lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, as he is a Season 5 champion for Frost, but you didn't hear from me. You heard it from Sage, as Parallax is going to go up for this touch. He finally gets it. Bringing to the blade is just below the touch. Can't find it. Says it's Chad on the other end of the field, and Chad going to slot that one home for a 2-0 lead.
Chad, he is such an electrifying player. He gets it past the entire team there with just 2 touches, and they're up 2-0 in Game 5.
Honestly, very unfortunate coming out from Vandals. That's not the start that you want to have, especially having that last game the way that they had it. I was kind of hoping they would come back into this game, like they did after that Game 3 loss, I believe, if I can math correctly. As Frost really kind of put the beat down on them, and they came back and they really showed Frost what's what. Let's see if we can see that again. As is it Chad?
Rule 1.
There's a Rule 1. As I can't tell, I think it's Jolly Rogers and who's the other player? Parallax in a Rule 1. So it is a 2v2, ladies and gentlemen. Is it Chad and Icarus versus Brittany the Blade Jinja? Who will win? We will find out just now, as Brittany the Blade gonna put one bottom left, and that's his money spot.
Well, now I think we know that Frost aren't going to go for any more Rule 1s, as Brindy able to sink a shot. An unfortunate miss there coming out from Icarus, but Brindy, heads up player, heads up goal to bring the game back within 1.
You love to see it in chat. Both players, Parallax and Jolly Rogers sharing their respects with each other for holding out the Rule 1. Just beautiful Rocket League as we love to see in the Nemesis Gaming League. As the ball traveling off the backboard, going to be sent out to the sidewall. Icarus down the pitch. Can he find a touch? No. Parallax finds one instead, and Jolly Rogers on the backboard. Brandy the Blade can't find his touch, so Jinja finds one instead off the sidewall. Over to Icarus, who has a booming shot. Unfortunately, it's saved, and here come the demos as Parallax going to score his first of the game.
Captain Icarus coming in clutch for his team to extend the lead back to 2. A great pass, an even better demo to open up the goal for Parallax there.
Really a beautiful play. Brought tears to my eyes, honestly. Great play from Frost. The demo, the pass, the shot. Everything just worked out in their favor. Kind of expected more of those in this series. Not really seeing as much as I would like, but hopefully they step it up to, really snap their jaws shut on this Vandal comeback. But who knows? Is Brainy the Blade going to clear it out to Jolly, who gets bumped out by Parallax. Parallax going to fake Jolly. Can he get the second? No, he can't. Brainy the Blade, that defensive presence, not going to allow it, as Icarus going to take it down the field. He can't find a touch. Chad has an open look here. He accidentally side flips, but I'll ignore that for now. Jolly Rogers going to miss his touch. Over to Brandy the Blade, who gives it right to Icarus, who's on the opposing team. Parallax to the sidewall. Can he find another touch? No, he can't. Icarus booms it out. Chad off the sidewall, and what we're seeing from the Frost is really just domination in the offensive zone. Wouldn't you agree, Sage?
Domination indeed. I mean, how many shots do they have? They have 7 shots to the Vandals, 1 from Brindy. I can't lie. I don't know if Vandals are going to be able to claw their way back into this one. What do you think, Gallium?
Honestly, I feel like they have it. I mean, you have 2 minutes left to really work with it, and they're such a stout team and such a resilient team. I think they just need to find one of those goals that really just works out in their favor. Maybe a clear goal, as it's looking really dangerous right now. Jinja might have a chance here to find that goal. Not going to go off the ceiling. Instead, he stays grounded, and that might be the best move he's ever made, as Brindy going to try to find a touch. He accidentally backflips, tries to pop it over. He gets it over one. Icarus with a missed touch. Chad going to get it right to his buddy, Brindy. Brindy going to juke out his own teammate, and we are truly seeing some novice play right here, Sage.
I am a novice player, and I can confirm that us novices, we love to bump our teammates. That is our main goal when we play Rocket League. Our goal is to disrupt our teammates as much as possible, and we are seeing not too much of that here. As I think both teams are playing well this game. I just think this Frost team, they're holding the Vandals to 1 shot. That's astounding, because this Vandals team has fantastic attackmen like Jinja, Brindy, and Jolly. They're all fantastic attacking players, and it's insane to me that this Frost team is able to hold them to 2 shots now.
I think both these teams are getting nervous. I can kind of tell in how they're playing. Seeing a lot of accidental backflips, a lot of accidental double commits, and when you really get down to the beans and carrots of this game, it's going to be a nervous matchup, especially going on later in this game. And if Frost wins this game, they are on match point. They are going to head to that beautiful map. What is that map? What map is?
Isn't it? It's the one with the dragons.
Yes, Forbidden Temple.
Forbidden Temple. There it is.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so used to the best of 5s, and I'm not really used to this sort of thing. But hey, as a shot coming in, Jolly Rogers gonna block it away. Chad with an opportunity of his own, can't get there. Frankly, Jinja gonna try to find an opportunity for his team late. A beautiful opportunity. It is formulating, but I don't think it's gonna be enough as the clock winds down here, and Frost is going to take this game number 5 and go up 3-2 in this series. Are you surprised at all?
I am surprised at the scoreline. I am surprised at the 3-1 scoreline of the series. I thought this was going to go to a game 7. Both teams are fantastic teams. Of course, Frost, they're just getting the better of Vandals right now. Every single game they've won, they have been holding Vandals to minimal shots, minimal shooting opportunities. And I think that is what is winning them this series right now, is winning 50s and also keeping the Vandals out of their own half.
And honestly, that's just the key to any victory in the Novice League. If you are a novice player and you're in the stream, take notes of what Sage just said. Write it down in your handy-dandy notebook and put it away for your game in the playoffs. And honestly, a very good advice for both of these teams, honestly, is I don't think, honestly, if I were the Vandals here, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't taken their timeout yet. I honestly would take my timeout.
I
Frost has
agree
won
with you.
2 games in a row. You can't really have them have this pressure any longer. If I'm on the Vandals, I'm taking that timeout and hopefully regrouping here, but that is not going to be the case as Forbidden Temple hoping to provide some luck to one of these teams.
I think some insider info for you guys here. I think the Vandals might, on average, be the oldest team in Novice. I think they have 2 really old guys and then one guy that's just, in his late teens. But I think they're mature enough to know that, hey, we're on match point. We need to win 3 straight here. I think we could do it. If we win next game, we take the timeout then. But I personally, I agree with you. I think I would have taken the timeout there. You've just lost 2 in a row. You're on match point, on the brink of your season being over. I'm taking that time out there.
I agree, but maybe the Vandals know something that we don't. Kind of Titan League-esque for them not to take a timeout there, as we've seen Titan League players just refuse to take the timeouts, which is not necessarily a bad thing, especially for my Inferno. Shout out Inferno. As Parallax gonna take a shot over here, and it is going to float over to Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers finds another touch. Is a Chad over to Brindy the Blade. Brindy gets a first good touch. Can he find a second? No, he can't. Jinja helps him out. Brindy gonna try to grab the boost. He does. Bumps out Icarus. Can Jinja find a shot? He gets a good 50. Jolly Rogers with another shot. Can't get it past this Frost defense, and here comes Parallax on the counter attack. Parallax can't find that second touch. Is a Chad can though, and is a Chad with the solo play. He's just gonna dunk it every day of the week.
Chad is hooping right now. As I say, he is putting on a clinic right now, getting 2 very fast touches to beat 2 players on the Vandals team. He is carrying his team to these semifinals.
It's a very good feeling, especially winning in a close game against a team, but I honestly don't think that's going to be the case. I think the Vandals are going to take this to Game 7 personally, but it's going to have to take Jinja to really step up. He's the man that I'm really looking for to step up here, and I think his teammates just need to set him up. He's been cooking a little bit, and let's see what's in the kitchen as he can't find that second touch, and the support system for Jinja is just not there at the moment. Hopefully they can find it. Jinja off the sidewall. Over to Icarus. Icarus finds that touch. Again, somebody be center. No, they can't. Brindy the Blade going to take his time. He has all the time in the world. He can knit a sweater at this point. Brindy the Blade going to try to find a touch. He demos out one. Jolly Rogers coming up. He takes a pop shot. There's a Chad with a beautiful stop. And again, it's just this Frost defense that's really getting to them as Jinja, the man of the hour, going to get his first goal of the game.
What a play there by Jinja, playing that third man position, realizing his second man's going out. Let me take that shot for you, is what he says in his team's comms as he equalizes the game for the Vandals here.
He is definitely hyped after that one. I would be too, as putting a shot that clean in the back of the net warrants a little bit of celebration. Icarus going to put it off to the back wall. Jinja off the back wall, can't find it. Jolly Rogers again. Here he comes. Jolly Rogers going to get dunked out by Izachad. Jinja off the sidewall gets one touch. Can he get a second? No, he can't. Icarus off to the sidewall over to Brindy. He can't find the touch. Jolly Rogers dunks him out. A very good dunk out from Jolly Rogers. He pops it over to a potential teammate. A teammate can't find it. And honestly, the Frost look like they're slipping a little bit here, Sage.
I kind of disagree with you here. I think this is the most even it's been so far, other than I believe that was Game 2. I think this is the most even it's been so far. Both teams taking blows at each other. A miss comes out. This could be dangerous for the Vandals, but they recover nicely. I think this is the most even it's been. I think we're seeing both teams, trade stints of offensive shots and offensive possession of the ball. And I think we're just waiting to see a mistake come out from either team, and the other team would just simply capitalize.
Yeah, I feel like mistakes are a big issue with Novice. It's whoever can make the least amount of mistakes usually wins the game, and both teams making a limited amount of mistakes. Jolly Rogers shoots it right to the defense. A mistake on that shot, but still, the Frost defense staying solid, staying stout, really denying all these free goals that Vandals might have. Jinja off the sidewall. He's going to fake it out. Maybe a pinch here, and he gets it past one defender. Can't get it past Parallax, though. Parallax has been playing well all series. Off the back wall, here comes Icarus, as he's going to get dunked out by Jinja. Here's a beautiful opportunity for the Vandals, and Parallax says, nah, we are going to dunk that away every day of the week. Parallax again, back out to Izichad. What a pass. That is a high-level pass from Parallax over to Icarus, and wow, what a play.
That's just a beautiful play coming out from all three players. Parallax back to Izichad off the corner to Icarus. Icarus hitting a nice angle. What a team play there from Frost.
Honestly, this is shaping up to be the match of the night. We're not even finished with tonight, so make sure to stick around, as our next matchup might even be spicier, but who knows? As Icarus and Jinja going to try to trade blows here, as the ball just being popped away from Izichad. Izichad going to try to find that touch, but his buddy Brindy again on the back line. It just feels like every time a team has an opportunity, it's either one of those two getting in the way, and oh no, Parallax with an unfortunate touch gonna put his team to equalize.
That is just so unfortunate. A great shot there by Ginja. A miscommunication coming out on the Frost defensive side. And this game is now equalized.
You know, very unfortunate that it equalized in this way, but fortunate for Vandals fans out there, as their team is looking very dangerous, especially towards the end of this game. Can one of these teams find a late goal to maybe deny the overtime here, as we have 30 seconds left on the clock? Let's see who can win this game number 6, as Jinja almost dunks out the whole team. Cannot find that other dunk, as Icarus gonna put it to the sidewall. Here comes Icarus, gets it over one. Can he get it over another? No, Brindy is right there. Brindy hits it over to the side. Can Jinja redirect it? No, he gets bumped out of the way. Jolly Rogers with an opportunity to be the hero. He does not take it. Icarus over to Jinja. Over to Parallax. Parallax misses his touch. Oh no! Disaster striking for this Frost team. Vandals gonna win game number 6.
My jaw is on the floor here. That's one evil way for the scriptwriters to end this game. What is this, game 5? To end this game 5 off. I mean, that is evil.
You know, Rocker Man, I blame you on that one. I didn't like that script very much. Gave me a heart attack there. As Parallax, fortunate miss, gonna put his team into game number 7. Not necessarily the place that they wanted to be, but not a bad place actually after all, because Frost is a clutch team, and we've seen that over and over again. What
this next game isn't game 7, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, they're tied.
Frost was just up 3-1
in the series.
Were they not just up 3-1?
No, they're tied 3-3. Sage.
Oh my!
It's okay.
God.
Sage, it's okay. All right, as game number 7, spats get underway. As Sage is completely oblivious to the game number 7, I'm just gonna let you formulate your thoughts before I ask you for a prediction here, Sage. As both teams loading up into the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. It all comes down to this. Game number 7 coming to your mobile devices. Sage, who you got?
I've got myself memorizing games, okay? That is so embarrassing. But I'm sticking with my prediction. I've had this prediction all series long. Frost are going to play their brand of Rocket League. They're going to get started fast. They're going to win this one. I think a score of 4-1. 4-1.
In Sage's completely unbiased opinion, that is his answer. And
okay.
I'm actually going to have to agree with that one, Sage, as I think Frost is going to take this one out barely, and if they take this one out barely, they're going to have to look ahead, but not before Jinja can get an early shot. Brindy misses his shot, can't find the back of the net. 2 early shots. Oh no, Jolly Rogers messed up his flip. We're seeing a lot of mistakes coming out from both teams. I wonder if that's going to be the thing to really end this game. The ball floating there. Jolly Rogers is still up. Can the Merc fly? It almost flew. The ball in the back of the net. Jinja can't find that ball. Brindy the blade. Off the back wall. Icarus finds one touch. Can he find another? As he has Jinja to dunk out. Jinja dunks him out instead. Playing NBA Jam at this point. Jinja can't find that other touch into the back of the net. Instead finds it off the backboard, where Jolly is waiting very patiently with his cute heart boost. Here's a Chad. Gonna shoot it over to Parallax. Parallax gonna let Chad cook, and that is not necessarily a bad thing, as he's been cooking all series. Parallax gonna find a touch over to Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers gives it over to the opposing team, who gives it right back to Jinja, who has a shot, but Parallax there with the save, redeeming his Game 6 blunder here, Sage. Is Parallax a player to watch here in this Game 7?
I think it will be Parallax who will score the game winner in this Game 6. I think he and Izichad made pretty awful mistakes to finish off that Game 6. I think they'll both make it up and be the 2 goal scorers for this game.
Not a bad prediction at all, Sage. Liking what you're putting down is Frost almost had a very high-level play coming out there, almost sent it to his teammate on the backboard, and honestly, I would have lost my mind. As Parallax going to give it to the corner, where Brindy the Blade is waiting. Brindy the Blade pops it up. Can Jinja find it? No, he can't. He's waiting for Izichad. Jolly Rogers dunks out one. Icarus with a shot. That's going to float in. No, it doesn't. It just barely misses. And these shots have been trading back and forth here, Sage. Who do you think has the upper hand at this point?
It's hard to tell. I think both teams are playing fantastic. This is the Game 7 we want. This is the content we need. I think both teams are playing out of their mind. I have seen more offensive pressure come out from Frost. I think Frost will be the team to score first.
I agree. As Sage, you have not been too incorrect this series with the predictions, so I'm just gonna go with your gut as a mistake coming out. Parallax gonna make the save just barely as the ball almost trickles into the back of the net. An unfortunate touch. Icarus off the sidewall. Here is Jinja. Can he find a teammate? He finds Jolly Rogers, who has a pop shot. Can't find the back of the net. Brindy the Blade over to Jolly Rogers. Jinja is just waiting for that counterattack possibility, which has been so prevalent for Frost. Parallax over to Brindy the Blade off the sidewall. 1 minute, 45 seconds to go. Can either team last the test of time? Jolly Rogers over to Brindy the Blade. Can a goal be scored late here? Brindy the Blade off the backboard. Can he find a teammate? No, he finds Izichad instead. Jolly Rogers over to the sidewall. Can he find a teammate? Parallax is there. Jinja, sidewall again. Icarus back out to the middle. Izichad trying to find that extra touch to boost his team to a Game 7 victory here at the highest stakes possible. Parallax, what an insane shot, and what a dagger.
With their season on the line, hanging in the balance, Parallax, like I said, opens up the scoring with 1 minute and 17 left in this Game 7.
Sage, we just talked about how much of a factor he was going to be in this Game 7. I'm so glad that he was probably listening to the cast and he was like, yep, I'm just going to do it all myself, and I don't blame him, as Parallax has been the man. He will erase any doubts with that Game 6 and push his team, hopefully, to a Game 7 victory if the Vandals don't have something to say about it. As Jinja going to have an unfortunate miss, going to give it over to Brindy. Brindy off the sidewall, going to try to find a touch. Icarus finds a touch instead. Can Jolly Rogers just finish this? He 50s out Izichad. Jinja up with the ball. The backboard is there. Can one of these players find the net? Brindy the Blade with the shot. He can't find the back of the net. Oh my goodness, they're trading blows here. 40 seconds left. Jinja over to Parallax. He can't find the touch. Icarus, Jolly Rogers. Parallax over to Brindy the Blade. Brindy the Blade pops it up. Here's an opportunity here, but not before Izichad can get to it. As Jinja with a shot. Icarus, what a save. And I'm on the edge of my seat here. Brindy the Blade off the corner. Can't find another touch. Izichad's gonna have to try to clear this. Jinja has some time. He has a shot. Never mind the pass. Jolly Rogers. He can't put it in the back of the net. 10 seconds left. Brindy the Blade down to Jolly Rogers. He can't find it. Jinja to the backboard. One last chance. Izichad gonna clear it out. Jinja finds a touch, and nobody is gonna be there. Heartbreak strikes for Vandals, and Sage, I'm out of breath.
Parallax asked me to call him Parawarallax for the rest of the series. I did not think he earned it. Parawarallax, you have earned the name change. That was an insane Game 7 out of you. 1 goal, 3 saves, almost 400 points. You, sir, have booked your team a ticket in the semifinals.
And so well deserved from this Frost team. They fought so hard, and kudos to this Vandals team. Really made it interesting. I know Rockerman enjoyed the content. I enjoyed the content. My voice did not, however, but you know, it was one heck of a series. So glad you guys could join us here. And I just want to go over the teams one more time. What we saw in that game one from Frost really looked like it would be kind of a sweep or 4-1 kind of game, but Vandals really brought it back, brought it to this game 7 off that 0-second game 6 goal, Sage. I mean, can you tell me anything about this series that really soak it into the viewers?
You know what? If I was in that position, I would have choked. That so much pressure built up in that last minute after that parallax goal. The Vandals had so much pressure, so many shots. Unfortunately, they were not able to connect on a single one. That might have been the most pressure that they had all series, and just an unfortunate finish for them. They had a great season. They were the 4th seed, 12-6. Do not let this game signify what your season was.
Both great teams, both gave us amazing content, but we are running a little behind, so I'm just going to have to throw it to the next game on the docket. We're going to the Rival League. It's going to be some fun over there. I want to thank you again, Sage, for joining me in the booth. Always a pleasure, sir.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, I'm going to just throw it back to myself then. Hopefully you guys stick around. This Rival League matchup is no joke, and you guys know it. I'm sure the chat is going to get super hyped. Let's just bring it back. Don't go anywhere.
Baby, take a number. Baby, take a number. Baby, take a number. Baby, take a number. One for your daddy's debit declining, and 2 for the pictures nobody's liking. You're all 3 strikes, so you're always going out. You're the one my mom was always warning me about. Oh, baby, take a number. 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 Baby, take a number.
Feel my arms holding on so tight just when you need it most.
Welcome back, all you lovely people, to the Nemesis Gaming League. And we're bringing it from the Novice League all the way on top to the Rival League, where we have one heck of a showdown as the Thunderbirds are taking on Whiteout here. I'm joined in the booth by none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Penn himself. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great so far, Gallium. I was enjoying the stream so far. I cast it earlier and watched you cook in the booth. So I'm happy to be here with you and to get into some Rival League action.
It's gonna be fun. Honestly, I've been really looking forward to this matchup, and I think one of these teams has been kind of the face of Rival. I'm not gonna say, I said it. I'm gonna go with it. Kind of been the face of Rival. The Thunderbirds with Valence, Steel, Courses, and Fate, just honestly taking Rival by storm, and honestly, a very dangerous team to look out for. And on the other end of things, Whiteout have a lot of great potential themselves. What can you tell me about these two teams?
I can tell you that Whiteout had the first overall pick in the draft, and they went with Tashega. And they also had the second overall pick. I can't remember who they ended up taking. Probably Squintle, I'd say. But they had the top 2 picks in the draft. They ended the season second in PR, but they only got the 6th seed. But they're going up against a tough T-Bird squad, Thunderbirds, and who were first in power rankings. So it's going to be a tough, even matchup. This is Rivals' best here, ready to show out.
I agree. I think this is going to be one heck of a matchup. We had a pretty good matchup before, but I think in terms of rival matchups, this is one for the ages. Both these teams are ready to really get down and dirty. And honestly, 2 players that I'm looking forward to watching on this 10 o'clock evening are for Whiteout. I really like Tashega. I think he is definitely going to be a difference maker for this Whiteout team. He's borderline a Titan League player. So hoping to really just look for him to send his team to win over the Thunderbirds. But on the other end, I think honestly the face of the Thunderbirds, and I am being a little light with that wordage, is Valence. He has just been incredible this season, and honestly just a beast in 6-man's, a really nice guy. And I just honestly really like his attitude towards the game and how he plays, and he's just such an electric player for this Thunderbirds team. I was talking with a fellow Rival League player, and he said how the Thunderbirds have the highest ceiling out of all the teams, that they could peak the highest, and let's see if they can peak the highest here.
Absolutely, Thunderbirds will try to fly, but the Whiteout team is definitely going to be a tough matchup. As you said, Shega, borderline Titan. Squintle is obviously a goated player. He's going to go hard here, just try and keep up. And I'm looking for Aqua to be an X factor here if he's on the field. Aqua is definitely going to be. He's the 3rd lowest on the team. But if he can be able to keep up with his teammates and do something crazy, then that'll be the difference here. As the last time these teams met, it was pretty even. It was a 3-2 match, and as far as that goes, that's as close as it can get. These teams are neck and neck. The Thunderbirds finished 12-6. Whiteout finished 11-7. This is going to be a matchup for the ages, as it can't get any closer. Rivals best. Valence is crazy. He's gonna probably show us how offensive he can be and how much he's gonna shove the ball down Whiteout's throat if he can. But I met Tashega IRL. I met him at Worlds. He's a big boy. He hits the gym hard. So if Valence is gonna try to shove something his way, Shega's gonna put it right back at him. So it's gonna be a battle of the Titans in Rival.
Yeah, it's going to be honestly a really, really good matchup. As we're saying again, is I think we only have the Thunderbirds in this lobby. Hopefully, Whiteout can hurry on up, as we are running a little bit behind here. And as I say that, they decide to join up. So, Penn, I'm going to have to ask you a very important question, and I need your full, honest opinion here. Who do you think is taking the series, and in specific this game 1?
I'm going to say game 1 is going to go to Thunderbirds. I don't know. They're the hotter team going into the end of the season, first in PR, but I'm going to give the series to Whiteout in 6.
I agree. I think, honestly, they're going to be one heck of a challenge as we are underway, and Valence off to a hot start. He's already up. Tashega going to get it away from him, Horses. It's going to collide. Aqua gonna try to find a shot. He can't find it. Valence on a beautiful touch off to the sidewall. Valence over to Shega. He can't find the touch. Horses trying to find another touch. He finds it down the field. Squintle has an opportunity here. He tries to dunk out one. He successfully does. Tashega gonna demo one. Steele is on the opposing side of the field, and what a goal early.
My goodness, we're Whiteout going at the bodies of the Thunderbirds there, but just a quick beat from Courses to go right to Steele, who was on the opposite end of the field. Perfect positioning for the pass, and as many demos as Whiteout got, it wasn't quite enough. They had the space, but they couldn't quite get to the ball. As it goes off the backboard, and Aqua had a shot there, but they were getting a lot of demos and a lot of space, but no one there to follow up for them, Gallium.
And I think that's just the key. I think you have to have meaningful touches to your teammates, and your teammates have to be there for the touches. As I mentioned that, Tashega almost came close to letting another one in the net, as both of them were kind of on the back foot there. Squintle gonna take a touch out to the side. Tashega is up. Oh my, what a beat and what a goal.
The man's got big muscles, and he's got big wings on him as well, as he met Valence in the sky and just beat him clean, and it just went straight into the net. I mean, that's a rough beat. You're expecting Valence to get that touch if you're the Thunderbirds, and understanding you're trusting one of your best players, but Tashega too fast and too accurate, and with such a powerful shot, no way, even if someone was in net, that they could have stopped it.
Massive goal for Whiteout here, and honestly, it was looking like Thunderbirds were going to run away with it early. The amount of pressure that they're getting on the Whiteout net, and Tashega just wiped away any doubts of that, just doing it all himself, but not without a pass coming out from Squintle. As another ball, very dangerous, as Valence is going to put it off the backboard. Aqua up for a touch. He can't find it. Squintle has an opportunity here. He's going to take a shot. It does not hit the side of the net. Steele has an opportunity here. What can he make of it? He gets a good flip. Over to Courses. Over to Steele again. Valence gonna find that touch. He can't find another one though. That's Aqua gonna demo one out. Steele and misses his touch. This could be dangerous, but Valence says otherwise. Steele almost with another down the field goal. Tries to pre-flip that one, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing from both teams so far.
Absolutely, both teams getting opportunities and both teams getting goals so far. Some teams, like each team, not quite finishing on opportunities that they have, and not easy touches, but touches that they've missed that could have given them an opportunity. As Aqua makes a big touch into the corner, looked a little awkward, but he was able to make the big touch. But I'm looking for these teams to step up their game, follow up on each other's touches, making more meaningful touches that affect the game positively, as Tashega's up here with a meaningful touch to the backboard, not quite able to follow up as Squintle flies by at Gallium.
Both Tashega and Valence are borderline Titan League players, so it's going to be interesting to see how just much better they are than the rest of the lobby. And honestly, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of that now. Of course, they are statistically better than the rest of the lobby. Their teammates are putting in just the same amount of work as Aqua, trying to get down and dirty in the offensive zone. Tashega gonna try to get a touch. He gets a pass too, but it's not a good touch for a pass. Steele has some time. Over to Squintle. Gives it over to Courses, who misses his touch, but Valence has one back. Courses up the wall. He can't find his teammate, but Tashega finds Aqua. Tashega with almost a double bump coming out there. Very dangerous. Courses on the counterattack. Tries to dunk out one. Can't find it. Steele gonna block that away. Aqua can't find it. Courses off the wall. Courses trying to find his flip. He does. Tashega gonna get it right back to him. Steele off the sidewall, gonna give it to Valence. Valence over to Courses. Courses has only that touch and nothing more. Valence with an unfortunate miss here. Courses is gonna have to turn and get that one, which he eventually does. Aqua off the sidewall. He tries to get another touch. He does, but not before Valence can get to him. And both these teams kind of stalling out here in the offensive zone here, Penn.
Yeah, both teams even or almost even on shots. It's 6-5 in favor of Whiteout. but the saves are 4-5 in the favor of Thunderbirds. So each team's able to be getting shots on net, but the other team defensively is just able to meet them. As Aqua goes for a flip reset there, trying to show off. Aqua, like, he's bottom MMR of his team on the field, of the players that are playing, but he's on the top of the leaderboard here, or Tashega and Squintle. Oh my goodness, Doomsy's it around and dishes. I was gonna say how he was underperforming, but he just wins this game or tries to win this game with 20 seconds left.
An absolutely massive goal coming out from Squintle, kind of taking Thunderbirds aback with that goal. The Thunderbirds had 19 seconds to work with. Can they get a goal here? Steele down the field. Tries to get a good touch. He does. Squintle going to deny that, and a little bit of awkwardness in the whiteout zone. The ball going across. Shashega pops it up for Squintle. Squintle gives it over to Valence. Squintle, he's just going to try to take it down the field. He has an open net, and Squintle, oh my goodness, with the second goal of the game.
Squintle just shot up from the bottom of the leaderboard right to the top as he made Valence awkward, and Valence just popped it right back to him, and he dunked it right back to his opposing net and gave himself an opportunity to score. No one from the Thunderbirds could get back, not expecting that touch, but Squintle just dominating there in these crucial moments of the game. When it was tied late, Squintle came up and thrived as his team will take this game 3-1.
Massive game one coming out from Whiteout. Honestly, was not expecting them to take this game one, especially considering how the season has gone for Thunderbirds comparatively to Whiteout. But hey, it's always room for surprises, and Whiteout has been surprising me thus far. And honestly, Squintle being the head of that. 2 goals, 1 assist, 3 shots coming out from Squintle. What an amazing player, and what an amazing game here, Penn.
Absolutely. You saw Tashega. You see Tashega. He got 1 point in every major stat category here with 1 goal, 1 assist, 1 save, 1 shot. But Aqua with 3 saves, keeping his team alive in a back and forth battle. Those plays from Aqua are going to be clutch, as he was the backbone on the goal line. But Squintle, with ice in his veins, the score tied late in the game, and he called game there in that game 1. He proved my prediction wrong, but hopefully he can prove my match prediction right as they take the 1-0 series lead.
That's what we all hope for here as casters, get the match prediction right. And, Penn, I think the last time I casted with you, you got it exactly correct, a 4-1 victory. So, I don't doubt your opinion on this one. As Whiteout and Thunderbirds take the fields, who do you think's taking this game number 2, Penn?
I think Thunderbirds are going to have an answer. I think Valence is going to take offense to what happened at the end when Squintle just dunked it right off his dome piece, and he's going to open up his bag and show us what he can do. If you're gonna do something to him, he's going to do something right back. So I look for a big game from Valence here.
Massive game from Valence is necessary for the Thunderbirds to really step it up here in this game number 2, as Aqua almost dunks out Steele here, but Steele is such a good player in the defensive zone. Let's see what he can do. Can't do much because Squintle dunks him out. Valence coming out. Valence over to Tashega. Tashega finds it, gives it over to Squintle. Squintle can't do much more. Aqua has a touch. Can he find another one? Down to Tashega. Tashega gets dunked out by 2. Aqua up the wall. Can Tashega find it? No, he can't. Steele finds it instead. Steele trying to get a pinch here. He gets a solid pinch, and he's just taking this down the entire field, but Squintle with an amazing block to start off, as Aqua gonna try to find it. He accidentally backflips. This could be opportunity. Steele gets the second touch, and what a dunk coming out from Steele.
The downfall of Whiteout so far in this series has been inopportune demos, as Aqua got 2 demos in this play, and he had 2 earlier, both resulting in them to get scored on, as Steele just had so much time and so much space. In the rival league, you're going to see them finish almost every time. That's pretty much a free shot if you give them an open double, as Steele finished that one there. If you're going to play physical, you got to make it work in the rotation, and it's clearly not working for Whiteout, as Steele with another shot on. But if they're going to have to step it up if they're going to play like that. They clearly can't play around it.
No, I completely agree. It's a little unfortunate there, as they couldn't put the ball away, and hopefully they won't want that one back. Hopefully they score again for the Thunderbirds' sake. But on the other end of things, I expect Whiteout to have at least a little bit of a response here going into near the midway point of this match, as they have been very dominant in the offensive zone when they've got there. They've been able to set up, and they've been able to really counterattack well, as we're seeing right here. Oh my goodness, that is disgusting, Penn.
That course is trying to solo play, couldn't quite get the finish he wanted, and Squintle Steel was awkward, and Squintle let him know. Squintle is just in the heads of this Thunderbirds team. He put it off Valence in game 1, and he's making Steel look silly here in game 2. He ties it up for his team, and if they can keep possession like that, or if they can counterattack as well as they have, then that's the key to their victory, as long as they can play well within their means.
I agree. You have to play well for what works for you, and that is exactly correct. As Squintle going to give it down to Aqua. Aqua finds another touch. Can Squintle find this touch? Gives it over to the sidewall. Valence going to try to find even more than that first touch, but can't. Aqua up with the ball. Steel beats him out. Can Squintle make a play here? He pops it up. Oh my goodness. Courses with the pre-jump of the Sentry. Going to block it away here. Aqua gives it over to the side, gives it over to Shega. Shega almost flicks it past one, and the halfway point has arrived in this game, and both teams deadlocked at 1. Who do you think has the advantage here, Ben?
I honestly have no answer for you. The shots are even, the saves are almost even, the score is even. We're halfway through. It's anyone's game here. This is rivals best, and they're showing it here as even as the matchup can be. And both teams trading opportunities, trading blows, trading demos as Courses, oh my gosh, just blitzes through the back line as Valence just misses an opportunity, but Courses there to finish to give his team the 2-1 lead at just over 2 minutes left to play.
Courses, a player that I haven't really seen much about, is really just showing up here. What a beautiful shot coming out from him, and honestly, very needed lead for the Thunderbirds team. I think they definitely need this lead to prevail in this game 2, and I think winning this game 2 would be big for them, but not if Whiteout has anything to say about it, as Aqua going to get dunked out by Valence. Oh no, here's an opportunity for Courses. Courses tries to find the touch he can. Aqua up with the ball. Gives it over to Tashega. Tashega can't find the touch. Valence finds a touch instead. He gives it over to Courses. Courses down to Squintle. Squintle going to give it over to Valence. Valence up the wall. Aqua is going to find another touch. Dunks out another, and I think he thought Courses was going to go there. An excellent play on the defensive side of things for Courses to wait and let him mess up on his own, Ben.
Absolutely. He completely mind-boggled him there. If the ball is on your goal line, you expect someone to dive at it. That is the key to fakes. As Tashega does not fake, he doubles it as a pass to Squintle. Squintle perfectly placed in the midfield to finish it off and tie this game.
A massive double coming out from Tashega over to Squintle, and wow, these two, Tashega, Squintle, are just absolutely incredible, those two, with the mechanics that they're pulling out right now and keeping Whiteout afloat in this game too. And honestly, something that I wasn't really expecting, and something that is a more pleasant surprise as we dive into the last minute of this game. Tashega up the wall, gonna find another touch. He can't. Here comes Steel. Steel, a very good player for Thunderbirds. Can he prove it here? He gets the bump as well. A beautiful play. Started out from Steel over to Valence, and Courses gonna clean it right up.
The course to victory goes through Courses as Valence. Just a 3-man play starting with Steel, going off the backboard to Valence, who goes off the backboard to Courses. Like, you're just going to melt through defenses if you can successfully get it around defenders and bang it off the backboard, and hopefully someone's there to finish, which Courses was there. So good play by the Thunderbirds to use each other and play around the defense perfectly.
I agree. It was an absolutely beautiful play coming out from them, as Aqua making a little mistake on defense, but not capitalized on by the Thunderbirds. 30 seconds left, a 3-2 lead for the Thunderbirds. Can they hold on here? It's Whiteout, gonna give it to the corner, give it over to Courses. Valence gonna take a shot. Aqua gonna deny it right back. Steel over to the side. Valence and Aqua collide. The ball being sent right over. Here's an opportunity for Squintle. Can he make it count? No, he can't. Steel, an amazing defensive play. Valence up with the ball. Gets one. Can he get a second? No, he can't. He doesn't have enough boost. 5 seconds left. Steel with a shot. Gets it to the side. Squintle gets it up. Can Aqua make a play? He tries to get it up, but that is going to go right back down. And Thunderbirds taking this game number 2.
Absolutely great play by Thunderbirds to counter this game after that tragic game 1 loss. I have to note a quiet game from Tashega. He had that really nice assist on Squintle's goal, but they couldn't, like, Tashega had a really quiet game, and you wouldn't hear his name a lot in being said. So you want to see Tashega step up, but Courses for his team really stepped up here in this game too to give his team the series tie, and Valence there on the bottom. So, but he had 320 points. Very even game from the Thunderbirds, but the top players from each team on the bottom of the leaderboard, Gallium.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, and I kind of like the shakeup here, but something that is worth noting is all 6 of these players are absolutely incredible. And I have not seen a whole lot of bad plays coming out from all 6 of them. So, kudos to them. And honestly, a very good trait to have if all your teammates can succeed at the level of a rival league. And honestly, we are seeing an absolute classic coming out here as the series is tied 1-1. Penn, I think you already know the question I'm about to ask you. Who's going to take game number 3?
I'm gonna assume this is a back and forth series, so I'm gonna have to take White out here in this one. Like I said, Tashega was quiet, but you can't keep him quiet for long. He may be a quiet guy, but he's gonna pop off on this field. And he's gonna make himself heard.
He should make himself heard if he wants his team to climb the summit, beat out the rest of the teams to advance to the semifinals. As Valence gonna hit it off the sidewall over to Tashega, but Valence a very good 50 over to Aqua. Aqua gonna put in his work. Steel is right there to meet him. Steel over to Courses. Courses down and almost slots it in. Valence gonna try to find that slot that Courses couldn't. Unfortunately, does not get that touch. Steel is up with the ball. Can he find a double? No, he doesn't. Courses finds that double instead. Aqua gonna try to get it to the opposite wall. Aqua over to his teammate Squintle. Squintle with he was trying to go for a double tap there, but the bumps coming out proved too difficult for this Thunderbirds team. Aqua gonna score his first of the game.
Aqua playing it over 1, and Squintle right off the backboard. Steel couldn't make a play on it, so it was just perfectly played around him, and great finish there from Aqua from the play that he started with the help from Squintle. They take that series or the game advantage as they get a quick shot on again. Whiteout coming in hot in this game, Gallium.
Whiteout is just that team when it comes to coming out hot. They just find some way to do it as Aqua try to go for the triple flip reset there. 2 Thunderbirds going to meet him before he is able to, and for good reason, as that looked dangerous. The ball being sent out to Aqua. Aqua can't find the touch. Valence finds it instead. Valence can't find the touch that time as Squintle ducks him out. Courses has possession of this ball. He's going to give it to the sidewall. It's going to go right down to Aqua, who tries to find teammate Squintle, who's going to be a little awkward for this one, but gives it back to Tashega. Tashega going to try to look for a double. Can't find it, though, because Courses is right there, lying in wait like a lion in the tall grass. Tashega over to the sidewall. Can't find that other touch that he needed, and a shot almost going to slip in here from Aqua. Tashega over to Aqua, and what a passing play. That is elite level stuff.
Oh my God, I don't know what I was expecting from Tashega. I thought he was playing the ball really slowly, but he baited out that first defender. There were 2 in net, so he made a brilliant play to bait one out and make it easier for Aqua as he just dimed him up and put it right in front of the net. What a great play from Tashega, who's got a big brain, and that proves to be the difference here in this game 3.
Big brain, bigger car, better car. That's just how it works here at the Nemesis Gaming League. As the Whiteout having a very good start to this game number 3. As I say that, Steel is going to take it to the opposite end and put one away for the Thunderbirds.
That was one thing I noticed about game 2 was the effective demos from the Thunderbirds, as we see one here to just leave the open net for Steel. That the demos, I believe that last one was Courses. Course has been the big demoer for the Thunderbirds. It hasn't cost them, and they've been effective. He's killing effective people and taking them out of the play, leaving his team opportunities to take advantage. So if they can continue that play of effective demos, and his Courses just throws it on net, no one there to challenge. I don't know what happened there, Gallium.
Very unfortunate for the opposing team. You do not want to be in Course's way for that, and you just saw why, as a beautiful shot coming out from the man himself, and a 2-2 game here. I'm interested to see who's going to take this one. I think if Whiteout take this one, they're right back in that driver's seat, but if Thunderbirds take that, this is game 3, they're in a little more favorable position because they have 1-2 in a row. Let's see how this one turns out. Aqua gonna demo one, gives it to the opposing team right before dunking them though. Steele has it off the wall. Gonna try to get it past Squintle. He does not. Squintle is an absolutely amazing player. Off the sidewalk to Shega. Almost snuck in a shot there. Aqua misses his touch. Oh, it's a Valence versus Squintle. Who will win? Valence almost slots a top right, but not before Steele can get a beautiful shot for his second of the game.
That's the power and respect that people have on Valence's name. All eyes were on him as he had that ball with time and space. He had a really nice flick with a lot of power. I would assume he wanted to slot that top corner, but it went perfectly to his teammates. And no one was ready for that play from the white outside. As, like I said, they just respect him too much and know that if he doesn't make the play, that he should make the play, and that's what they were expecting there. To Whiteout's disadvantage as Squintle gets an open net as he slices and dices on his own.
Yeah, the third man being very pressured there, being chased for the bump, and Courses had to make a play. Beautiful bump attempt from Aqua, really gets him out of his zone, and Squintle, again with the slice and dice, beautiful stuff, and tied 3-3, less than 2 minutes left in this game. It's going to be an all-out brawl to the finish. Whiteout leading in the shots department, leading 7-5 in the shots department. Let's see if that'll play a factor going into the late game. Squintle gonna try to have a touch, but not before Courses gets there. Tashega off the sideball over to Steele. Steele has some time. Let's see what he can do with it. He gets that touch, a beautiful touch actually, out to Aqua, who's gonna do the same thing that Steele just did, but except he's gonna try to go for an air dribble, but Valence, the fast octane he is gonna bump that right away. Squintle gonna give it to the side. Can't find a good touch. Aqua gonna find a great touch. Get it past one. Can he get it past two more? No, not a favorable touch. And Tashega bumps his teammate. Now it is an unfortunate position for the whiteout team. Can they get out of this? And oh my goodness, Courses almost with a very deadly shot there. And as we're winding down in this last minute of gameplay, do you think any team has an advantage here, Ben?
I'm going to say the Thunderbirds, only from the fact that Tashega, again, has not been playing like the Tashega we know. He's been very quiet. He's bumped his teammates. He's had some great opportunities. He shined in moments of this match, but when it's mattered most, when he could make effective touches to give his team an opportunity, he hasn't been there to make them. He makes that save to keep them alive 30 seconds in, but he's at the bottom of the leaderboard, and he's almost even with Squintle, but without the goal. Oh my goodness, as it floats in. Steele gets credited with the goal. What happened here, Gallium?
I'm thinking a little bit of a miscommunication on the defensive side. I think Valence thought he was going to hit that. I think Tashega thought it as well, but Steele will take that any day of the week. Beautiful goal, and Valence expressing his concerns about his gameplay in the chat, and for good reason. There's a little bit of a misfortunate touch there, but Thunderbirds still in the driver's seat. They are driving the bus, and hopefully that bus doesn't crash. As Courses going to give it to the back wall. Valence, the back wall again to Shega, over to Squintle. Squintle can't find the touch because Steele blocked it out. Courses down the field, 1 second left, and that is going to be down and away. And your Thunderbirds take this game number 3.
As Whiteout calls their timeout, you hope to see them come back from this. Their only hope being that you said that Thunderbirds are driving the bus. One thing that stops buses would be an ice storm that could drive them right off the road here, as Whiteout had almost had the shot advantage. I believe they had the shot advantage earlier with Thunderbirds coming back, but Thunderbirds also had the save advantage earlier into the game. So they just need to be able to crack this Thunderbirds defense. They're just on the goal line. They're there to make the effective touches whenever Whiteout has an opportunity offensively.
Yeah, effective touches is something that is touched on a lot in the rival league. You have to have those touches out to your teammates, touches that are valuable to both your team and not valuable to the opposing team. So it's kind of hard to find that balance. And I think both teams are doing a decent job of it. I think the Thunderbirds obviously having a much better time doing it, as they did lead the shot department by 1 shot. They did have 8 shots to the Thunderbirds, or to the Whiteout 7 shots. So, good for Thunderbirds. They're really getting into the Whiteout zone. And honestly, both teams are looking eerily similar to each other here, Penn.
Absolutely. You're seeing both of the top guys on each team on the bottom of the leaderboard, and unlikely heroes stepping up. As we've seen Aqua at times and Squintles go crazy and score the goals. But of course, Courses and Steel for the Thunderbirds, both showing out and scoring goals and keeping their team alive. With this 2-1 series lead, it's do or die here. So someone's got to show up, and the lower ranked people on these teams, Steel and Courses especially, have been scoring the goals and giving their teams effective leads and just shutting down this whiteout team. Even as back and forth as it's been, Thunderbirds seem to have the advantage here.
Yeah, the Thunderbirds have gotten 2 wins in a row, and that is definitely detrimental to your momentum if you are a whiteout. And I think that is why they took their timeout. Honestly, probably the best timeout I've seen today. Best timeout I've seen in the playoffs so far has been whiteout. They took it when they needed to, and I think now was the time to take it. Most teams either don't take their timeout or they take it in a bad spot. So it's nice to see whiteout really take full advantage of that, and hopefully they'll come back better than ever here, Penn.
Absolutely. From this timeout, I'd hope to see people like Tashega step up, and hopefully he took that time to settle in and see what can I do better in this game. And I'd also like to see a little bit more from Aqua. He's crazy mechanical, and you've seen him go for the double or triple for flip reset in this game even. So if he could just be effective with his mechanics and carry his team offensively, that could be the key to Whiteout to come back in this series.
I think that is the key. It's honestly dependent on if they find the lock here, as Whiteout getting a little dangerous here, and Courses is going to make you pay every day of the week.
They may have the key in mind, but the door gets slammed in their face, and they just yank the lock right out of their face as Courses just slams it home. Great assist from Steel. Very quick answer from the Thunderbirds, and they have the momentum, and Whiteout needs to answer quick, or it could go downhill very fast coming off that timeout.
Yeah, things can derail very quickly if you do not put enough pressure on the net, and I'm glad that both teams are very offensive in that mindset. Squintle gonna fake his redirect. Valence gonna get it off the back wall. Aqua gonna take his touch, gonna try to find another touch. Courses dunks him out. The ball just floating into the whiteout zone and into the whiteout net. It goes. Steel with his first of the game.
Big dunk from Courses right on Aqua, but Aqua bangs it off the wall again, passing it right to Steel, who just hammers it home with a very fast shot. Tashega was there, but he just wasn't quite there enough to make the save. He got a little bit on it, but not enough. Great shots from Steel and an unfortunate pass from Aqua to give it to the other team.
Yeah, honestly, I'm seeing a lot of forced defensive maneuvers coming out from the whiteout side of things. I feel like they're honestly just pushing up too far, and I feel like that's just giving Thunderbirds such a prime opportunity to score on the whiteout net. And you're going to see another example maybe here soon of them just overcommitting and letting the Thunderbirds into their zone. And hopefully that is not the case. Hopefully whiteout cleans this up, because if they don't, it is looking like a 3-1 series lead for the Thunderbirds, as Valence gonna miss his touch, and I think Aqua thought he was gonna hit that one.
You said it perfectly. Thunderbirds here with a clean zone entry, and the defense from Whiteout just not there, as Valence throwing up a red herring as he was air rolling, throwing a flying nothing at the ball, and it just worked perfectly as it threw off the offense enough to get the 3-0 lead in this game.
I really think the Thunderbirds are going to start running away with this one if Whiteout doesn't stop anything soon, and I feel like they just need to get into Thunderbirds' offensive zone and really start to work here. And think once they get in that zone, they'll find their way around things, and this is just not the case this game, as Valence going to put in his first of the game.
It seems like Whiteout is just lackluster on the defensive side. There's always just only one person back. Like you said, they were just overcommitting. But it's also an attest to the Thunderbirds' quick counter. Once they have that opportunity, they just throw it right back into the opposing side, and they finish it off as quickly as they get there. This is a fast-paced counterattack, as we see Music in the lobby on the field. Not sure what we're gonna do here with that galleon.
A little interesting here is I believe Music decided it's going to be a 4v3, and very unfortunate here. I don't think he realizes that he's on the pitch, and honestly, I'm not gonna say it wouldn't make much of a difference if he was or wasn't off the pitch, but he could potentially save a shot here. So I think he's been kicked from the party, but he's still in the game, so throwing off Whiteout a little bit, and honestly, it works out for them, as Tashega gonna get his first goal of the game.
I will call it the Music buff. Aqua saying he had to move around him, so an unfortunate obstacle. I'm not sure what goes on in this scenario, but I guess Music trying to prove that Whiteout needs the help as he gets on the field and they end up scoring a goal. I'm pretty sure he's off now, so we're business as usual going forward. But not sure how the Thunderbirds feel about this, Gallium.
I think Music was just really putting in great work in the defensive zone. So sad to see him go for the Thunderbirds, but honestly, they got a goal out of it. Tashega just putting in work here.
Absolutely. I guess the Thunderbirds are thinking too much about Music and not enough about Tashega, who's been quiet this series. But what a ceiling shot from him as he slots it at an unbelievable angle right under the crossbar. Don't give him that opportunity, because even though he's been quiet so far this series, he will take advantage and crush you with those opportunities.
Oh, Squintle missed potential open net there to make it a 4-3 game. Instead, Aqua gonna try to dunk out Steel, who doesn't get it. Valence off the backboard does not get it as well. Can Courses find a good shot? He does. Aqua gonna send it out to Squintle. Squintle over to Tashega. Can't find the touch. Steel finds it instead. Aqua playing a good third man role, keep protecting that ball. Tashega turns for it. He bumps out Courses. Aqua and Steel gets beaten out. Valence over to Tashega. Tashega, can he find another touch? No, he can't. Steel again with great defense. Steel with one save, but I feel like the save should be more for him, as he has just been the defensive backbone so far.
Absolutely. Everyone on this just got word that we're going to need to reset before the point that Music joined. I'm not sure what exact time that was, but it looks like we're going to have to leave all these goals not counting. And unfortunate for the Thunderbirds, as we were under a minute to play and they had the 2-goal lead. Despite Whiteout scoring during that time, it's not going to count for either team in their goals, and we're going to have to get this reset going. How do you think that's going to affect the momentum?
I think that's just going to absolutely kill it, honestly. Very unfortunate coming out from Music. I don't really know what happened there. Maybe he just couldn't wait for his next playoff game next week. Yeah, decided to hop in. But, I think for Whiteout's side of things, I think this honestly could be honestly kind of a buff, because you already had your timeout. You technically get to take a second one right here. So
Counter argument to that, they took their timeout and they weren't playing too hot coming off of it. So I hate to shut you down like that, but I don't know if this time is going to give Whiteout the advantage. The Thunderbirds came back off that timeout and just started slugging. So I don't know.
This is a very valid point, and honestly, I'm gonna have to switch my whole train of thought, because usually timeouts for teams are beneficial, but the last time Whiteout had a little bit of a break, Thunderbirds kind of took it to them, as you saw at the beginning of this game. 4-0 was the scoreline before Music decided to grace us with his presence. So, it's just honestly, it's just a balancing act between, the timeouts, and just you have to ease yourself into the game. And I feel like Whiteout isn't doing that. They're playing way too aggressive, and they're giving Thunderbirds needless opportunities.
And the Thunderbirds are taking advantage of those opportunities. I mean, they have a quick counterattack. and they put the ball on the net with effectiveness. And even if there's a fake or the shot's just too powerful, Thunderbirds are taking advantage. And Whiteout, they just had that lone defender on an island, and it's proving to be a disadvantage to Whiteout being down in this series, that they have to play that aggressively, giving Thunderbirds that opportunity to counter.
Honestly, I think the Thunderbirds just countering is going to be definitely necessary in order for them to really have a comeback here. And you know, I think you have to come back and you have to start slugging, like you said. And I think the Thunderbirds just have to have that kind of slugfest. And I'm not really clear on what's happening here. I know you said it before, but I can't read the chat log. Are we restarting from a 4-2 game, or are we going for the 4 to nothing?
I believe the score was 4-2 at the time everyone left, and so the last goal from each team wouldn't count. So that would make it 3-1, I believe. We're just checking on the time that we have to reset the game and regain to. So it looks like it's going to be the 4-0 Thunderbirds, and we're going to have to wind down the clock to 2:58 before we get back to the
Wow.
action.
That is a blow to Whiteout. Taking 2 goals off the board. I don't think they should be punished like this, but this is such an odd situation that I don't really know what else could have been done. As interesting going down here as Valence is just gonna take this one in the back of the net. Interesting start to this game. Thunderbirds up 1-0.
Well, what we have to do here, Gallium, is we have to get the score back to as it was. So Valence just getting an early start to the scoring. We're going to have to let the clock wind down, and we're going to have to score that 4th goal as the clock hits 2:58. So we get a clean restart at 2:58 with the same score that we had.
It's really beautiful seeing these teams just kind of hop around, have a good time. This is what Nemesis is all about. Is the score is being reset here as both teams taking their time and doing some good stuff. As honestly, really disappointing for Whiteout. I honestly think music didn't really have that much of an impact on how that game was played. I think honestly it was a detriment more to Whiteout than it was to Thunderbirds. So it'll just have to be how it is. So
Absolutely.
as we have some interesting stuff going on here. I think they're just trying to reset the clock here. And what are you seeing from these two teams as we get this reset going?
I definitely see Valence trying to take advantage of getting free goals, as he gets 2 of the free goals, and no one getting credited for the 3rd one, as we saw, I believe, Squintle doing a breezy flick into the net to give the 3rd goal. So now we just have to wait for about a minute and a half as we get the clock down, and then someone's going to have to get that 4th goal. But it looks like everyone's just trying to stay warm. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's not what you want to see. As it looks like the reset has been ruined. So I don't know how we move on from here, as Valence bumps Steel to get that 4th goal.
I think this is honestly really scuffed. I don't really know how you handle this situation. 4-0 for the Thunderbirds, and both teams just gonna have a chat and just gonna figure out what is happening, because honestly, Penn, I haven't a darn clue what is happening, and I'm sure the rest of the people don't have an idea what's happening. My thing is honestly probably just a restart would be the best. I know that isn't ideal, but I think honestly it's either that or just giving Thunderbirds the win, which is obviously an unfortunate outcome. But they were leading in that game, and Music, even though he was on the field, it wasn't that much of an impact as I think the streamers thought it was. But hey, I don't really know that much. Penn, do you have any thoughts on this situation?
I have a lot. Unfortunately, I don't. I believe this might be a Nemesis first. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone might know, but this leaves an unfortunate situation, as we have to wait for the clock to wind down, and then you have to trust that someone's not going to leave a little bit early to possibly get an advantage on that kickoff, and then at some point, then it's just gonna be a mauled situation. That was a dumb mistake from Valence, I have to say, to do that, as it seems Squintle went just a hair early, as I said, and there goes Valence with the OK in chat. And that's why it's so imperative to get that fourth goal at the time of the reset to avoid situations like that, because someone is going to try to get any advantage that they can.
Yeah, I think the whole reason for that, I know the viewers at home didn't get to see it, but an unfortunate bump coming out. I believe Steele was in front of the ball, and I think Valence was kind of floating towards him, and he accidentally bumped him. As Squintle can make it 4-1 here. Hopefully, Whiteout can have another comeback.
I mean, they get one of those goals back that they lost. Seems like just a unfortunate play by Thunderbirds not to be in the net, and it was a crazy pass just right to Squinto, and he gets that open net. I mean, this game has had its ups and downs, and this is just wild to cast here, Gallium.
You know, if this isn't Nemesis Rocket League, I don't know what is. As Courses is just going to put it top left. What an absolute banger coming out from the man.
I mean, Whiteout got their goal back, but Thunderbirds had one that they got taken away from them as well, so they got it right back, and we have a 5-1 game with 2 minutes 19 left. I don't even know how to commentate this because we haven't seen anything effective in a long time. I don't know how the teams are going to go into the rest of this game, if it's just chalked or if Whiteout even has a chance to come back here.
I think Whiteout really has to work on their mental game. I feel like after that, I think if I was put in that situation, my mental would be absolutely shot. So I think Whiteout has to just calm each other down and just focus on their game. Because their game, up to this point, besides the 4-0 lead that they sustained, has been pretty good. And I think that timeout kind of messed with them a little bit. I think they just have to keep playing the way that they're playing and not triple commit like we just saw there, as a ball is just going to try to travel into the bottom right corner of the net. Valen's going to try to make a play. Oh! That is gross. And what is the defense doing?
I was going to say, like, that's the disadvantage that we had just from waiting around for the clock to wind down, is you're not in the competitive mindset anymore. You get too relaxed. You're not really playing the game. And so you get out of your groove. As we see, Whiteout is just slipping a little bit. And it's proving to be in the Thunderbirds' advantage, but maybe that reset with everyone on the field not really doing anything got Whiteout out of their groove there.
Very unfortunate for Whiteout, and they're expressing their distaste for what has happened. And honestly, I think it's just an unfortunate situation all around, so hopefully we just work past it and focus on the game, as Valence is getting it to the corner. Courses going to be there. Courses with a shot can't find the back of the net. Let's see if a teammate can. Squintle going to get there first. Squintle with a flip reset. He gets the other one, but he doesn't get to the ball. Tashega gets to it first. Tashega off to Squintle. Squintle going to take a bang. Aqua almost getting there. Valence. Over to Tashega. Tashega over to Steele. Steele has a very good opportunity to make a very good play, and he chooses to pass. What a great team player Steele is. Aqua over to Squintle. Squintle down the pitch. Steele is going to take this one back to Shega. Going to block it right back from him. Aqua going to take this one away. And a flip reset coming out from Tashega, but he cannot follow as the ball being sent down into the wideout zone. Aqua is going to miss his touch. Tashega out to Aqua. Aqua back to Tashega. Tashega going to find another touch. Aqua is going to find another touch. Very long team play coming out from them, as it's almost worked, as I believe Squintle went for a musty there. And don't really blame him. I think this game has been a little bit more or less of a crapshoot.
That was one for the history books, and I'm sure we're going to hear about it in Hub. We're going to hear about it in Rival Gen. There's going to be a lot of unhappy people with this game, especially on the Whiteout side. Yeah, I know Tashega expressed his unhappiness in the game chat, but you got to take it as it is. We followed the rules as best we could. An unfortunate bump caused it to go a little bit haywire, but no ifs, ands, or buts. Whiteout has to come back from a 3-1 series deficit.
Yeah, and I think they could do it. Honestly, I think they have everything in their arsenal in order to do it. They've really tested the Thunderbirds. Regardless of that last game, I think that last game is a wash. I'm just erasing that from my memory. I think that Whiteout just has a very good chance to really test the Thunderbirds here, and I honestly think Whiteout's going to take this game number 5.
I hate to disagree, Gallium, but I think Whiteout's mental is just chalked. They're out of it mentally, and they weren't playing well. And as we see here, just 8 seconds into the game, Courses opens it up, proving disaster for Whiteout. And as bad as that ending to game, I can't even remember, game 4 was, couldn't even remember the game because I had just erased it from my memory, like you said. But game 5 opening up so quickly for Thunderbirds, I can't wait to see how Whiteout handles this.
Yeah, and honestly, just an unfortunate situation all around. And I think Whiteout has a solid shot to come back in this. I think it's going to lie on the shoulders of Tashega. I think he is the X factor for this team. As we've seen a lot of Squintle, but I think Tashega is the man to really be able to do it by himself and put a ball in the back of the net. We'll see if that holds true as Aqua going down the field. Squintle going to get a touch down the field as well. Valence misses his touch. Aqua down, and Corsa is going to miss his bash away, and Aqua going to get his first of the game.
They're going to make it competitive as best they can, as Courses just goes a little bit too far into the net. He was trying to be sneaky on the short side, but it proved to get him just slightly out of position. What a slot from Aqua as he keeps his team alive, giving them momentum and hopefully some hopium in their tanks that they can come back in this series.
You know, it doesn't matter what I think unless they think it. I think they can come back, but who knows what they're thinking right now. Is Squintle going to take a shot? Does not go. Valence has some time. He's going to pop it out, give it over to Steele. Steele just misses his touch to Shega. Out to the sidewall. Over to Squintle. Squintle off the backboard. Steele hits it away. Aqua going to pop this one up. Aqua has a little bit of a dribble over to Tashega. Tashega can't find the back of the net. Aqua almost finds the back of the net. Squintle over to Aqua. Tashega has the ball. Here's the Tashega solo plays we were talking about, and Steele is going to deny that every day of the week. Aqua, beautiful defensive play, as he is going to get it out to Tashega, who barely misses his touch. Valence has an opportunity to clear it out. He misses his touch. Can they capitalize? Squintle going to take that any day of the week. 2-1 lead.
The ball floating right in front of the Thunderbirds net. Valence couldn't follow up on his touch. He possibly was expecting for it to hit the ceiling. It did not, so it was just floating right in front. Squintle gets above it, drops it down, right in the position that no one can make the save. Gives Whiteout their first lead in what feels like forever.
It does feel like forever, and honestly, it is a much-deserved lead coming from Whiteout. I feel like they definitely deserve this lead and definitely worked very hard to get it. Let's see if they can maintain it, though, as we hit the 3-minute mark of this game. Aqua going to try to make something work out of that ball. Cannot find it. Steele down, and hopefully is a teammate there as Courses going to put it top right, tie this game up.
The defense from Whiteout is scrambling as they could not reach this ball, as Steele put it right around Tashega, and both players on the Whiteout defense on each post, but it just went perfectly in the middle with a perfect shot out of reach, and neither defender could get it, and it's tied here with 2:45 left.
Really unfortunate for the Whiteout side, as Thunderbirds just gonna take it right back, as Tashega gonna try to find a touch out to Squintle. Squintle gets it over to Aqua. Aqua back over to the sidewall. He can't find any more touches, as he instead opts for the demo on Valence. Squintle is up. Can he find the touch? Yes, he does. Back down to the ground. Steele can't find the touch on that. Instead, he tries to pass it out to a teammate, and a double commit going out for Whiteout. Can they capitalize? Valence misses his touch. Squintle down the field. Steele has some time. He's going to take his time. And Steele very good on these defensive rotations so far. A very good defensive player, and so is Courses here, going to get it down to the back corner. Steele going to hit it to the sidewall again. It's going to get a little crazy as we enter the last 2 minutes of this match. Valence going to send it down the field to Shega. He's going to wait for it to Shega and Steele. Gonna 50 it out. Steele coming for this pop. He gets it. Tashega is gonna meet him right there. Tashega finds another pop, and both these teams, they're honestly just trading blows in either end. Wouldn't you agree, Pen?
Absolutely. Neither team quite able to find the finishing touch. They've had great opportunities, as we just saw Whiteout just finish it off the corner post and not able to get their goal. As Aqua bags it here, can Tashega finish? Oh, just wide. As we've been seeing, just not enough power, not enough accuracy. It's been the story of this game, but it's 2-2. Someone's got to finish here, as Aqua does. The 3-2 lead. Aqua gives his team the lead, 1 minute left, and finally someone can find the back of the net.
A huge Squintle demo coming out, and Aqua just gonna 50 Valence. He's gonna be in the gym all day, all night. Gets it past him. 3-2 lead for Whiteout. Can they hold it? They need to hold it to force a game number 6. Wondering if they can do it. As Steele dribbling it down into the Whiteout zone. Courses gonna give it to Valence, and oh my goodness, this game is tied.
Back and forth this series has gone. As Tashega puts it on the corner, it goes right to Courses. No one able to recover, as Aqua went straight to the back of the net, not able to get there fast enough, and Valence makes him pay. Perfect positioning from him and a great pass from Courses to tie this game up with 50 seconds left.
He's just doing it all at this point, honestly. Courses is the man of the hour for the Thunderbirds so far, as a beautiful block coming out from Squintle. 40 seconds left. Steele's going to try to make a play. He's going to give it over to Courses. Courses instead is going to give it to Valence. Valence has some time. Let's see what he can do with it. Steele. Oh no. A defensive mishap from Whiteout is almost going to cause a goal. You cannot be having those if you're Whiteout. Squintle with an attempted touch. He 50s is out. Tashega off the sidewall. Tashega down to Aqua. Steele is going to try to follow this. Squintle is down the field. He's going to boom this one. 6 seconds left. Can Valence make a beautiful play for his team? Not if Tashega has to say anything about it. Tashega going to put it to the ground, and overtime in this game number 5. Who do you think has the upper hand here, Ben?
I'm going to have to say Whiteout. They've proven to be resilient so far in this series. Despite all the unfortunate happenings that we've seen, they've come back in this game 5 and just answered back everything the Thunderbirds have had. I wish I had instant replay so I can go back and show Squintle's save. I forget who shot it as the ball's floating in front of the net, but Squintle may have saved Whiteout's season with his save right in front of the net. As we get into this overtime, I look for Aqua to put a shot on. I don't know who's got the advantage here.
Looking really even so far, as Whiteout is just looking on the pressure right now. It's just the pressure is switching sides. It depends who can break the pressure, who can break the defense here, as the ball in Squintle's corner. Can Squintle make something happen? I believe he ran out of boost. Courses over. He's going to get it over to Tashega, and Tashega's going to say no. Steele down the field. Squintle going to take his time, going to give it to Aqua, and oh no, that pinch almost went in and almost ended their season. That was very unfortunate, as Aqua's up. Aqua gets a very good touch. Can they find another touch? No, they can't. Squintle gonna shoot this one over to Steele. Squintle with another touch. Oh, they both miss. Oh no, but a Whiteout player is not there to support. And that has just been the story so far. Not enough support as a musty flick. Can they finish this? No, they can't. Again, the support system from Whiteout just isn't the greatest right now, as the shots are going into Whiteout's favor. Whiteout shooting 8. Thunderbirds have 6, and I don't know if anything's going to change here, Penn, but I think something needs to give soon before one of these teams scores.
Whiteout has been absolutely dominant in this overtime period. As they've had control, they've had a lot of the pressure, and Thunderbirds with quick counterattacks, but big saves on the goal line to stuff Whiteout, as Steele with a shot there met by Aqua, it seems, but Whiteout have the better opportunities. They have the better chances. They just have to finish their shots. Just put it on net and make them make a save, which they have been doing, but you've had great opportunities that have just been missed. You can't score a goal if you don't put it on the net, as Aqua does, and keep Whiteout alive. The overtime hero, Aqua, slots it from his own end to give this team the win.
Massive goal from Aqua right when his team needed it. He delivered. Aqua gonna be the MVP of this game, and for very good reason. Honestly, just an incredible game from him. He had the hat trick there, so hats off to Aqua. With besides his 3 goals, he had 1 save, 6 shots. An incredible outing from Aqua and the rest of his team. And on the Thunderbird side of things, an unfortunate loss. You really could have locked that one away, and now you give Whiteout momentum in a very dangerous spot for them to be.
Absolutely. You called it here at the beginning of this game. Whiteout was going to come back and win this game. And, excuse me, it seems like they're not quite done yet. They overcame that adversity, and as all hope seemed lost, they came back and won this game. Great game from Aqua to score 3 goals plus the OT winner. Mans went off, and you got to respect that when it matters most. Your season on the line. Obviously, you got to go back to Squintle. He made some incredible goal line saves, only getting credit for 1, but he was a defensive mastermind. And like when it matters the most, you love to see him step up.
Yeah, honestly, I think Squintle is just that guy when it comes to the defensive zone. Also, Aqua being that guy in the defensive zone, I feel like all these players have the capability to be big factors in the defensive zone. But I feel like 4 of these players on the pitch right now, besides Valence and Tashega, are those difference makers on the pitch defensively. So we'll see how this one plays out. And Penn, I'm just gonna have to ask for your prediction right here, right now. Who do you got taking game number 6 at the Forbidden Temple?
It's Forbidden Temple. Anything can happen. And the script writers want Whiteout to come back here as Aqua gets a shot on. The script writers want a game 7, but it's Forbidden Temple. It's going to make everyone disappointed. I'm going to say Thunderbirds win in a blowout.
Thunderbirds in a blowout, and I agree, but not with the blowout part. I think it's going to be a close one here, and I think Thunderbirds are barely going to edge out Whiteout and a 4-2 victory, but who knows, as Valence starting off our prediction pretty strong.
A huge demo on the back line. I hope to see who it was here on the replay. Looks like Steele got someone, and Valence there to finish it off, as the last defender that was alive was just awkward and couldn't make the save. But as I was saying, the story of this series is Thunderbirds getting those effective demos. It's been a constant throughout this series, and whenever they do get those quality demos, they usually leads to a Thunderbirds goal. So if they can keep it up, I could see them taking this game handedly.
That is a key if they can keep this up, and that is what I'm wondering as well, if they can keep up this pressure. Whiteout has been very resilient in this series. We'll see if anything changes, as Valence going to give it over to Squintle, who's going to pop it up. Steele beats another man over there. Valence down the pitch, and a little bit of awkwardness on the defensive side, but Tashega's going to take care of courses down the pitch. Tashega has an opportunity to clear it out, and what a pinch coming out from Tashega. Can Tashega continue his dominance here? Squintle going to take a shot, and what a shot from Squintle, putting it top left and making it a 1-1 game.
Perfect power and perfect placement. It bounced off the ceiling right to courses, and it gave the ball so much momentum that whenever Squintle hit it, he hit it perfectly with his car to place it on the far side of the net, and it had so much power from the speed of rolling that it was just unsavable from any Thunderbirds defender.
I feel like most of these shots coming out from these two teams have been unsavable, as honestly some incredible shooting coming out for both teams, but I'll just chalk that up to being rival league and me just being a lowly little prospect, and them just being absolutely incredible shooters. But who knows, they could be some of the best shooters in rival league. Only time will tell. That's Aqua. We'll send it down to Courses. Courses going to take its time. Courses makes a pretty good defensive stop with the help of a teammate. Squintle and Tashega up, and that's going to be very dangerous. Hopefully Aqua is good enough to make this stop, and of course he is. He's Aqua. The ball being sent down into the Thunderbird zone. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Courses up with the ball. Can he get the double to save the Thunderbirds? Oh, he cannot. Valence misses his touch as well, and this could be a deadly counterattack, but Steele denying any counterattack possibility, and Steele with an attack out of his own. Oh, barely gets deflected away. Valence down the pitch. Valence gonna get another touch. Aqua down the pitch as well. Courses gonna bump out to Shega. Steele over to Squintle. Squintle can touch this ball one more time. Can they break through here, Penn? Who is going to be the first team to break through in this scoring spree?
I'm say
well.
that it's whiteout. I mean, I didn't get it on time, but I will take credit. I mean, I was 100% right as I guessed whiteout. It doesn't matter how early, but Tashega finishes it there. The man is a rival league champion last season. He has the ice in his veins. He gives his team the lead there, but what a shot, even though it seemed like Thunderbirds had all the control.
Oh, no, another one. Gonna sneak into the back of the net. Aqua making it 3-1, and honestly, this series is getting a little shaken up here as Whiteout taking a little bit of a commanding lead in this game 6.
It seems so, as Thunderbirds, it seemed like they had possession of the ball. They were playing around Whiteout for a solid minute without them touching the ball, but Whiteout quickly answers with 2 straight goals, and I'm not sure if they've quite had this lead. That's how they won game 1, was 3-1, but let's see how well they can play with this lead at this stage in the series, as Squintle with a shot on, but courses to make the save. So it's looking good so far, but let's see if they can hold on.
They're going to need to hold on in order to preserve this lead. Aqua up. Aqua going to get a beautiful touch. He's going to get a flip reset. He tries to do it all himself. Steel with a great defensive presence again. Steel going to take it down the field. And a double commit. Steel going to take advantage of that. Not before Aqua gets to it, though. Uh-oh. An unfortunate backflip going out. And a bunch of misses coming out here. I'll just chalk that up to stream nerves and game nerves. You know, as this game 6 has been starting to ramp up here. 1 minute, 10 seconds left for either of these teams to try to escape with a game 6 win. It's looking like Whiteout at the moment, and oh my goodness, that goal would have assured the Whiteout win, but now it is up in the air. Tashega gonna get dunked out. Steel has an opportunity. It's a 2v1. A bad pass from Steel is gonna leave Whiteout with an opportunity. The ball gonna be sent down. Can Squintle find it? No, he's gonna play it safe. He's up. Valence demos him. Steel gonna bring it down back into the Whiteout zone. Courses has an opportunity to shine. 35 seconds left. Steel, almost gets it past Squintle, but what a save coming out from Squintle. Valence over to Aqua. Aqua gets it down the field. Squintle down again. Steel gonna block him out a little bit. Aqua, it's gonna waterfall down for Steel. Here comes Aqua. He has an opportunity to ice this game. 15 seconds left. Courses gonna try to find a pass, and with that, as Thunderbirds might have a chance. With that, I believe that is going to do it. Whiteout are going to be your game 6 champions here, and they're going to take this one pretty soundly here.
I mean, my predictions have just been wrong all day so far today. I went 2 for 2 on Monday, but today I am just swinging and missing. I am batting at 0, but Aqua there batting 1,000, as he missed that one open net that was just tragic, but it proved to not be detrimental, as he just went off this game. He went in his bag, almost pulling off the flip reset and just controlling the ball so well. And but Squintle also there making clutch saves late in the game. He's that guy, and he'll always make those saves whenever they matter most.
Yeah, he'll always make those saves and important stops coming out from both teams, to be completely honest. And it honestly depends on who has more grit in this game 7, as I think, honestly, I can't tell you who has the advantage. It's both been just back and forth. I mean, you obviously had that dominant win from Thunderbirds in game 4, I believe. And besides that, it's just been a really close series, and I'm excited to see how this one finishes out.
It is game 7. It's Champions Field. Anything can happen here. It's we had 3 straight games from the Thunderbirds, but after a series of unfortunate events, here we are at the biggest stage in Nemesis, and Valence opens it up. Mr. Game 7 potentially, and it's 1-0 for the Thunderbirds.
1-0 and a huge start coming out. Steel going to give it right to Valence, and that is the duo to save the Thunderbirds' playoff chances.
as we get into this game. Like, what a quick start, and that's been the story for Thunderbird's success. I believe each game that they've won, they've opened the scoring relatively quickly. So if they can keep it up with the scoring and keep Whiteout on their back foot, who played well with the lead. So now that they're down, you might see them play more aggressively as they were, which was to their detriment. So this might play right into Thunderbird's hands.
This might play into their hands, but Whiteout, they've been resilient all series. It's always Thunderbirds to score first, and Whiteout answers with a 2 or 3 goal barrage. So let's see if that changes. As Tashega gonna get a good touch out into the Thunderbird zone. Unfortunately, not able to follow. Steele gonna get it down the field. Aqua can't find the touch. Tashega gonna get it off the ceiling. Aqua gonna send it over to Steele. Steele over to Valence. Valence. He's going to find a touch, almost gets the touch, can't find it. Tashega, 1v2. Can he do them both? He can't, unfortunately, as Steele is going to bring it out into the midfield where Valence is waiting. And another passing play coming out from the Thunderbirds. Honestly, seeing some really great stuff from both teams. Who do you think has the upper hand here?
Honestly, it's been so back and forth. I'd say Thunderbirds have the advantage here because the ball's floating right in front of their scoring net. But it's been so back and forth and so even in this game that I could see anyone, but the Thunderbirds have the lead. So as long as they just keep playing volleyball like they are, passing it back and forth and making each team making opportunities that they're not quite finishing on, it's the advantage goes to the team with the lead.
And the team with the lead at this current moment is the Thunderbirds. So hopefully they maintain the lead for their sake, as Tashega going to hit it down, and not before Steele makes very good contact with the ball. Courses and Tashega going to try to challenge this ball. Nobody gets to it. Courses has a little bit of a misflip there, and a lot of panicking going out in the Thunderbird zone. Hopefully that doesn't come and bite them in the butt, as Aqua has a one-on-one with Courses. Can Aqua get past him? No, he cannot. Attempts the demo play, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Valence and Squintle going to collide. Squintle gets the best of that. Tashega with a poor shot over to Steele, and Aqua has to make a great defensive play in order to stop it. He gets it over. Valence going to shoot this one back onto target. Tashega, the savior of Whiteout. Can he do it? Can he shoot it? And he scores it every single time. This Tashega guy is one for the record books.
He was the first overall pick, and he's proving it here. He had the one-on-one. He even got pre-jumped, and he took advantage of it. I thought he was going to have to play it under him, but he just played it perfectly around him. Perfect execution with control of the ball from Tashega there. The stars are shining here late in this game, as they may have been quiet earlier, but Valence and Tashega scoring for their teams. It's game 7, so you need someone to step up and be the hero. Who can that be for each team? It's proven to be their top players, but who's going to get that defining goal that gets you to the next round of the playoffs?
I think, honestly, it's going to come down to either Valence or Tashega at this point. Both players are the heads of their teams, respectively. Both players are mechanical beasts. Beasts in six-mans, beasts in everything. Let's see what they can do. Is a beautiful save coming out from Aqua there. Forces down. Valence is going to try to find a touch. Valence, very good player, has a very good flick, and you saw it right there. Squintle is going to clear it out. Deal going to try to give it to his teammate, but ends up giving it to Tashega instead. A common theme we're seeing here. Aqua and Valence going to have a little bit of a tussle. Aqua's going to win that. Squintle's going to win it for him as well. Courses down the pitch. Courses going to let off the gas a little bit. Let Tashega dribble it over him. Aqua down into the corner. Can Valence make a play? No, he can't at this very moment. And a shot coming out from Squintle. Can he double? Yes, he can. Squintle making it 2-1.
Just one defender back for the Thunderbirds, as Courses got beat there, left Steele on an island. He just threw a hope and a prayer, and Squintle just makes the easy read. If he's not going to get that touch, he's gonna make the double, and he did there. And a minute left with a 1-goal advantage. This Whiteout comeback might just happen as Squintle buries it from Aqua's perfect play.
Oh my goodness, this is the Whiteout I've been waiting to see all series, and they have just now arrived. They are going to pulverize Thunderbirds in their own net. Let's see if the Thunderbirds have a response for us. 57 seconds left on the clock. Can they to perform a miracle here. It's going to have to be on the back of Valence. Valence off the backboard. He accidentally gets another touch, and that fakes out Courses. Here's Aqua, going to try to get out of touch. Quintel sending it down the field. Quintel over to Courses. Courses over to Aqua on accident. Steele going to block it right away. Steele and Valence both up. Valence going to get to that touch first. Valence going to try to find it. He can't. Valence almost dunks him out. Aqua with the flip reset. He gets the hit. He can't find the back of the net. Courses is going to deny that for him. 20 seconds left in this game. Tashega and Aqua are kind of alone here. Oh, they can't make a play. Courses over to Valence. The Thunderbirds are going to have to go all out or nothing. 10 seconds left. Squintle down into the field. Aqua going to give it over to Steele. Steele doesn't have that much time. What are you waiting for? 4 seconds up. 3, 2, and the whiteout miracle of the ages. They had everything in their way. They had the game 4 mishap. They had they had Thunderbirds up 3-1 in the series, and they come back and win this game 7. What do you think this game means to them?
That means the world to them. Oh my gosh, I have very few words for this game, and I want to keep it short because we are running so far behind and it is late. But shout out to Whiteout from answering back when all hope was lost to come back. They will face the winner of Vortex and Pineapples on Friday at 9, but unfortunately for Thunderbirds, you hate for it to end that way, but indeed it is over.
Unfortunately, it is over, and like you said, we are running a little bit behind, so congratulations to Whiteout for the victory, and thank you, Thunderbirds, for giving us a good match. And I just want to thank you again, Fly Penguin, for joining me in the booth. It is always a pleasure, sir.
Absolutely. You are one of the GOATs, and you make my job easy. I'm just happy to support you as best I can, and it's always a great cast to be in here with you.
Hey, Penn, you're absolute Chad, buddy. So, honestly, stay right here if you want to see more of Penn, because we have one more matchup locked in, and it's probably going to be a doozy, as we have Venganza taking on Godfathers. Venganza, my sleeper team in the Titan League. Let's see if they are up to snuff. Don't go anywhere.
Fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. We are back for our final match of the night. I know it is heckin' late, super late for me too, but we got a great one here to round off the night. We're going back to the Titan League. We have the number 1 seed Godfathers going up against the number 8 Venganza. And I think it's going to be an absolute banger of a match. Venganza coming through the play-in bracket and actually losing in the first round to Vanguard because of an FF, but they were able to show up and show out in the final match of the play-in tournament against Nebula, and they beat them in 5. So they secured their spot here tonight against the Godfathers, and the winner of this match will be moving into the semifinals against Inferno. So a lot of the line here. I got my good friend Penguin up in the booth with me here tonight. You just saw him in the last match, and I'm sure your throat is killing you right now, my dude.
I'm very tired. It's my third cast of the day, or of the night now, I should say. And that last one was a doozy for sure. But I'm here with my boy. I'm here with my GM, and I'm here to just get this job done and watch the Titan players peak. Oh my goodness, it's Lumi with a quick shot on. But I'm looking forward to this match, Psycho.
And that is what we are gonna do. Both of these teams are really, really hot. Godfather's got Dylan, Arrow, and Trash. Venganza got Indicator, Lumi, and Dez. All 6 of these dudes are really strong. They've got heavy pop-off potential. I did hear through the grapevine that Arrow has been fighting against some lag here today, but his ping seems to be pretty good so far. We'll see if that holds out for him, or if that's a deciding factor here in the game tonight. I sure would hate to see Penguin, a team like the Godfathers, get taken out of this thing because of bad internet.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate, especially a player of great prestige as Arrow. He has been Titan's best for a long time, and his ping it's been a solid green, but it's been fluctuating between 60 and 80 ping. So the inconsistency is showing there, but Arrow's not one to shy away from a challenge. He is one of Nemesis' best, as he has the opportunity here with Dylan as a lead blocker. Oh boy, but Arrow is not one, like as I said, to shy away from the challenge. He leads Titan in shots per game. He's second in assists. He's third in goals. So he's top 3 in every major stat category. So they can take the lag all he wants. I could see Arrow peak as Dylan lays it up from above the net. Perfect placement to open up the scoring here.
Yeah, and I was going to say that the Arrow-Dylan duo is pretty strong, pretty scary. And with Trash bringing up their back end, it's a really, really solid team. And it's obvious why this is the number 1 seed as they start things off here. First, as anticipated, Arrow out of the corner down to Dylan, but Lumi getting there just in time, sends it over Dylan in the midfield. Lumi up again in the midfield, blocking the attempt to get offense going from Godfather's. Arrow off the sidewall in the midfield gets a second touch to send it out of the corner. Lumi is there yet again, staying strong defensively for Venganza. Lumi is almost single-handedly keeping this Godfather roster out from in front of their net, but it hasn't been enough so far, as the Godfathers are still leading by 1. Venganza are going to have to get out of their defensive zone and get some offense going here, as Indicator sends it down, but Trash is able to send it straight back into the Venganza zone. Dylan missing his touch. Arrows gets there, but has to fight against 2 of Venganza's players. Indicator in the mid with the touch, sending it across field. Indicator again off the side. Dez trying to beat out Arrow. They 50. Lumi there, getting it through the defense. Lumi gonna thread that needle and tie us up.
Lumi with 2 shots on net already. Those are Venganza's lone shots on net, but it's proving to be all they need as they tie this series up. Godfathers have proven to be such a dominant team, but Venganza punching them right back in the mouth to hopefully show that they belong where they are in the Titan League. They may have made the play-ins and got here as the 8th seed, as they face a tall task, but they proved there with a quick answer that they belong.
Yeah, and that was a really big statement from Venganza. But Arrow trying to shut things down. Can't find the double off the backboard. Trash popping it up. Dez is there. Dez to stick with it. Gets the flip and sends it over. Dylan Arrow in the midfield, though, taking a long shot. It's going to go wide of the net. Arrow again, but this one's going to slot in. Arrow's accuracy starting to heat up.
Arrow is third, as I said, in goals per game, and he is just a absolute legend as he slots that with such great power. But this Godfather's trio just proving to be dominant as, like, Arrow's second in assists. He's behind iTrash, and Arrow's third in goals. He's behind Dylan. Like, this Godfather's team is just so dominant that it seems like they might be that team. They are the team to beat, but proving it might be too much for teams that they go against, because it's a three-headed monster. Is if you try to shut down one, the other two might take you over.
Yeah, and the Godfathers were a menace through the regular season too. They didn't get the perfect 18-0 season, but they did come pretty close. I can't remember straight off the top of my head, but I think they only registered about 2 or 3 losses through that entire season. Penguin, maybe you can back me up on that or prove me wrong. I don't know if that was part of the stats that you got earlier.
I got a lot of stats, and I can say that the Godfathers were 14-4. So not quite, but like that's still really close, and a dominant regular season. Who knows? They might have just took it easy, lost a couple of games, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you go 18-0. If you lose in the playoffs, like you're just going to be remembered as a choker. So Godfathers, they only want results here on this pitch in these playoffs.
And that is what they are getting so far, though there is the final 30 seconds here. Lumi with the shot. Dylan getting his savior medal, keeping that ball out of Godfather's net. The final 15 seconds here is Lumi's going to take another shot. The double commit from Godfather's on the defense, but Arrow's up, and he's able to get a shot on net, making Venganza put a little bit of respect in the defensive side of things. Dylan with yet another save, registering his 4th of the game. The final second here looking dangerous. Venganza almost able to equalize it with a 0-second goal, but falling just short as Godfather's going to clinch game number 1 win.
Great play from Dylan there, keeping his team alive as Venganza only had 5 shots on net, and Dylan there to save 4 of them. I believe that's going to be the story of this game, as Godfathers had 8 shots on net, and Venganza able to register 4 saves. But if you're going to go into a disadvantage in the shot department, it will come costly if you're not going to be able to make all the saves that you can, because especially with players like Arrow, Dylan, and Trash, they are going to score goals on you. And Dylan himself being 4th in shooting percentage. They have shooters on this team. They have goal scorers. If you're you got to be able to shut them down offensively and get them out of your half if you want to have a chance at beating them.
And that's probably some pretty good advice to take, but Venganza wasn't able to do so in game 1. We'll see what kind of changes they make here in game number 2. As in the first 20 seconds, we're seeing a different Venganza. Indicator catching a beautiful pass from Lumi there.
Dylan can't make the save if he's not in the net, and what a great play by Indicator to play it around him, and he was able to play it to Lumi, who sent it right back to him for the finish. What a powerful shot, and not a chance for the defenders in net, even if they were there.
Certainly wasn't. As Arrow trying to get fancy, gets the bump on Indicator, but can't get the ball through. Lumi off the backboard, not able to follow as he's going to get bumped off. Dylan with a save as Dez gets a shot. Indicator with the flip, getting it around 1 and dunking on Dylan, almost getting that through, but it's going to bounce off of the post. Venganza with the dropped opportunity, but they are not done yet. Lumi popping it up, trying to stick with it and just be a thorn in the side of the Godfathers, trying to clear that ball out. Dez with the pop around Arrow down to Lumi, who is going to get a misread on that ball, not able to find a touch. iTrash gets it through Indicator. Lumi there off the backboard. Dylan making the touch, but getting bumped by Indicator. Dez sends it back out of the mid. We're seeing so much pressure from Venganza right now, Penguin. They really switched up the tactics here, and it seems to be working out very, very well for them.
Absolutely. They are holding the Godfathers back, only registering 2 shots on net, have the Godfathers. Same amount for Venganza, but able to finish on one of them, that proving to be the difference. As Indicator goes for a flip reset, it's flying towards his own end, but this is just a different Venganza, but oh my goodness, almost costly there as someone got deleted as the ball was flying towards their net, but what a great save from the last defender back.
Yeah, that was a great save and a great shot from Trash, too, in the mid, trying to take advantage of that demo smoke and to screen his shot. But the defense was so strong there, as Venganza has been showing us here in game number 2, that I guess game number 1 was just a bit of a fluke. Maybe they were feeling out their opponents. Maybe they were feeling some stream nerves, but all that is behind them now. But Dylan gonna go ahead and cut the lead down as he dunks it off of the top of the last defender to equalize things here.
See, you'll hear a lot of high-ranked players. This is the Titan League, but you'll hear a lot of high-ranked players preach deep thirds, and I believe it was Dez who was just at the midfield line as the ball was flying around him. So he made himself awkward enough for Dylan to take advantage with that dunk. So he wasn't in a great position to get that 50, and Dylan just hammered it home right off the top of his car.
As he does. If you give him that ability, I'm sure you give any of these 6 players that ability, and they're not going to miss an empty net 9 times out of 10, 49 times out of 50. Trash putting it up, but Indicator's there, getting the carry off of his backboard. Dylan in the midfield with the defensive touch. Dez trying to take his time. Dylan going to come back for it. 50 bounces in favor of Dylan, but Lumi to take it away from him. Trash to take it away from him, and Indicator gonna take possession, and Venganza not able to get this ball cleared out though, as Dylan gets it in front of the net. Arrow is there. He's gonna put that one in, and Godfathers take the lead.
What a great play from Dylan there, as all of the Godfathers are putting on a 50-50 masterclass, as they are just winning every single 50 that I watched, starting from that goal that went off atop of Dez, that every 50 went for the advantage of the Godfathers, starting to make it look like a 70-30 because the Godfathers is just too strong, and Arrow there to finish the goal from what a great play from Dylan.
Oh.
As Indicator with a shot on, it's still dangerous for them.
Dangerous indeed as it hangs in front of their net. Dez trying to find a teammate. Indicator's shot gonna go wide. Lumi sticking with it, just trying to put a hand in the face of Godfathers as they try to get it out. Trash with the carry and the air dribble. He gets a beautiful play to put that one through and extend Godfathers' lead by 2.
Lumi there on the backboard, that's where you need to be, but he just mistimed his jump and he went right underneath, so that left the last defender back in net unable to make a play, because you got to preach the double commits, and he could not commit there with Lumi on the backboard. Lumi was the next man to make the challenge, but unluckily enough he missed it, and that left not enough time for the last man to make a play. So looks like the Godfathers are running away with it despite Venganza's hot start.
Yeah, with less than 60 seconds now on the clock, Venganza needs to find a net pretty soon here to stop the clock and reset up on a kickoff to attempt to get a second goal. There it is. That's exactly what they need, is Indicator catching a pass from Dez and then doubles off the backboard there.
Indicator there, very importantly, winning a 50 in his own corner, and it rolled right to Dez, who just slammed it off his backboard, and that's a free goal for Titans, absolutely, because the net was open and all he had to do was read the ball, and these Titan players are very literate, and Indicator popping off here as he has Venganza's 2 lone goals, so hopefully someone else from his team can help him out as Dez wins a big 50 there.
In the final 20 seconds now, is Indicator trying to come through, trying to get the equalizer. The ball is sent to the midfield. Dez with a mistouch Indicator trying to help him out. Back to Dez with the shot. It's a little bit weak. Dylan going to get in front of it. The final 5 seconds now ticking down in game number 2. Godfather's looking to extend their lead in the series. Once the ball touches down, Lumi sends it out. Arrow looking to get a flip reset. Does, down to Dylan. And it would have been a goal if they had just a few more seconds. It's going to fall short, but Godfather's securing game number 2 win. And yeah, it's not starting to not look so good for Venganza, Penguin. They really played really well, in my opinion, until just right there at the very end. Once the Godfathers got a little bit of that momentum, they were just almost unstoppable.
Venganza really feeling the snowball effect that is the Godfather's offense. Whenever they have the momentum, they are just not going to stop, as they were held to very few shots to begin the game, as when it seemed Venganza was at his strongest. But once they got the flow of the game, once they got the ball rolling, they were not able to be stopped, as despite the late comeback, Godfather still had complete control of that game.
And Dez, holy moly, starting things off beautifully with a solo play.
Dez is that guy, as he plays it right around Dylan on the backboard. It's so awkward with the camera angles on the backboard, but you expect these Titan players to make those touches. But Dez just had a free shot and a free double, despite the defense being there. So he'll take that as they take the early lead once again in this game. Hopefully they can hold on this time, despite having the lead in game 2 and coming out with the loss. You just got to try and suppress this. Godfather's offense's arrow was up in the air. That's one of his most dangerous places, but you got to shut them down somehow.
And it looks like Arrow's mechanics are starting to warm up a little bit here. He got the flip reset and was looking to do something with it, but luckily for Venganza, they were able to put a stop to that, as Arrow's going to send this one down past Lumi off the backboard. Lumi getting a touch though. Dez beating out Dylan, pops it up. Trash beats Indicator in the midfield. It's still high ball. And Lumi's going to send it out to the mid. Dez is there. Dylan is as well. He half flips to try and clear this ball out. Godfather's still trying to get this out, as Arrow is going to finally get it past the midline. Dylan with the doink up into the corner. Arrow is a little bit past him there, and he's going to get demoed by Lumi. Trash back all by himself, but huge on the 50, and is able to keep that ball safely away from his net. Dylan sending it down, but Indicators is there for the save. Arrow with a touch that he can't follow. Dez sending it to the midfield where it gets knocked back down. And we're seeing a lot of back and forth in the midfield here, Penguin. Only 2 shots registered through this entire game so far.
I feel like these offenses are just trying a little bit too much to beat the defenders. I understand that these defenses are threatening with a lot of saves on the net throughout the series, so they're just trying a little bit of something, as Lumi with a breakaway, but he's dunked by Trash, and Indicator's up, but he's met by Arrow and demoed by Dylan. But if they could just maybe simplify their offense a little bit, just try and get the quantity, and then once you get the hang of it, then the quality will come, and then you'll be able to get your flip resets, you'll be able to get your double taps. But you got to do the work to set that up, and that starts slow and that starts simple, as Arrow finishes off the bump, and it's tied up with 2:41 left, Psycho.
Yeah, some good pressure from Dylan there, sending it out to the mid, and then Trash to come in, or it sets up Arrow to get in there and get that goal. And what I meant to say was good pressure from the Godfathers in general, as all 3 of them were on that ball immediately after the next one, and showing, again, why they're one of the top teams here in the Titan League. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, exactly half of game number 3 left. We have a tie ball game here, possibly looking at the first overtime of the series, as the ball is now in the Godfather zone. Indicator with the 50, going to get pinched across. iTrash to take it off the sidewall. Lumi dunking him, which pinches it all the way back across, but Dylan going to get the air dribble, send it into Venganza's zone. Arrow missing his touch, as the ball is floating in the mid. Dylan's there to send it back across the way. And Dylan again with another touch. He's got an empty net to shoot at, and he's not going to miss those. Now Godfathers are again in the lead.
Dez with an unfortunate miss left Lumi stranded back alone on the net. Dylan just had he had him dead to rights, and he took advantage of that, giving Godfathers the 2-1 lead. But I have to go back to that first goal that the Godfathers scored. I said that there was a bump, but I couldn't quite see who it was until the replay. It was actually a team bump. So that giving Godfathers momentum that they seem to be running away with as iTrash gets the shot, all as a result of a team bump with a panic on the goal line. So this could be a completely different game if they didn't hit each other on the goal line there, Psycho.
Yeah, and that's going to be really unfortunate for them because they are not in the position to be dropping another game, especially to this Godfathers roster. If they go down 3-0 in the series, I think it might be lights out for Venganza here. I think they might even get swept out of this playoff tournament. But we'll have to see here with a little over 60 seconds on the clock. Venganza is only down by 1 in game number 4. They should be able to make a comeback here. I have faith that these boys will at least be able to equalize the score here as Dez gets a beautiful flick indicator there to finish it off as Dez's shot is going to bounce off of the crossbar.
Dez seemingly to be challenged by Dylan. Dylan with the unfortunate fake. I don't believe that was a good decision to fake there, as Dez still had complete control, and unfortunately he missed his flick, but fortunately for him, Indicator has his indicator lights on to prove that he can read that ball, and oh my goodness, we have a game on our hands. It's a tie ball game, and Venganza seemingly has momentum as they are putting the pressure on Godfathers.
We'll see what they're able to do here as Trash is going to air dribble the ball out of his zone. Indicator with the doink. Dez is there, but Dylan is as well. Dylan with a big save. Dylan been playing big defense all series long. He's been a huge defensive player for this Godfathers roster here tonight. In the final 10 seconds before we see an overtime, will either of these teams finish in regulation? Indicator sending it down, can't follow as Dylan's gonna bang an arrow out of the corner, looking for a teammate. Dylan is there, but his shot's gonna go wide. Trash trying to keep it up, pops it, arrows there, and he's gonna finish with the 0-second goal. Arrow secures a game number 3 win.
All right, I'm awake, Psycho. Arrow, I can't just say Arrow. That was a Godfather's team dominance there at the end with 0 seconds. They kept passing the ball around, and they were just there to support each other. I kept thinking to myself, I was like, oh, they have a chance here, and they would miss. Like, oh, they still have a chance here. And Arrow, with the ball just millimeters above the ground, gets that 0-second goal. This is indeed Rocket League, and this is a 3-0 series lead for the Godfathers with their 3rd straight 1-goal victory.
Yeah, and this is literally the toughest position Venganza could imagine themselves to be in this playoff tournament. Being the number 8 seed, just barely making it in. Honestly, some people might even think they might have should not made it in, as they had to forfeit in the very first round of the play-ins, but they were able to pull it out against Nebula, and now here they are facing a reverse sweep against the number 1 Titan seed in Nemesis. I don't know what to say, Penguin, but I would not want to be in Venganza's shoes right now.
Honestly, like, they've just enabled this Godfather's team to be as confident and as reckless as they can be. And as you might think, like, oh, this team is going to play reckless and lights out, and so they'll be sloppy. Not this team, because they have like just all dominant players in the Titan League. So if they're confident in playing their game, they might be even more unstoppable as they have shown so far this series.
We shall see. Only time will tell. As Lumi's there, he gets the block on Arrow's clear, and Dez to send that one out. A long ball back, nobody home, as Arrow is going to double that off the post.
Indicator being the 3rd guy back, and he was not very deep, as he was 3/4 of the way into his offensive zone, and that's 3/4 of the way of the pitch away from his net, and he got there fast enough to make a play on it, but
And
not
that-
fast enough to make an effective play to avoid the goal.
Oh, and Godfather's with another one. I didn't even get to see exactly what happened. It looked like a pinch as Arrow just 50s the mess out of that defense, bounces off of Dylan, and just goes up perfectly for Arrow to get that alley-oop play right there. Penguin, man, these guys are feeling themselves in game 4.
Absolutely, like the double commit didn't even matter because they had the power of friendship to just slam it home. Dylan with the great touch right off the corner of his car to pop it up off the backboard, and Arrow there right with him to hammer it home. And like I said, this team is feeling confident, and now they have a 2-0 lead in this match. I mean, there's a lot of time left, just under a minute in, or just over a minute into this game, but there goes eye trash, and it might spell disaster for Venganza.
Yeah, that very well might. I was just about to say that it would be, a tragic mistake to sleep on Venganza at this point, as they only have 3 shots to their name, but every single shot had to be saved. Dylan with 3 saves to his name. So even though Venganza is very behind at this point, they are still very, very deadly. So Godfathers are not going to be able to give them an inch, as it doesn't appear that they've given up, even in the face of such adversity, which they love to see that competitive bone in their body just come in and take control of them and force them to just not give up. Will they be able to overcome this, or will the Godfathers walk away victorious, as Lumi trying to get just the ball out of Venganza's half? Seems like Godfathers are just swarming this ball and just doing pretty much whatever they want. Dez with an amazing save on the goal line, a backwards flick to get that ball away. Dylan not able to slot that one through, is going to bounce off of the post, and Godfathers still on the offensive push here, Penguin. I don't know what Venganza's got to do, but they got to do something.
I mean, you saw a great play from Dez to keep the ball out of the net. Not only did he get that backwards flick to keep it above, he got the bump on the person sitting mid, waiting to finish that pass home. But as well as he has played offensively, defensively, their offense has just been inert. It has gone missing. It's on a milk carton. Its mom misses them. The offense is just gone, but they need something here. But all respect to the competitiveness that they are still fighting for their lives, fighting for their season in this game. But you got to keep the pressure up. You got to get some more shots on net, because you said earlier they had 3 shots on net, and here we are a few minutes later, and they still have 3 shots on net.
That's very true. The small amount of offense that they were able to generate, although deadly, wasn't deadly enough to beat out this Godfather's defense, as they've been playing very strong defensively and offensively all night. And what a beautiful play, though, from Venganza as they finally wake up.
One thing to note there, Arrow was flashing red, so he was there to make that initial challenge, but maybe the ping caused the issue. But either way, a goal is a goal in this Titan League. As tight as this series may be, all games were 1 goal so far, so Venganza still has a chance to bring it back as long as they can keep up that score. You may pray for a little bit of Arrow lag, but you got to do something more, and they had a good start there.
Yeah, Venganza really needs to turn off the afterburners here. Dez looking for the redirect in the in the front field. Indicator sending it down in the mid. The double commit coming out. Oh, he can't get the touch, as Dez just going to send it into the corner. Not able to get the dunk on Dylan. Lumi with the shot, but it gets deflected by Dylan. Indicator sending it out to the mid, and Trash puts it down, but Dez to send it back. Finally, Venganza sustaining a little bit of offensive pressure here, but with only 50 seconds left on the clock, will it be enough? They still have to find the back of the net twice just to force the overtime, where they go home for good. This is game 4. Venganza is down 3-0 in the series. The Godfathers looking for that sweep to take them out here in round number 1 of this playoffs. Tournament indicator with the flip reset, but it's not going to be enough. Can't get it past Dylan. The final 20 seconds here is Dez and Lumi going to get a little pass play in front of the net, but will it be enough? They're down by 1 with 19 seconds to go.
Lumi started it and finished that play as he's keeping his season alive. 1 goal with 20 seconds. It's entirely possible with the skill of all of these players in the Titan League. But Lumi with an excellent 50, baited out the ball, and his teammate dished it right back to him. And he was able to take advantage as the ball's floating in front of the net. Indicator to Lumi. They tie it up with 10 seconds. They had 19, and they only needed 9.
What a play. Great aggression from Lumi there as he's going to stay on top of that ball, gets the interception from Godfathers trying to clear it out, and then passes it to an open teammate who passes it back to him. Great play. You love to see it. Tying things up here. This Venganza roster is done, I guess. I was going to say they're not done.
Arrow said it best in the chat with the eyes wide open as another late game goal to probably end Venganza's season. Let's see how the kickoff goes, and it did not go anywhere in the favor of Venganza. What a fight, what a game. As far as sweeps go, that was the closest sweep I have seen all 1-goal games, Psycho.
Yeah, that was really, really close for Venganza. Really unfortunate that it had to turn out for a sweep for him, and an even more unfortunate way for it to end right there at the very end like that, as they were just about to force that game number 5 and start their road to the reverse. But, you know, it's unfortunate, too little too late for them, and that's going to be the end of their season. Godfather is going to move on in the semifinals to play against Inferno sometime next week. I'm not sure. I don't think those games have technically been scheduled yet, but those will be the 2 teams, Inferno versus Godfathers. We saw Infernos beat the Krakens earlier tonight. They were looking really hot, but it's going to be a tall order for them to beat that Godfathers roster. Penguin, it's late. I'm tired. I know you're tired. I appreciate you joining me here in the booth, my man.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure. It's always good to get in the booth with the GOAT. If there was anyone that I needed to drag me through this, it would be you every single time. And it was just a pleasure, and I was glad that it ended in a sweep, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. We ended before midnight as the clock strikes midnight now. But I look forward to see how this bracket plays out against Inferno. And we got Pinnacle and Phoenix on the other side. That's just one step closer to the grand finals.
Most definitely. And before we go, I just want to do a quick shout out to our resubs and such. Gallium, shout out to you for the resub at 2 months. DAP308, shout out for the resub hitting his year, 12 months. Blazing Biscuit with the 35 months. Much love to you, buddy. And Chunklight with the gifted sub. Also, like to thank our novice premium subscribers, Jeff Masters with the 4, Sub-Zero with the 3, Sandsbar with the 2. Thank you to our challenger subscribers, Chunklight, once again, 4-time subscriber, Nixoy, the challenger subscriber, and the Titan Sodak, 4-time subscriber, the 4-time subscriber, Crip, 3 times Valence, 3 times Speed Demon, 2 times Owen, and 2 times Velatech. Thank you, gentlemen, for all of your support. Thank you, everybody who stuck with us through the stream so much. Have a good night. We will be back, I believe, Friday with our next matches.
Thank you.